shiny.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer live here at the 2024 Battle
We welcome
of Malta.
all the ladies to the ladies event that is going to start now. Today, ladies, you're going to play 10 levels to register to this tournament. At the end of level 12, you will have a dinner break, which is around 8:15 to 8:30. So you're going to start with the blinds of 100, 100, big blind anti-100. Button has been placed on seat 5. We wish you the best of luck, ladies. Best of luck. Let us please shuffle up and deal.
That was the tournament director, Michael. Thank you for the introductions, Michael. But once again, this is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be, for the first time in Battle of Malta history, live streaming the ladies event, the 150-year-old buy-in ladies event, here at the 2024 Battle of Malta Spring Edition. We're going to be streaming it from the beginning to the end. We'll have a variety of women coming in as guests, including Battle of Malta host Valeria Tamburin, but we'll also get some of the players as they bust out to join us, so we'll have some nice flavor all day long. Players start with a stack of 20,000 chips and increase every 20 minutes. Right now, they're sitting on a 200 big blind stack, so we can see some deep stack play earlier. And right off the bat, Nicoletta waking up with the big slick suited, so she will be opening this. And I have a feeling that that may have been a large raise. So raising to 10,200 if the graphics were correct. I need to get acquainted a little bit with the chip colors. They're a little bit different than some of the other events, but perhaps that was just a large raise, just not wanting to get involved with the ace-king earlier. We have a lot of big names in this event, including Diva Byrne, who is the founder of the Flip community. She has a number of members here, some of which are still in the main event, like Karina Vonkin, so we may not see her in the main event, but we do have Anne Roos Collins at a side table. Florence Mizet is at the same table. And our very own Patricia Rimfire is also playing for a second time. She made the money last time. But what's going on? Back-to-back big slick for Nicoletta, raising to 2,200, so maybe that was the raise sizing last time. It's still a 22 big blind raise. Perhaps wanting to gain some big pots early, but this is just going to scare everybody out most likely, so just going to pick up another 300 chips, but every chip counts, I suppose, and is up to 20,600 in chips. So quite a nice start for Nicoletta. Maybe it could have been better, maybe it could have been worse. Who knows what the board would have contained? Who knows if anybody would have played back at them? But we have at this table in seat 1, we have Valeria Leteri. In seat 2, we have Martina Andrusova. We have Nikki in seat number 3. Roxana Hemmert in seat number 5. Giovanna Di Martino in seat 6. And Elsia Van Steenkiste in seat 7. And Pia Fransen in seat 8. Being that we're at the opening levels, expect players to shift in and out. And every break, we will also be switching the tables. But back to the action, we have Nicoletta. Third time in a row opening up. People by now maybe think, what's going on with Nicoletta? But every time she's had a hand so far, Roxana with the ace-jack, opting to call. With the ace-jack, and Martina thinking about whether to defend here with her 8-4 suited. Certainly can, and does. So we have an ace-3, ace flop. Roxana hitting the world, but Nicoletta may stick around. It isn't the worst flop for jacks, but it wouldn't work out quite well for her. She'd be drawing to just 2 outs along with some wheel draw, but cannot blame her for making the call. The 6 of hearts follows on the turn. Does not help Nicoletta. Roxana still miles ahead. Now it's really just the 2 outs on the river if it goes that far. Perhaps Nicoletta will buy the story now by Roxana. It was a bet of 3,000 into 4,700, so about 2/3 the pot. I do like that. You want to be targeting some weaker aces, some pocket pairs, maybe not the 5s per se, but some higher ones, and Nicoletta gets rid of her hand, saving herself some chips. Meanwhile, Roxana up to 22,700, nice and early. Taking a look at some of the other names in the field, we have Giada Rosati in the field, Sophia Stubbs, Miley Tenbaum from Estonia, who's on the final table last time. And it's quite a nice table early on. Bear with me for a minute. And Martina defending from the small blind with her 9-7. Giovanna flopping two pair, takes down the pot. A little bit of a scary board, but especially with the small blind defend, who will have a lot of those ace rag kind of hands they may be defending with. We see Martina here just with the 9-7. And we're going to get some of the names fixed up right now. I think we're using a mixture of middle names and first names. So Roxana is really Anna Maria, and Nicoletta is Nikki. But we're going to commentate based on the names that we see in front of us, even if we know the names are a little bit different, just so that everybody at home can follow along a little bit easier. So we have an open here. It looks like for 300 by Giovanna with the Queen Jack offsuit. Martina defending on the button, just calling on the button with the threes. And Roxana, a.k.a. Anna Maria, deciding to peel with the 10-3 offsuit. And we can't see the flop quite yet, but we do see it's checked around to the threes, who has bet. And here we go, King 6-7. So threes taking it down. Threes was actually ahead there, though, too. So just a small bet by Martina. That's all it took. Then back near a starting stack. Martina again getting involved, this time with a larger size raising to 600. So maybe we'll see some patterns here from Martina. 6x raise. They are 200 big blinds deep. It can play more like a cash game when players are this deep, as we're seeing players with larger sizings than we typically see at deeper stages in tournaments. This isn't exclusive to the ladies event at the Battle of Malta. Perusing the opening levels of the main event, I've seen some even 10x sizings. We've seen some larger sizings than what I'm typically used to covering events in other countries. And Suzanne with the Jack 10. Okay, so we see our first limp. Nicoletta coming along for the ride from the cutoff with the ace deuce off. Roxana liking her king 5 suited. And Giovanna and Paula coming in to see the 8-5-6 flop with 2 diamonds. So Roxana connecting with her 5 is actually ahead with her bottom pair at the moment. Giovanna has a lot of equity at the moment with the 7 giving her a straight, the 9 and jack live, a lot of backdoors as well, backdoors to the flush, backdoors to a better straight, etc., etc., 2 overcards. And she'll be at least seeing a turn facing a bet of 400. Eight of spades on the turn. That may slow down the action. It was actually Susanna betting, so the king 5 got out of the way, but the jack 10 is actually ahead at the moment. And Suzanne with the pedal to the metal here with a bet of 1,200 and gets a job done. Denies the equity of Giovanna. Suzanne probably did not think she was ahead there, by the way. Was just trying to take down the pot, but did have some outs depending on the river too, so great job, great awareness there by Suzanne. Just so you guys know, we are on a 30-minute delay, so that's why we can see the whole cards at the moment if you're new to tuning into streams. So even though you see some phones on the table, they're probably going to be taken away at some point in the near future. There's no security issue or anything there. We have a long delay. And I'll be following the chat a little bit. I'll be perusing between the Facebook, the YouTube, the Twitch. So if you have any questions about what's going on, feel free to pop them in. Especially when we have guests, if you want to ask them questions as well. But meanwhile, we have Suzanne isolating from the big blind, really just with a raise to 400 after Nicoletta limp with the 8-7 offsuit. Nicoletta coming along, Susanna flopping that top pair. Will be continuing, and really no reason for Nicoletta to stick around. And Nicoletta quickly giving up on the hand, and it looks like we're getting a new player. Let's see who this is. That looks like Giada, but let's confirm. And indeed, it's Giada Rosati joining the table with a new entry. So here comes her 20,000 in chips. We see a few players wearing patches. We'll definitely be seeing a lot of flip badges today as they are sponsoring the event as well. So Paula opening it up to 300. Valeria defending it with a stronger king, suited king-jack. And opting to just lead out after hitting the top pair. No, if Valeria checked, Paula bet 400. Valeria will either be calling or raising. She's certainly not going anywhere. Does raise to 1K. Paul with the top pair coming. Doesn't realize how far behind she is. It is a potentially draw-heavy board. And now Valeria with the check mark with 2 pair on the turn after that jack of hearts comes. A larger bet of 2K. Let's see if Paula can sniff this one out. She does call on a 10 on the river. It goes check, check. Valeria not getting extra value on the river there. Meanwhile, Paula with a nice pot up to 23,100 in chips. So we have about 30 players in this ladies event, and we expect a lot more. There's about 10 levels of late reg. It's a pretty good structure, especially for a side event with 20,000 starting stack, 20-minute blind, so a lot of playability, especially early on. It will allow some of the cream to rise to the top. Folds around to Roxana with the nines. She will be opening that. Once again, a fairly large sizing, a 6X open. And everybody comes through. If the opening was a little bit less, at least Martina likely would have defended, and then your nines are pretty far ahead, but I can understand it's sometimes difficult about how to navigate through the pocket pairs, but then if someone does call you, you wind up playing a bit of a bloated free flop as well if you're uncertain about it, so... In a cash game, maybe I would be doing that depending on who else is at the table, but even in a deep stack tournament, it is considered to be a large sizing. And now we're learning something about Giada. Opening up with the 10-9 offsuit, so I'm loving the action here. The unpredictability of the players makes things very interesting. And we've seen a lot of nines fold out, even a 10-9. And Martina calling with her Jack-7 offsuit from the small blind, and Nikki calling with the Jack-8 suited, defending the big blind, and it's a 6-2-6 flop, nobody flopping anything. Actually, Nikki is ahead with her Jack-8 suited. And Giada continuing along, repping something obviously much bigger than that 10-9 offsuit. Both players fold with no real connection to the board, so easy play there by Giada. You can see Andre there in the background, and you can also see the ending of day 1E, the final opening flight of the main event. The main event has attracted tons of players, more than 1,800 players, more than 913,000 euros in the prize pool. The payouts for that will be announced sometime after day 2 starts at 7 o'clock. There's also a PLO side event running that had more than 30 entries for those opting for some 4 and 5 card fun with the games rotating. So we have a mid-position limp by Paula with the 10-9 offsuit. Valeria with the Jack-8 suited, opting to limp back, and the players in the blinds coming along for the ride. And it's the 4-8 king flop, so Giada in the big blind with the top pair is going to fire out a donk bet. Nobody really with much. Valeria might come with the middle pair, but she folds. Nicoletta decides to be the sticky one with the middle pair instead. And the 6 of clubs on the turn. Expect Giada to bet the turn, maybe check back a river if she's called again, unless a 3 or a king comes. And the Jack of Hearts on the river. So both players check, and Giada taking down the pot. So Giada up to nearly 22,000. Nikki, meanwhile, who started off with some hands, but she's down to 16,500. Really not that big of a deal. Blinds will go up soon to 100, 200, so that's about 82, 83 big blinds. At this stage, it's more important not to make big mistakes. And it looks like we're losing a player, so it's a little table bouncing going on, not that the player is out. Being that we're starting from the beginning and not a final table like we will be on Wednesday for the Battle of Malta main event final table, we will see a lot of faces popping in and out until the final table of this is reached as well. So we did lose Anna Marie. And a raise by Paul with ace 10. Martina calling from the cutoff with jack 10. Nicoletta with the 10-9 offsuit opting to continue our high vid pip and coming along with the button. And Giovanna with the 6-4 coming. And the queen deuce 4 flop. Paula continuing. And this will work. I mean, Giovanna may call with the bottom pair, but it's going to be hard for her to stick around for too much longer. And she does call. And meanwhile, Paula now pulling out ahead with the ace on the turn. So although Giovanna has some outs, this was a great card for Paula. If she bet the turn with air, Giovanna would probably be giving that up too, but who knows what Paula would do if that ace didn't come.
Ladies and gentlemen, complete your hand and raise your blind. Small blind 100, big blind 200, big blind ante 200.
I believe that was Katerina announcing that the blinds have now gone up. It'll be after this hand, though, because this hand, the shuffle was already being done. So we're 100, 100. This hand will be 100, 200, 200 the following hand. Giada with the easy open from the button and an open pot with ace-jack for 300. Giovanna folding. Is Paula going to defend? Indeed, she does. More than fine. And it's a 4-7 jack flop, so Giada with top pair, but Paula does have that gut shot to the straight. Let's see if that's enough for her to stick around. It does go check, bet, fold, so very fast hand there. And Giovanna back in the mix. And now at 100, 200, it's a 2.5x. The sizings are coming down a little bit as the blinds go up. That's natural. Paula calling from the small blind with king 9, actually ahead before the flop, and Suzanne defending with the 6-5. It looks like a 10, 8, 10 flop. It's a rainbow. So Giovanna connecting with her 8 there. Should be continuing on a lot of flops. Expect the same here. So it's a bet of just 300. But Suzanne making a move. I love this. Let's see if the timing is right or not, but making a move early at the TV table. Giovanna does call. I think her open was maybe a little bit more than what it said. And we have an ace on the turn. And Suzanne now leading out after, oh no, Suzanne leading out for 2,400 after the check raise on the flop. And gets the job done with the 6-5. Absolutely love that. Perhaps had a read, perhaps just wants to mix it up. I do love when players show a lot of heart. It's kind of like one of those moves, don't do this at home, but when it works, it's so fantastic. We got a Martina fan in the chat. So Martina over in seat number 2. Welcome, Susanna, to the Facebook stream. The YouTube chat is disabled, so I'm not looking at that, but I will peek in on the Twitch chat every now and then. If you have any questions about what's happening or some of the side events, I can get that information over to you. But I'll reintroduce myself to anybody that just tuned in. This is Jason Glatzer. I won't be alone the whole day. We will have a lot of female voices joining me. If Diva Byrne doesn't make the final table, for example, she will be joining. But we'll have a nice variety, I hope, today. Right now, all the women are either playing or working, so it's me, myself, and I. But Suzanne, now just calling from the small blind. Valeria raising it to 1,200 from the big blind. Nicoletta, who limped from early position, calling a pretty big 6x from the big blind, a pretty big isolation bet, but will be playing this hand in position. Does have that overcard, and now also has a flush draw. It does go check, check. And I can't tell if that was Valeria with the chip, but we'll find out soon enough. And it's about a 1,500 by Valeria, called by Nicoletta with the flush draw. Flush draw doesn't complete. The 10s are still ahead, but it is a very scary board for the 10s, especially after you were called on the turn. And Nicoletta making the move on the river after missing her flush draw gets Valeria to fold those 10s. So well done there. Had a plan for the hand after limp calling. So Paula opening up with the 9-8 suited from the cutoff. Suited connectors from the cutoff, more than fine. Suzanne calling from the button, in position. You could see the equities are rather close, despite Suzanne having those 2 overcards. And it's an 8-9 deuce flop, so what a flop here for Paula. Suzanne with 2 overcards, a backdoor to the straight. Expect Paula to be betting here. She does bet 500, and a snap call there by Suzanne. Jack on the turn, a very interesting card. Does not give Paula the flush draw on top of the 2 pair, but does give Suzanne that open ender. So it's a bet of 1K, a snap call by Suzanne. Nabil dealing very fast, making it a little bit tough at times to keep up, but he's an amazing dealer. And it goes check, check on the river. Perhaps Paula afraid of some better hands like Jack 9, 10 Queen for the straight, 10-7 getting there, etc., etc. And is back to his starting stack while Suzanne still has 21,400 in her stack. So this, for those of you curious about the main event, Day 1E is still going on. They should be backing up fairly soon. And then Day 2 of the main event, when all the marbles count, when players are already in the money, will start at 7 o'clock. And then we'll have Day 3 on Monday, Day 4 playing down to a final table on Tuesday. And then the live stream final table, the grand finale on Wednesday. Folds around all the way to the small blind. And we had our first walk. Nikki, if she looked at her card, she'll be more than happy to get a walk for 7-5 offsuit. And those chairs that the players are sitting in, I've had a chance to sit in those chairs this week. We've been doing our bomb lounge up there, which you can check out on Facebook. They're quite comfortable. They do take up a bit of space, which is a good thing as well, so players are not sitting on top of one another. And folds around to Susanna in the hijack. Suzanne with the limp, and probably good that she didn't raise, because Valeria waking up with the Cowboys. Expect a raise incoming. Raise to 700. And it seems like the limpers do not like to give up on their hands. Even people raising in 3-bet don't seem to be liking giving up on their hands. So expect this to go multi-way after Nikki calls from the small blind with that ace-10 suited. And Suzanne will need a whole lot of help on this. Maybe it's help incoming, though. So far, so good for, well, maybe her deuces are dead. It shows her with 1%, but Valeria ahead with her Cowboys. Jack of diamonds on the turn, opening up a flush draw for Nikki. Let's see if something comes into the pot after checked around before. Nikki is the one to bet. Valeria with her top set.
Information for all the players in the main event. In 3 minutes, we have the chip race. I ask you for one player for each table to buy all the chip by 500, please.
Okay, that was hard to talk over the tournament staff there, but Valeria now, after it goes bet, call, does raise it, and at least Nicoletta called. Let's see if Susanna called too. It looks like she might have. Queen of spades on the river, which we can see on the board. And Nicoletta now trying to steal it away. I mean, it wouldn't work on this kind of board, but it certainly wouldn't work with this bet sizing either. Valeria raising it up, but Nicoletta calling. It looks like. Hard to follow what happened here. But it looks like Valeria fired out a bet. Both players folded, not really having enough connection to the board, but the graphics haven't quite caught up yet, and the camera angles were not helping us too much either. So the ace-deuce basically came along for the ride. We had a check by Nicoletta, a bet of 5K. I do like the sizing from Valeria. You would be targeting some hands that could be calling, so might as well go for some nice value there. Didn't work out that time, but does take down the pot after flopping top set with the Cowboys. Oh, quite interesting. I just noticed that there's some subtitles going on Facebook. Do love that. It means those of you that do not like my voice can follow along without having to listen to me. Martina raising it up to 600 with the Queen-8 suited. Giovanna defending with the better Queen. Neither player hitting a piece of the 7-ace-ace flop. Now it's a double-suited board. No,
Dealers and players
and
in
gives
main
Martina
event,
the flush
complete
draw.
your hand and go on break for 20 minutes. 20 minutes break. Information for all the dealers. We have chip raise by 500.
It's going to be hard to talk over the floor, so when the floor talks, I'll be quiet. But anyway, we have now Giovanna leading out for 500, and Martina with the flush draw calling. Nobody really getting anything anywhere. I think whoever bets it gets it. It may go check, check, and then Giovanna with the better kicker will take it down. And Giovanna targeting maybe some of those 9Xs, 7Xs, is firing out a bet with the best hand. And I think we have a guest coming in now, so let's see. When it's like that, it's mute. When it's like this, you're on. So we have the lovely Valeria Tamburin joining us in the booth. How's your day been, Valeria?
Hello, good afternoon to all. Hello, Jason. Thank you for inviting me here. So, how nice is this table? Huh? What
Yeah,
about
it's
that?
absolutely beautiful.
How
I know
many
some of the
layers?
ladies were very excited about the fact that this is being live streamed for the first time.
Yeah.
And we'll get some of them in the booth throughout the day as well. So, and the action has been unpredictable, which I like because sometimes I can watch a table, I see the cards, I know how the players are going to behave, but here, don't know if they're going to open, don't know if they're going to limp, don't know what they're going to raise for. It's absolutely fantastic.
We have to understand and study that, girls. Before I was eating with them, honestly, I went with them to eat pizza with all of the ladies. It was like a fantastic community, and I'm so happy that I see them playing. And oh, okay, we start to have.
It's a limp pot, though, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm paying attention to the action. I'll interrupt you whenever you're going too far with the stories, but there's not really much
No,
happening
now
this hand.
I'm looking at that, and I stopped even me.
Yeah, but I can catch up with the action. It was a limp by Nicoletta, Giovanna
Whoa.
catching up and just calling from the small blind, big blind calling. Paula is ahead at this moment, but it checked all the way through in all three streets. So not really a big pot, but big blind is happy that it was just checked all the way through. Happy that our king was good, and even though it's just 400 more chips to the pile, it's better than losing 200 chips.
What could you tell me about these girls at the table? How are they playing?
It's a wide variety of playing styles, so it's too early to tell because when you're playing 200 now, 100 big blinds deep, some players will change the way they play and play it a little bit more like they would be playing a cash game.
Of course.
And I'm not doing a lot of commentating usually on a level 1 of an event, which I'm actually excited to do because you could see the different formats of play. We can follow the whole flow of the event, and it's been a lot of fun so far. And we have Diva Byrne giving us nice smileys. She's over, I believe it's table 61 Diva's at. She had Patricia at the start of the day.
Yeah, I saw her,
She
yeah.
had Florence Mazet at the start of the day too, a French journalist who loves playing poker. So that will be a fun table if we get that over to the TV table as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of fantastic girls at the tables, right, today, yeah?
Yeah, some very strong players, and Roos is playing as well, one of my favorite people on the tour. And there's a lot of women actually not playing the ladies' event today because they're still in the main event. So
Yeah.
it's nice to
exactly.
have both options today. If you didn't make it to the main event, that's fine too. But we have to hop into the sand, even though it was a limp pot, because Paula with the bottom pair, but also the flush draw. And nobody else really with anything, but maybe somebody will rep something. Okay, so it's got a little bit more passive since you joined. Nobody wanting to take stabs at anything. And we have the 2 of diamonds on the turn. And now it looks like it's Suzanne. No, it was Nikki, really, with just pure air betting, and actually gets Paula to fold the best hand.
Why? Okay.
I mean, we see the cards, right?
yeah,
So
exactly. It's true.
It's still just third pair.
But,
It's a little bit surprising, though, that we see a river, though, if everybody folded. Well, I guess Nikki stayed in the hand with just Jack 6. I'm not quite sure about this hand, if this is accurate, because some things don't make sense, but it looks like it was.
exactly.
The 5-3 folded, which I can respect,
You know,
but
I'm
then the
thinking
Jack
that
6,
things-
I'm not quite sure.
And
Get
you
in the
are telling-
play, Valeria. You can see
No.
Now it kind of would be a little bit unethical if you're watching the playing and you see the cards and then joining in. Actually, you can be watching on the stream and late entering, so at this stage, it's really not unethical because you wouldn't be seeing anything different than those that are actually watching the stream, and that's available to anyone. So why not hop in? I see Patricia playing.
I have to understand in which way they are playing, because I came just in a second and I have to understand their styles. It's something particular. I don't know how Patricia play, honestly, because I saw last year she was at the final table, right?
Yes.
And I wish to know that even if she is fantastic even this year, but, I don't know her style to play, her game, I don't know anything about that.
Well, I was very proud of her. She doesn't play a lot of poker, so,
I know.
it's a nice confidence booster. Hopefully she's studied a little bit since then because there are some very experienced ladies in the field. MZ Oliver will be playing. She was the 2-time defending champion coming into last event, but she didn't win the last time around, but still made the final table. But meanwhile, we have 3 hearts on this board.
3 hearts.
Paula opened up with those 9s with a raise. Did flop the best of the flush draws, but still a 9 high flush draw. She may get scared off. So Suzanne, She has shown the most moves so far, I have to say. She had a nice play earlier that I would have never been able to pull off with just 5-6, nothing on the board, doing a check raise on the turn and then firing away on the river and getting the job done, the better hand folding. So it seems like she has some good awareness at the table.
So I see that dealers are changing. I know the other one. All right. A small break for the women. Just the time to change the dealer.
And it looks like they've taken away the phones, which is good as well.
Yeah.
There's a few reasons why phones should not be allowed at a TV table. It's fine
course.
at a level 1, but after that, you know, people want to share on social media, let them do all that. That's always nice, but after that, put the phones away, please.
But for a second, it's okay now. Now they have to start again, and Omar, the dealer, is starting to deal the cards.
And it is different if you see like a very experienced dealer, like we just saw, like the problem with the cards is because they have the RFID chip, they're not the same kind of cards that they're using on the outer tables.
Yeah, exactly.
These
it's
are
different.
heavier cards. And
Yes,
then you
because we
have the
need to
bigger
see them.
rim on the table
I
as
see.
well, so if you have a certain
Ladies at
motion
the
use.
ladies event, we have a new blind, 100 small blind, 300 big blind, 300 big blind ante.
Okay, so that is, I believe, 20 or 30 minutes in the future the blinds will go up. No, that's now, so I'm very confused, but it's because we're hearing noises in real time that are coming through the speaker, but that was actually coming through our
Exactly.
headset, so it'll be 100, 300 next hand. Thank you, Katarina, for the update. And we have a raise by Giovanna from the hijack, a call from Valeria, nobody flopping anything on the queen deuce tray flop. Giovanna is still ahead with her ace high. And what's your plan today while we're watching this hand develop? Are you going? You said you're not playing the ladies event.
No, I will not play. No, you will not see me playing anytime because I prefer to stay here to speak with you. And, you know, I'm more like a PR on the poker and I prefer to do interviews and speak with the people and invite people to the other events. If you see, imagine, Jason, if I invite you to come to a tournament and then I play against you, it's not that nice, right?
No, that would be very nice.
No, for you, but not
Yes.
for the other players. Maybe, you know, and I, for example, I go on ITM and you don't go. It's not that fair, you know. don't
I
like
would
the,
just enjoy the experience. I don't
Yeah,
know.
It's
I'd
strange
like to
me.
play poker with you. I've enjoyed spending the time with you this week.
But you are
We've
so
done-
much technique. I'm scared by you.
I'm not a scary person.
No, but yesterday you explained me even the other.
The Sviten special.
Yeah, the Sweden special, and it was, you know, I remained like with my mouth open, like that. Wow, it's similar what I tried to play when I was so young with my dad. He told me, no, it should be similar, but not that one. That's okay.
And Diva, wishing the best of luck to all the ladies. That's very nice, Diva. We also share the same sentiment. We do want the cream to rise to the top, but we want everybody to have the chance. It's nice to see when somebody's playing their first poker event, they came because it's very comfortable for ladies to play with other ladies in the beginning. They help each other and all that. To see somebody with some early success that they pick things up right away and get
You
all
know
the way
what
to the
happened
final
before?
table.
As I told you before, I was eating with them, no? And I understood one thing, that they are a group. And, okay, they playing again. They have to play against, obviously, when they are on the table. But when they go out, they are like a group, different than men. No, don't kill me, eh? Don't kill me. But when they play...
I'm fairly metrosexual. I get along with the ladies as much as I get along with the men. You know me by now.
No, what I was thinking and why explaining that is different in which way they approach to poker. They told me before, no, we come like, you know, a holiday. What we decide to spend is like lost. Then if we win something, it's like, okay, fantastic. Sometimes guys tell me, no, I lost a lot of money. No, they think, yes, I did a holiday. It's different, you know.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of mood.
Yeah, the Battle of Malta is kind of like, for many, a poker holiday, actually. It's a very good point, and more so for like the ladies' events. It's a 150 buy-in, so it's just like, you know, you go out to a nice dinner, you might spend more than 100 euros. So here you get a nice poker experience that you can win a lot of money as well. typically I'm playing mostly myself locally in Vilnius, and I play in online like pretty relentlessly when I'm at home. But for me to travel to an event, it needs to be a poker holiday. Unless it's something like my 10-year self-ban from Vegas is over, I'll probably go and finally play a WSOP event after taking a 10-year break.
So, which is your favorite casino?
Favorite casino?
Around the world, eh?
I mean, I can't necessarily. I have to take away Malta from the equation for this one because it's, if I said Casino Malta, then people aren't going to believe me because I'm commenting for Casino Malta. So let's just say Malta is not part of the equation in terms of this answer. We have to talk about this hand, though, because we have something going on here. We have Giovanna opening under the gun, but now with the middle pair and the flush draw, Martina with the top pair. Giovanna shouldn't be going anywhere. In fact, we may even see a check raise from her. And it looks like that's what it is, putting some pressure on Martina. Absolutely love this, even though she isn't ahead. She is basically potentially realizing some of the equity now, perhaps getting some of those Jack 10s to think twice that may have come along on the flop. But
so let me see Martina.
Martina making the call.
Okay.
But let's see what happens on the river, because Giovanna now can be representing more than just a flush draw. An 8 or a queen also helps her, but it's a blank card. It looks like the deuce of spades. So it's going to be, that's a hard card for Giovanna to represent anything really with, other than maybe like a set or something like that, but does give up, hoping for some showdown value that she's actually ahead. But Martina picking up a nice pot there, and Giovanna, even though down to 13,200, it's still okay. Blinds are only at 100, 300, so it's more than 40 big blinds.
All right.
But back to the whole poker holiday thing, back to my favorite place to play outside of my home casino, which should be also out of the equation. I think my favorite, the place I feel most at home would be up in Estonia. At Olympic Park Casino in Estonia. That would be the place that if I wasn't working, I would play. In fact, during times where there's events that I'm not working, I go up to play. But there's so many other casinos that I like. If I start naming them, then people are going to feel like, why aren't we left out? I don't think they're going to feel bad that the casino that I make the effort to spend the most time working at is actually where I would actually like to be playing the most too. That shouldn't be a surprise, but it's also that I know pretty much 2/3 of the field by now and just feel like that's like my family, if that makes any sense.
Maybe you have something to tell about every casinos that you were, no? And you have every time something to remember about the casinos, and you cannot have just one favorite, You have a lot of things to think about them. For example, if you go in a casino, you remember that you did these things or this tournament and this job. In another casino, you had another adventure, for example, and okay, this is the favorite, but I have the other one that I have an idea. Oh, so we have another hand here.
Yeah, we had Paula open from under the gun, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to come along after Paula opts to continue bet when the players in the blinds checked it around. So nice pot there by Paula.
Players in Battle of Malta, the 1E, please take your seat. The tournament will start in 5 minutes.
Okay, so that was in real time, folks. So that was 30 minutes in the future, because we're in real time and everybody else is in the future.
It's a bit strange,
Yeah, but it sounds like at least the main event will truck on for another 30 minutes of stream time and more from that's day 1E. So if it goes too much longer, there may be a small delayed start in day 2. It's not completely unheard of, because what needs to happen, all the bags need to be collected, all the seat draws need to be done, the bags then need to be redistributed to the correct seats. The seat draw needs to be published so players know where to go. So that can all be done actually very quickly here because of the experience of the staff, but it can't be done in 30 seconds with a few hundred players that you need to sort out with all the players that advance through the first 4 opening flights. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the first place prize is of that when we have a winner on Wednesday.
So we have the flop.
So Nikki loving these suited cards, and this time flopping a flush draw. And does get the better hand to fold, although we see equity-wise Nikki was better just because of the draws that she had. The Jack was live, the 5 was live, the spades were live, but she couldn't know if a 5 or a Jack was live if she was called there. She could feel confident that her spades were live, though, either way.
You know, Jason, I'm so glad that I'm seeing the dealer doing the cards because I know him.
Information for players, the
Is that-
progressive bounty only with all the full tilt Catania starting in less than 5 minutes, and you are welcome to take your seat. Buy for this tournament is €250 with a limited re-entry option. Starting stack is 30,000 chips, level 1 is 20 minutes. And late registration will be open for the first 12 levels in Cash Desk in Poker Arena.
Okay, so a side event is starting. I think that was Lelo announcing, and it's the Catania. Maybe you can tell us.
Players in Battle of Malta 1E,
come on.
please take your seat. The tournament will start in 3 minutes.
Okay, maybe it was from the future or not.
Yeah, I can't win here. I'm going to have to space out. It's so much easier on Wednesday when there's not all these announcements because it's only the final table. We have so much going on here that we have to be patient. But we did hear that the progressive bounty.
They asked me
was
something about
announced.
this progressive because they told me that it's split into 2 days, right?
Yes, it's
Exactly.
a 2-day event, and it's, I believe, based in Sicily, the Catania Club,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
'Cause
exactly.
Catania's in Sicily.
Exactly. No, what I was thinking it was like progressive, yeah, from the first part, and the other part is the same. No, it's not possible.
It's progressive all the way through.
Even, yeah, really?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
because they asked me, and I don't know. I have to ask to the
To
tournament.
explain to the viewers, and I explain to you as well, in case you don't know exactly what a progressive bounty means. I'm not sure the buy-in of this a tournament, but let's say I think it's a 250, so they probably have 100 towards the bounty. So you eliminate me.
Yes,
You
no,
get,
I
you
know
get
the
50 euros
structure.
in your pocket. I'm explaining for the viewers. You get 50 in your pocket, and 50 gets added to your bounty. So now if somebody eliminates you, your bounty is worth 150, and they put 75 onto their stack and 75 in the pocket. So by the mid stages of day 2, the bounties are going to be fairly sizable. So it's going to be quite exciting to follow that one along a little bit.
In fact, it was that thing that I was trying to understand because in day 2 is fantastic. Huh? If it's going and growing up, it's something, whoa. Oh, maybe that one we should play.
Yeah,
no. We have, no,
Maybe
no,
they can move a
Jason, we
poker
don't
table
have
at the commentating booth.
Jason, we don't have to do that.
No, but if they could put table 199 right by the commentating booth,
Yeah,
and
here.
I can just peek at my cards
Exactly.
and won't see anything else because the big screen is
Of
blocking me.
course. No, I don't think so.
No. No, I'm not here to play this week. A couple of the reporters, though, that I brought along have done okay. Frank cashed in the horse event the other night.
Okay, but
But-
because you love the variants, right?
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
So we give. What happens then is we give if we allowed each reporter to play one event, and they can take the night off for that event. So, and not do any coverage for that event. So they're purely coming as a player to keep things fair. But Frank made us proud.
Which is your favorite variant, Jason?
I really love for tournaments. Even though I have a lot of good mixed game scores online, it's still no limit hold'em. But I get so bored playing hold'em cash. I have to say, I know that's kind of like not the popular opinion. So it's usually if I can find a dealer's choice game when I'm on the road, I'll play that. But at the local, I'll play a lot of PLO just because they're not running. If there's Feet and Special running, I'll definitely be sitting in that, especially if it's not this super nitty game that gets boring as well. I like it when people are, typically it's a
told me
game where
yesterday.
people are having fun, maybe they're having a drink or two, and chips are flying around a little bit, and you have a little bit of fun.
I'm thinking that I have to find you on Handle Mob
No,
to have
my
a look
Hendon
there.
Mob, my Hendon Mob is very carefully.
Information
I'm
for
not playing
dealers,
a lot of
button
it.
start in position number 1.
My Hendon Mob was hidden for a little
Okay,
bit of
dealers,
time.
in Battle of Malta, day 1E, we start to play level number 19, small blind 4,000, big blind 8,000, big blind ante 8,000. Please, dealer, if you have 2 or more players, shuffle up and deal.
And now when I'm on the road, I'm not playing too many international events. I'll maybe play a little bit of cash games. But
Progressive bounty only with all them
this
full
is-
tilt
why is there an
Catania.
announcement every
We
5
start with the
seconds?
first level. Small blind 100, big blind 100. I wish the best luck for you. And please, dealers, if you have 3 or more players, shuffle up and deal.
Guys on the tech end, if you're listening to us, perhaps we can turn off the volume on. I don't know if that was coming through the headset or something else.
I don't know because it's like that we are on the future and in the back and we feel our head in this moment. It's like,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we probably need to turn off the table volume, guys, because it's becoming a little bit too much with all the announcements. It's impossible to complete a thought. Okay, so Valeria is going to help sort out some tech options. Apologies for pretty much every sentence getting interrupted. But there is a lot going on at the moment. And we have Alex in the chat. Thank you, Alex. Alex will be reporting on the main event later today. You can check that out at thebattleofmalta.com. And a limp by Paula, so a little bit wide here for limping or raising. It's 5-4 offsuit, but she has shown that she has a few different gears. And I'm going to pop off for a second. We have our tech guys here, so we're going to maybe see if we can do anything about what happens when there's an announcement every 15, 20 seconds. Okay, guys, so I think we got that sorted with all the side announcements that we're getting, but meanwhile, we had a pot build up to 3,300. It looks like that Martina, with her 7, is going to try to either get some value or a better hand to fold. I'm not sure really the purpose of this bet, to be honest with you, because of the sizing. It's not going to get a better hand to fold, and you're not really going to get any worse hands to call. Maybe the king-queen is what she's targeting directly. That's maybe the only hand that can call that she's beating, because any worse 7s she's chopping with. I think a blank 8 would be calling. But what do I know? Nikki making the call with the king-queen, so Martina getting very thin value there, up to 25,000 in chips. And we have Afonso walking by in the background. Good friend of the Battle of Malta, helping out all the time. I do love this new felt. We even saw them put it on the other day. The old felt was there. We did our one lounge with the old felt, one lounge with kind of the felt on, and yesterday the full felt was on, and we got to take a nice look at it.
So, Jason, do you do the streaming all day today?
Of course. I mean, I can talk nonstop. It's even a little bit sick, I can talk nonstop.
I was thinking about our lounge, you know?
Yeah, no, that's... I don't know if I'm going to join the lounge today, but if there's time permitting, I will join the lounge. Otherwise,
Is another
I
kind
will
of
be
lounge,
here.
but it's fantastic here, huh?
Yes, yes.
Oh, 7-7 for Nikki.
7s from heaven.
Yeah, 7 for heaven.
And Giada likely to defend with her king jack.
King
We'll
jack.
be playing the hand in position from the big blind. And not the flop Nikki wanted to see. And does check. Is Giada going to take a stab? Does not. And now Giada pulls out ahead.
Whoa.
It's I don't see Nikki necessarily spending too much. She's been a little bit sticky in the hand, so I'm not going to be surprised if she calls here. But this should be fairly easy to get away from if there's another river bet, especially after you're called on the turn. And the 7 of clubs on the
Whoa.
river, no reason to fold
Oh my
anymore.
God, this hand.
Happy days. But Nikki, instead of letting Giada potentially bet out, Giada probably would have checked back at this point, looking for some value. So I do really like this lead out here. It is basically saying I have the flush draw, but meanwhile she has the full house. If Giada was on the flush draw, it would have been big trouble for her. But meanwhile, Nikki getting some chip back, back up to 18,000 in chips. But it's good to have some guests
hand,
in the
this one,
stream
huh?
because otherwise people have to listen to me blah 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 blah
No,
blah,
you know,
not shutting up.
because sometimes I remain like I like to watch the video and understand the hands, and I was looking like you are speaking and they're explaining everything, but I remain like wow, every time when I see the table, huh? Oh, now the chip count. Martina, 23K and 9. Okay. 7, 9 big blinds. Okay. Susan, then we have Valeria, the same name of mine, huh?
Are you rooting for your namesake?
Yes. you know. And how long do you remain they remain here? When they swap
Until the break, and then during
till
the
the
break,
break,
we're
yeah,
going to
all
switch
right.
the table. We're going to try to get Diva's
Okay.
table over onto the TV table,
They
being
changed
that
that.
she is the founder of Flip, and Flip is behind the scenes helping out amazingly with the ladies event and the Battle of Malta in general, but with a primary focus on the
They
ladies
swap
in
a bit.
attendance. Yes. The ladies event being kind of like the main event of sorts, but a
They
lot of
ex-
the ladies are playing the real main event.
They explained me that this event grew up a lot, even from the other years. They explained me that they had more girls and more women that started to play poker. Even the group that they have, it's bigger, the biggest on Facebook, for example. They have more like 4 or 5,000 girls, just women inside the group, that they play poker. All they play poker around the Europe, or the world, I don't know. But it's huge group.
Yeah, and I recommend you joining the fantastic Ladies in Poker, otherwise known as Flip. There's many other ladies communities that if you want to keep abreast as far as what's going on,
We have a new
I
blind
recommend
level on
joining them
ladies
all.
event.
That's
Dealers, after you
this
complete
one's
your
okay.
hand,
This is
you
our
have
tournament.
244 big blind ante. 244 big blind ante.
So although we promised that there wouldn't be that many more announcements, this one is actually appropriate because it is for our event. So the blinds will be going up after this hand. Thank you very much, Katarina. Katarina from Greece is one of my favorite people that I see
Really?
on the
Oh,
tour.
right.
Yeah, always with a nice smile. Once in a while, if I'm doing the microphone walk-arounds, I put her on the spot, and we joke around a little bit, similar to what we're doing when we're on the microphone.
You go around the arena a lot of time. When I see you when you are going, for example, for your lives, it's fantastic because you try to speak with everyone, to enjoy with everyone, and it's not that easy with the others that they are working, because sometimes they don't want, but you are so friendly, so close with you all, and it's so fantastic. It's so nice when I see you. So, this end.
So we have an open here by Paula. No, by, well, what's going on here? So we had maybe a raise by somebody here. But anyway, we have 1,500 in the pot. I do not know
Okay.
from the graphics
Okay,
exactly what was
6-7.
happened, and nobody really flopping anything. So Paula with the ace may think that she can fire out a bet. We have Giovanna, though, with the bottom pair, but that's really like when you're 4 ways to the pot, you're never really thinking my bottom pair is ever good here. So if somebody, particularly the person that started the action, leads out,
Okay, Susan decided to fold, right? Right, okay.
so one player at least decided to call. The graphics will catch up soon, but the jack of clubs on the turn. If Valeria, your namesake, is still in the hand, that would have meant an open-ender for the straight, but instead it was Giovanna being a little bit sticky with her bottom pair. We see how far she is ahead, but if she's facing more
With a bit
aggression
of
from
delay on
Suzanne,
this.
then it's going to be hard, and Susanna recognizing that and getting the job done. I feel like Susanna has a very good feel of the table.
I think so, because I was looking at her.
I would say out of all the players, the problem is when I'm reporting or I'm doing commentating, I'm getting reads on all the players, not all of them, but enough. When I'm playing, I'm sometimes drinking, let's just say, but even if I'm not getting the same reads because it's the focus is so much different, like you're looking down at your phone sometimes. I need to get rid of my ADHD when I'm playing. But we have Martina folding her ace.
8-8, Nikki.
Nikki loves suited cards, but I'm sure she
Yeah.
loves unsuited snowmen. $800. That's a reasonable betting size. And Giada with the big slick. Is there a 3-bet incoming? It looks like a 3-bet to 2.1K. So basically a 7x size over the nearly 3x size. We know Nikki likes to see flops, so expect Nikki. We have strawberries coming, meanwhile.
Wow.
I'm sorry to interrupt the hand, but
Do you want a strawberry?
I mean, it's a strawberry. If strawberries are coming, who am I to say no to a strawberry?
Oh, Edith. Take one.
I will take a strawberry.
You cannot see because you are looking at the table, but we are eating the strawberries.
But meanwhile, we have Giada 3-betting with the ace-king, and Nikki actually deciding what to do here. Nikki, who liked to, before, limp call hands, does give up. So
Really?
very interesting there by Nikki. Lots of different ways to play poker. And perhaps not seeing a 3-bet from Giada before, worrying about that she's up against 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, and aces, which are dominating her. But still, I don't know. It's...
I don't know.
I
It's
think
the same
it's- I
problem
think it's-
that we see the cards, you know.
Yeah, I think it's better than some other options. It's certainly better than a 4-bet. And potentially having to play a super bloated pot out of position. But I think you can call, and based on the way things are played, it doesn't necessarily need to be a set mining call either. And we have Star Valdez in the chat. Thank you, Star, for joining us. A very recognizable name in the flip community and poker community in general. My only question for Star is, why is Star not in Malta?
And we want that.
But we have Nikki now. The blinds have gone up to 200, 400. Nikki limping. And Giada, once again, isolating, this time with not as
Raise to
strong a
1
hand, but understanding a little bit about what's going on here. Basically isolating everybody out. And Nikki has done a lot of this limp calling before, so I expect her to call her 9-8 off, even though we just saw her fold the 8s to a 3-bet before. But that was a bigger pot, different decisions to make. Meanwhile, Nikki getting the middle pair on the king 7-8 rainbow flop. Giada has that jack queen. We'll see if she bets it. If she does, she could be repping that king pretty easily. We saw her just 3-bet with ace king, but she could easily be raising with king queen, king ace, king jack, perhaps even a king 10 suited. She has pocket 7s in her potential isolating range as well.
So Nikki fold.
Yeah, so that's
And
the tough
close
part of
another
limp
hand.
calling. If you don't know where you stand and you're playing these hands out of position, I think in these early spots, you're better off just letting that go. But everybody plays differently. You could also be a little bit off your game sometimes when you're on the TV table. It is a bit bright up there. The rims are a little bit higher. And you know some of your family and friends are going to be watching. So we're not being critical of Nikki, just to be clear. Just because we're playing things maybe a little bit differently, it doesn't mean that we're playing things correctly with a different kind of table dynamic, especially early on when a player can enter now and still have 50 big blinds. But Nikki now, this is her chance to
Couple
get
of
some
10, huh?
chips back. Yeah, pretty hand. And we have nobody waking up with anything
We
yet.
had a bit of fold here.
But Suzanne, who has shown a lot of tricky play in the early goings, at least 3 spots I can think of that I really was like, wow, from Suzanne, not expecting
Okay, cool.
and getting away with it. But meanwhile, Martina waking
Okay.
up with the pocket rockets, Valeria. Please don't call. Incoming raise. Yes, it looks like a raise to around 2,400, 2,500.
2,500.
That's a decent sizing. Could have been a little bit larger from the big blind too, but she wants at least one caller.
Cool.
It's a little
and
more trickier playing this out of position with 2 callers, but you have to feel good about your aces, especially when you know you can still re-enter at this point. You have to go big. And the 5-8-4 flop, this could spell a bit of trouble for Nikki, actually. It's a pretty flop for those 10s.
I didn't change anything this.
Martina certainly will be continuing here. If it was that she's facing against 2 players against the blinds and it was checked through, she would still be continuing, but then have cause for concern if she was raised back with this kind of board. She doesn't have that ace of diamonds for that nut flush blocker either, but that's okay. Now Nikki has a decision to make, and I think the decision should be made now. And I won't blame her for getting her chips in. If she does, I won't
It
blame her
depends
for
how.
calling and reevaluating. It's a bit of a disaster here for
All
Nikki, but
in.
I can't blame her at all. I mean, it's a very difficult spot when you have this kind of flop, and Martina should be snapping it off, and she does. Nikki needing a 10 and only a 10, and one player had the 10 of spades in the hand, so she needs that 10 of hearts to survive. Otherwise, it's either off to the rail or off to the registration desk to get right back in.
So,
And here we go. Come on, Omar.
come on, Omar.
And it is a black card in the turn, Queen of Spades. And the 2 of clubs on the river, so Martina picking up a big pot with her pocket rockets up to 43,700.
We apologize, Nikki, but
There's nothing Nikki can do there, so it's
No.
just one of those spots. Nikki, unfortunate it happened at the TV table. Maybe we see you back in. It was interesting watching you play. I may seek you out to talk about some of the playing style just so I understand it a little bit better, but it was
maybe
interesting to watch
we
her
will
play.
call her here, maybe, and she explain her way to play, because I want, I am a bit curious about that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that.
But we can't have her in anytime soon because they're 30 minutes in the future.
Of course. I know that we are in the...
So you can see the chip counts on the board, but in the meantime, star, this is Jason Glatzer, alongside right now Valery Tamburin, who
The first
will
one
be
has
around.
109 big blind, and the last one has 27. It's a big difference, huh?
Yeah, but when it's late registration period, it's I know it's like a scoreboard and all that, and of course you want to start off hard, but this stage of the tournament is about feeling your opponents out, trying to gain chips, of course, but it's going
Yes,
to
we are
matter
in
a
the
little bit
beginning.
more.
It's not a problem at this period, but-
Exactly.
When you are on a table like this, even if you are in the beginning and you have 27 blinds and the other one has 100, you don't feel comfortable.
So we have some chat. I don't know which language it's in, but I'm trying to translate. That's how it's played from Susanna. And Richard, that's how you do. No, I'm not going to read that one. I shouldn't have even started that one. Behave, Richard. Meanwhile, Giovanna opening up with the ace under the gun and folds all the way around, so nothing doing this hand. Let's first say goodbye. Say goodbye. So we're going to be, unfortunately, losing Valeria at least for a little while, but it was a
I
pleasure.
will come back later. Don't worry, because I have to go to do my interviews there. Okay, see you later. See you. Bye-bye.
That was the lovely Valeria Tamburin. We'll be having her later, but you can check out some of what she's doing on the Battle of Malta Facebook channel, Battle of Malta by Casino Malta. We have also spent a little bit of time together on doing various things, but it's been a pleasure to work with her all week long. And while I'm alone, we'll get a little bit more into the poker action like we did in the beginning. When we have guests, especially when it's early on, we want to find out a little bit more about them, a little bit about more how they're enjoying their experience. The weather has been perfect all week, even warmer than expected in early April in Malta. So players enjoying the poker action on the inside. The beach is really 100 meters away. I nearly went for a swim, but then remembered I had to do a sound check, so that didn't happen today. And Paula limping with her ace-5 from under the gun, and Suzanne limping behind. Perhaps this is going to be a family pot because Valeria coming in with her king-jack. Martina saying no to my jack-5, and Giada with her king-5 completing from the small blind, and Giovanna checking back her option from the big blind.
Okay, dealer and players in Battle of Malta, they won here. Finish your hand. We're gonna play a new blind, small blind 5,000, big blind 10,000, big blind ante 10,000. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000.
Okay. I thought the announcements were fixed, but apparently I'm going to have to be quiet from time to time. I will see during the break whether we can do anything about that. But in the meantime, back to the action. We have all sorts of diamonds on the board. Giada, the only one with a diamond on their hand with a nut flush, second nut flush. It's going to be hard for her to get value on this kind of board. It was been easier if somebody had a diamond in their hand. But it's a bet of 2,000, and both players likely to do a quick fold, and Giada up to 24,400 in chips. So also recently kicking off was the two-day Catania Full Tilt Progressive Bounty Tournament. It's named after a poker club in Catania. The top three in that will win a package to Sofia, Bulgaria for an event in June. And that event already has quite a big showing, with it basically just kicking off with already 153 entries. I see Karina Vonkin must have not done so well in the main event because she's not playing the ladies event, instead is in that event. She may join us in the booth later today. I see mixed game guru Harold Rettel in the mix as well. But meanwhile, back to the action. Martina with the very pretty hand, but not pretty enough because Giada waking up with the pocket rockets. So it's an open for Martina to 1.1K. Giada 3-betting to 2,300. And Martina, who already has a double stack. Is she going to 4-bet? Is she going to call? It would be too tight of a fold. Giada is not only 3-betting with aces. We can see the cards. Martina cannot for obvious reasons. And it's a 4 deuce 9 flop.
100 big blind, 100 big blind ante.
Okay, coordinate with Jonathan when he comes in. Thank you. So sorry about that, missing this hand. I was speaking with the tech folks to see what we could potentially do there. We may have to live with the situation, so there may be some hands that even if there's an exciting moment, we need to be a little bit quiet. It is a busy day at the Battle of Malta this Sunday, so we do have to balance out the fact that we are able to stream this for the first time and the fact that it's a busy room. It's a bit different than usual than when we're just streaming the final table, the main event, and basically that is the only thing going on in the entire Eden Arena here at the Intercontinental Hotel. So right now I'm paying attention to the Facebook chat. If everybody tells me who they're rooting for, where they're from. For those of you that don't know me, this is Jason Glatzer. Originally from New Jersey, I've lived in Europe for more than 20 years and Lithuania for about 15 years. I'm covering quite a lot of events in Europe. I'm also running a poker outlet on top of that, but do enjoy being part of the media, whether it's reporting, hosting, commentating, organizing, marketing, whatever it might be. So if you've been around at these fun poker events around Europe, you've likely run into me. But meanwhile, we have a raise by Giovanna and a call by Suzanne with the 6-2 suited, only to flop a flush. So Giovanna with the top pair, but Susanna not only has... Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Suzanne jamming. A donk jam, nonetheless, with her 6-2 suited. Suzanne has shown so many different moves. But Giovanna now able to make that easy fold with her ace-9. Perhaps Suzanne trying to cut out some of those bigger flush draws, or hoping that her opponent had aces or something and flop top set. She at least denied any backdoor equity from her opponent, but it was a big overjam to the pot. So we'll be getting more players at the feature table when the table's balanced. Right now we're six-handed still. It is an 8-max event, which is lovely as well. To me, 8-max is the perfect number. And Giovanna back in action with her half stack. So it wasn't as big a jam as it looked because Giovanna only had 9,600 in her hand, but still, it was a big one. And Paula looking like she's just calling from the button with her Queen 10 suited, and Suzanne now with her King Jack.
So blinds up
Coming
on
in with a
ladies
call.
event, 200, 500 big blind ante. After you complete your hand, we have a new blind level, 200, 500 big blind ante on ladies event. Thank you.
So we have Susanna coming along from the small blind and Valeria from the big blind. It's a 5-4 king flop, 2 hearts. So top pair for Susanna. Does check, no donk bet coming this time. Allowing Giovanna to continue to try to rep that king. She was the first one to open. And I'm getting a message from my sister that she just ran a big race, so props to her. Unfortunately, she's not in Malta to get her into the commentating booth, but shout out to Lisa. Very proud of my sister. She even got me into running over the summer. And we do have a new player. Let's see who it is. And it looks like Lorena coming in, another Italian player. So now it looks like blinds are 200, 500, but we'll find out soon enough. Maybe this hand is still 2-4. Because it looks like there's just 400 in the pot for the big blind ante. And folds around to Giada. Likely will be opening her ace based on what we've seen before. So it is 200, 500 with a 500 big blind ante. So we have an open to 1100. Nikki calling with her ace jack. Giovanna coming with a weaker jack, queen jack. Suzanne coming in with the ace 5 suited. Martina from the big blind defending. So we have a rare 5-way to the flop with already 6,200 in the middle. So a third of the starting stack already in. Ah, Drea, how are you, Drea? It would be great if there were Norwegian women, but you're among one of the best, Drea. You should be here repping. I haven't seen other Norwegian women in the field despite so many good Norwegian women. You did quite well, though, at the Norwegian Championships, which I also commentated on. Had fun commentating with you at the table. But meanwhile, we have a 10-7 jack flop, 2 hearts. Nikki with the top pair, top kicker. Giovanna also with the top pair. Gut shots for Giada and Susanna. So let's see how this plays out. Nikki leading out with the best hand at the moment. It's going to be hard for Giovanna to get away. And not only does she not get away, she's just jamming in the lot, jamming for 5,200. We may be losing our second player at the TV table. This should get the other players to fold, but I don't think Nikki can find the fold here. She can be concerned that she's drawing dead, but 8-9 is just one of those combinations. It could just be hearts. And doesn't even take too long to think about it. Nikki making the call miles ahead of Giovanna. So Giovanna needing one of those 3 queens in the deck still. The 5 of spades, though, on the turn is not one of them. So a queen or only a queen on the river. It's an ace of hearts on the river. So 2 pair for Nikki. And Giovanna, although you're eliminated, you can head right back to the registration desk and still get back in with late registration still open. Yeah, so Drea, maybe next time, next Battle of Malta, the date's already announced. It'll be October 29th. It will be the opening day. It will go for more than a week. There will be another ladies event during that affair. The 500,000 guarantee in the main event this time for the 600 buy-in did reach over 900,000, and it will be a higher guarantee in the autumn, whether it will be at least $1 million in the autumn. And here's a look at the chip counts. Martina with still the table captain with 37.5. It is 20-minute blind level, so even though players are deep now, by the time that first break comes along, things will change. And in the future, I can tell you one spoiler that there are 42 entries in the mix already. So Giada opening up with the ace-queen. Everybody folding. Nothing to see here. So quite a nice combination of actions that we're seeing from the players. We've seen the limps. We've seen the raises. We've seen some 3-bets. Okay, Nikki needs to put away her phone at the TV table during the break. I will have a little bit of a talk with the TV table to make sure there's no phones allowed. At least when I'm commentating, I don't like to see that. I can't blame the player, though, so we need to make sure that the dealer or the floor enforces this rule. So a limp by Nikki with the ace-6. Back to her limping strategy that we've seen for the last hour and change. Suzanne coming along with the weaker ace-3. And Loretta thinking of completing from the queen-6 suited. It is suited. Fine to complete here if you would like to. Wouldn't necessarily be fine to be calling if there was a raise in front of you, but in a limp pot, why not put the extra 300 in? It's easy to get away from. Get some good odds. It's not going to cost you too much to see. And does call. And not sure what happened with the big blind, but I assume the big blind checked back the option. And it looks like 3 black cards on the flop. I can't see what they are. So in the meantime, we can talk about some of the other things that are going on today until this hand catches up with itself. Well, we do see the flop. It's king, queen, 4, rainbow. We don't know what the big blind has. We don't know who's in the pot. So I think I will go to the schedule after all. So the ladies event started at 4. The progressive bounty started at 5. Day 2 of the main event where they're going to roll back to a 50 big blind average. Everybody already in the money starting at 7 o'clock. The third version of the 220 Dark Knight starting at 9 o'clock. And then there will be a high roller satellite for the 3K high roller with a 130 buy-in where players can get in for pennies on the dollar, or I guess pennies on the euro. And Nikki, actually the 6th kicker coming into play, taking down the pot. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. I'll be live with you today all day long. We're going to have some guests in and out. We already had Valeria Tamborin, and she'll join us back again. She is one of the hosts at the Battle of Malta, also plays a little bit of poker herself. We'll also get some of the ladies that are playing in the event to join us. They will have to wait a little bit of time after they bust out. So we're not rooting for Diva to come into the booth because obviously we would love to see her on the final table. But I imagine at some point we're going to get some big names in the booth like Diva. Ann Roos is a little bit shy in terms of being in the booth and talking in English in the booth, so I'm not sure we will see her, but maybe we'll see Florence Mazzei. And perhaps even Karina Vonkin if she busts out of the Full Tilt Catania tournament that she is currently playing. So Martina opening up with the ace-6 suited. Giada with the strong ace-queen calling. And no love on the 7-5 king flop with 2 spades for either player. Martina isn't ahead, does have, though, the gut shot, the backdoor for the straight. I guess some backdoors to Broadway also for Giada, but other than that, it's really Martina is going to bet her opening range most likely, rather than what she has in her hand. And let's see if Giada calls to see a turn. I think it really just depends on how she is feeling about this hand. If she 3-bet this hand, she could have led out on a flop like this if she was called by Martina. But I think she needs to give up. And indeed, she does give up on the hand. So Martina back near a double starting stack. So well played there by Martina, getting the better hand to fold. I hear some of the players having some fun on the outer tables as well. Folding around to Giada on the button with Jack Deuce suited. And she's reaching for some chips. And it looks like it must be a raise. It's a min-raise to 1,000. Many players would fold in this spot, but Nikki, who likes to see a lot of flops, does call, and Paula, who is actually ahead, making the call from the big blind. Paula flopping top pair in the 9-5 jack flop with 2 diamonds. Gut shot for Nikki, also top pair for Giada, so let's see. Paula opting to lead out here. I think she maybe could have been a little bit trickier here. She could have checked, see if Giada was going to continue. Perhaps she feels that Giada's not continuing often enough and wants to get some money in now. But both players call, so we have a Nikki calling with the gut shot. Now has a double gutter on the 3 of hearts turn. So a 4 gets the job done for her, an 8 gets the job done for her, and a deuce for Giada. But meanwhile, it's Paula still ahead. But does check around to Giada, who thinks, well, they both check. Maybe my top pair should be ahead. Bets 2,200 into an 8K pot. From a chip EV plus implied odds, perhaps at 6-7 if you're calling the flop, should call the turn. Otherwise, maybe fold on the flop. Or fold pre-flop for that matter. But did save herself potentially some chips if no 4 or 8 comes. And an easy call there by Paula. Expect her to be check calling a lot of rivers. It is a bit of a scary river for both players. I won't be surprised if this goes check, check. Indeed it does, and Paula, with the better kicker, taking down the pot and is back above a starting stack. Star, I don't know what time Diva will be on because Diva's actually playing right now in one of the outer tables. I mean, what time will she be on the TV table? Well, she should be the next table, so we'll be on a break fairly soon. I think players are on break in real time. We're on a 30-minute delay. So I would say if you come back in about 30 minutes, you should see Diva. We're on level 5, and they take a 15-minute break after level 6. And now I see some action going on by the ladies event as well. There's some interviews taking place. I think Valeria is interviewing some of the ladies on the side, so there'll be some additional coverage later on. But in the meantime, we have Lorena now. It's her turn with the Queen Jack. Hers is offsuit though, opening from the hijack. Suzanne defending her big blind with the King 9 is ahead. And Lorena flopping top pair on the deuce, queen 7 flop. Should be continuing on this kind of flop. It looks like a bet of 2,100. And Suzanne not buying the story. Still has an overcard, makes the call. And ace of spades on the turn. Let's see if either player is going to bet out or whether this is going to slow down the action. No, Suzanne's going to say, I'm going to bet this ace. Perhaps repping something like an ace-7 that would call from the big blind and has that 2 pair that she's comfortable betting. Because there's a lot of aces Lorena should have that she's opening and continuing the flop even if she misses. That would be typically better. It may work in this instance because we saw Lorena was betting the top pair. Maybe she doesn't want to stick around facing a bet of around half the pot. You can see the gears in motion. And it's amazing to see Lorena. Now, I met Lorena actually in Dublin last week. She works with Vanessa Cade, if you don't know who she is, but she was filming around. I had to get a close-up on her face to recognize her. She is actually from Brazil. And does make the call. And let's see if Suzanne can keep up the aggression on the river and push Lorena out, because that's the only way she's going to win the pot. And now I see Lorena in the future, so now I'm really confused. I see Lorena on the screen, I see Lorena over here as well, and now I'm seeing Lorena hopefully taking down this pot. Can you find a call in real time while you're filming me in the future? Come on, Lorena, get the job done. You can see the gears in motion here. It is a big bet. There is a starting stack in the middle. If she can find this call here, she'll be in good shape coming into the break. The gears are in motion. She watched a lot of poker last week. She was following around Vanessa Cade all week long, one of the better players that are on the circuit. Not just on ladies events, obviously. She's a world-class player, has won one of the anniversary Sunday Millions for heaps. You don't make it through that minefield without knowing what you're doing. I've watched her play a lot over the years, have a lot of respect for Vanessa, as a person as well, but certainly as a player. Come on, Lorena. I do like that you're thinking about this. It is a tough decision with that ace on the turn, and then Suzanne just firing into you twice. You're going to be like, what the heck is going on here? She doesn't know that Suzanne pulled off something similar with the 6-5 earlier and got away with it. Does she make the call? And makes the call. So Lorena picking up a nice pot up to 33,000. Well done there. And whether you're listening to me in the present or the future after the ladies' event, I hope we can have a drink, Lorena. It doesn't have to be the Guinness this time. Good luck, Lorena. Oh, and Mr. Jonathan Rabb delivering me something I desperately need from the pharmacy. Thank you, sir. You can follow along what Jonathan is doing. He's providing some backstories and other information about the Battle of Malta and what's going on during the day, including some strawberries that were just delivered over to me. There'll probably be a report on these strawberries over at thebattlemalta.com. Then click on Live Blog. Our team has been updating all week long. When I've had time, I've been popping in with some updates myself. But we have a very qualified team that we brought this time in Jonathan Rabb, Frank Visser, and Alexander Georgiev. So mad props to them. Mad props to Igor for taking amazing photos all week for us, too. And then on the Italian side, all those posts are being translated into Italian, but we have some Italian flavor, too, from Cesare and also from Daria, who's been taking photos as well. We have Jack and Jack. So we have Jack, the cameraman, and we also have Jack Bonara doing a lot of live updates, especially around bubble time every day, also as part of our bomb lounge. And who else can we thank that we're leaving out on the staff side? We have Marco also, of course, Valeria, who you met already in the stream booth, and Patricia, who might be on the featured table later, both acting as hosts for the event. Special thank you to all the dealers, the staff, the floor, and of course to Telly Bartolo and Diane Fenich for really working endless hours and putting this entire event together. And we have Natalia over here peeking at things. So one of my, I feel like we always follow each other around. I always see Natalia at every event that I'm at. I'm pretty sure Natalia's at more events than I'm not at, but it seems like we like working at the same event. So shout out once again to the amazing dealers here at the Battle of Malta, all doing a fantastic job. my commentating area is sort of like private but yet public, so people can peek in. It's okay. Nothing secret over here. I like to joke how everybody else is 30 minutes in the future, but we're really commentating 30 minutes in the past. So Paula opening up with the ace-jack suited with a 2.5x size with the blinds now at 300, 600. Nobody waking up with anything they want to play back at. So happy days. It was such a nice surprise to see Lorena. We spent so much time in Dublin together. And she said, I might be coming to Malta. She was supposed to be coming to France. And then she said she would message me if she's coming to Malta last second. Maybe I have a message I haven't seen yet. That's certainly possible. But what a nice way to have a little bit of a reunion here. And nice to see that she can play some poker, too. She said she could, and now I believe her. So Giada opening up to 2.5x, Paula calling with her ducks, Martina folding, Lorena giving up on our queen six. So we're going to go heads up to a flop with 4,500 in the middle. It's a low board, 9-4-6, 2 hearts. So the deuces are actually ahead, but neither player can feel that comfortable on this flop. Paula checking it back. 3 of clubs on the turn. Paula's still ahead. Let's see if it checks twice whether she'll try to take it down now. But Giada going nowhere. So unless it's an ace or queen or deuce on the river, or 5 for that matter, expect it to go check a lot of the time. Giada may think she has showdown value, but I don't think she's going to call a bet. But instead, she's going to try to steal it away, and this will likely work. You will be getting some of those pocket pairs to have perhaps fold. We'll see if that's the case with Paul with the ducks. And well played there by Giada. Did some pot control and then took it down on the river. And the one group I didn't give a shout out to yet that I absolutely should is MST, Audio Visual. So they're the ones powering the stream. They spent a lot of time setting up the TV table, even a little bit earlier than they're used to, because they are used to just coming in, having plenty of time to just set up, make things perfect in time for the final table, the main event. And we said, no, let's try something different. We want to stream the ladies event this time. We've been planning this for probably close to a year. It didn't happen in October, and I'm so happy to have it now. I'll be trying to get some feedback from a lot of those that I respect in the poker community to see if we should be pushing to have this be a permanent staple. It might just be a one-off, so let's enjoy it while we can. And it's a 3-way pot after Suzanne opens from the hijack with ace-jack, Giada defending the big blind, and Nikki, who are a limp specialist, calling after limping from under the gun. No love for anybody on this rainbow 9-4 deuce flop. Let's see if Suzanne, though, continues or not. Giada has a backdoor flush draw. Other than that, not much going on. So this bet of 2,200 will likely get the job done. We've seen Nikki be a little bit of sticky, even out of position after not hitting flops. But not this time. Snap folds by both players. So Suzanne picking up the pot. We do not know what she's up to, but let's see if we can look at her stack. It looks like around the starting stack in there. So we should have a break in about 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll get some more hands in, I'm sure. And then I'm being told we're going to have a table change not too long after that. Where those of you that have been waiting to see Diva burn will be in luck, as she will be on the next table. That is already confirmed. My good friend Florence will be on the table as well from France. And MZ Oliver will be on the tables. Now, she won 2 ladies events in a row at the Battle of Malta. Did not win the last one, but before that won 2 in a row. And now she's looking to win 3 out of 4. So it should be an exciting table. In the meantime, we temporarily lost a couple of the players, but I think they're just taking a little bit of a stretch. Maybe saw a friend in the background. And here comes back Lorena, but not in time, I don't think. No, she has a card in front of her. I think it's you have to be in your seat before the second card is dealt. But maybe she was close enough to the table where it does not matter. So folds all the way around to Nikki, completing from the small blind. And Paula checking back her option from the big blind, only to flop top pair with ace, 5, jack flop. Also has a runner flush draw possibility that would be an absolute nightmare for Nikki because it would give Nikki an inferior flush if the hand goes that long. But Nikki happy to call a bet with the second pair, and now has that 2 pair, and it's a very sneaky 2 pair. I wouldn't expect Paula to slow down too much here, and Paula betting 1,200. So it's a large bet of 3,000 on the river. Not that large, it was a 5,400 pot. And Paula making the call only to get the bad news that Nikki did get that 2 pair on the turn. That hand kind of played itself. It's an easy complete for Nikki from the small blind. Easy check call to a min bet on the flop, and then on the turn she's not going to go anywhere. Once she improves to that 2 pair, top pair is awfully hard to get away from as well. Giada, it looks like opening up for 1,500. Indeed it is, with the queen 7 suited from the cutoff. Nikki with a little bit of a loose call there, but has some chips to spare with the 8-7 on the button. And Suzanne likely will not be going anywhere from the big blind. Does just complete the action though, and it's a 5,400 euro pot. And Nikki's 8-7 pulls out ahead. Well, no, because Giada also has a 7, so it's Giada ahead with both players having the same 2 pair. Giada with the better kicker. I would expect Giada to continue on a lot of flops after being the pre-flop aggressor. And it's a 1,400 bet. I don't expect Nikki to go anywhere. We've seen her call when she hasn't hit things out of position. Now she's in position and does have two pair. We could see she has some kicker issues that'll need to be resolved if she wants to have a chance to win the hand that showdown, assuming Giada sticks around. So Giada's still ahead on the 4 of hearts turn. Her queen kicker is still fine. Both players with kings and sevens. And Giada checking, and now Nikki is maybe thinking, my 7 is maybe good here. It was just checked over to me. We'll be betting rather on the small side. It was a bet of 2,000 into, I believe, 8,000. And Giada opting to call. And the 4 clubs on the river. Quite interesting with the board double paired and both players having that 7 that is the lone unpaired card. It does go check, check, and Giada picking up a nice hand not too long before the break. Great poker face there by Giada too, not showing any emotion. So nice to see my friend Lorena, my new friend that I met in Dublin. We were working together a little bit of time. Got to know each other a little bit. Looking calm, cool, and collected in seat number 3, picking up some chips. If she makes it to the final table, we'll see her once again. I'm not sure what's happening, whether a player lost something under the rail, but the card shouldn't be the thing to fish that out with. Now we're trying with another card. We may have to replace the cards if that's happening too much. There was a card missing under the table. Okay. Yeah, you could see the rail bouncing a little bit there. So I guess that's going to happen from time to time. We have a lot of good dealers here at the Battle Malta that are used to pitching the cards rather fast. And Nikki limping once again, this time from the cutoff, this time with suited cards. And Suzanne, will she raise? Will she call? We know she's not folding with the 10s. I would like to see a raise even though you're out of position against a player that's limping quite a lot, but instead she calls and allows Valeria to see a free flop, and what a flop it is for Valeria. The 8-7-4 gives Valeria a straight. So if Suzanne raised, this hand plays out so much different, but now Suzanne with the overpair, Nikki with top pair and a good kicker, and it's Valeria with the goods. And Valeria betting straight out. This is interesting. And Suzanne thinking she's ahead, very often she would be, raising at the 5,000. Is Valeria going to fast play this? Thinking through her options. And jams in the lot. Nikki with the quick fold with the top pair, and Suzanne has a decision to make. The problem is an opponent can be just doing this with diamonds. An opponent can be doing this with 9-10 of hearts, maybe even other 9-10s, certainly a 9-10 of diamonds, which you would actually be behind. You're blocking that 10 to some degree, but not the diamonds or the hearts. Could be doing it with a 6-9, and this case she's doing it with the absolute goods. Perhaps trying to protect herself from bigger straight draw possibilities. And Suzanne calling it off. She's not going to like what she sees. She's already standing up. There's still some thin hope if she gets the proper runner for quads or a full house. And the 6 of clubs on the turn, so that opens up some chop possibilities if that 5 comes on the river, or 9 would actually give Suzanne a better straight, so all sorts of possibilities. But it's a jack of diamonds on the river. Valeria's flop straight holds, and Suzanne will need to re-enter if she wants a chance at the ladies' event trophy. They're just counting the chips, so perhaps Suzanne still has a big blind or so left. So not quite eliminated yet. Just when we thought we were out, we're back in our chair and has 700 in her stack. So we have an Elski fan from Lean Cagney. Welcome to the stream, Lean. So quite unfortunate for Suzanne. It's awfully hard to get off that overpair with so many possibilities of what she could be jamming with, many of which you're ahead of, at least equity-wise. In this case, she was absolutely crushed by the flop straight by Nikki. Nikki keeping along with her limping strategy, this time with the ace-5. It was actually Valeria before with the 5-6 and not Nikki. So it looks like players are going to go on break after this hand, but we'll be with you at least through the hand. Valeria completing with the king-8. Martina getting the free flop with the trays. Valeria flopping top pair on the 9-king jack rainbow. Bets 1K, gets 2 quick folds. So we'll be on a 15-minute break, and we'll be right back with you with a new table. Please stay tuned because we have the one and only Diva Byrne, the Flip community founder, joining on the TV table. So we expect some excitement, some fun. Once again, this is Jason Glatzer back with you in about 15 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and we have a treat for you. If you didn't tune in for the first couple of hours, this is the €150 ladies event being live streamed for the first time at the Battle of Malta here at the Eden Arena in the Intercontinental. And we have a great table in front of us. I recognize some of the people right away. Of course, we have the one and only Diva Byrne over there in seat 6, Florence Mazzei in seat 8. MZ Oliver, who won the title twice in autumn of 2022 and again in the spring of 2023, is back in action, looking to make it 3 of 4. And we also have one of the hosts of the Battle of Malta, and Patricia Rimfire, who has that amazing singing voice. We'll see if she could play some cards too. She was on the final table last year. So let's see how it works out for these players. I imagine a little bit of a different betting style. We see MZ and Diva front and center. Two of the bigger names that we have in this event. But meanwhile, we have Birgit here. I believe from Estonia, if it is who I think it is. We'll see in a second. Also a formidable player. Limping from under the gun, though, with the King 10 suited. With blinds at 400, 800, so she's limping off a 20 big blind stack. Although I don't have a limping strategy, we do see a lot of some of the really super high rollers like Dominic Nietzsche employing a limping strategy. So just because I don't do it means that it is wrong. It does invite a lot of other people to come into the hand, and such as Diva with this Queen Jack suited. Eleanor opting to complete with the King 3, and Patricia getting a free look with her Brunson, the 10 deuce offsuit. And we have Andrew Harvey saying, regain your title, MZ Oliver. So go, MZ. Although I have a lot of friends in this event, I can't really be choosing too many favorites outside of Lorena or Patricia or Diva or MZ. We root for them all. We just want to see some good poker going on. And on this 5-5-9 flop, it's the player that bets it should maybe get it. And after it checks over to Diva, she is taking control. She has 2 overs and a flush draw, so a rather strong hand to be able to do that with. And Diva doing the dance here. Love it. Go, Baltic Blonde. For those of you that do not know who Diva Byrne is, she is the founder of the Flip community, and Flip stands for Fantastic Ladies in Poker. This event is powered by them, and it's great to see Diva here at the TV table. Florence is an old friend I met many, many years ago because she also does a lot of live reporting in French. So sometimes we are at the same events, especially when I'm visiting a place such as Marrakesh, which attracts a lot of French players. But quite a good photographer and reporter. And many of you should know who's in seat number 2, and Patricia Rimfire, if you've been following along with the Battle of Malta over the past few years. Perhaps you've heard her sing before. And let's see what Diva does. Diva's is from Lithuania. She doesn't live there. I think I've done things backwards, being that I am not from Lithuania, but I've lived there for 15 years. I do love the country, the people, the nature. And Diva, with her opening to 1,700, gets everybody to fold. So Diva right now taking some control at the TV table, winning back-to-back pots. And although I'm wearing flowers, I think MZ's outdone me here. I see some flowers hanging off her lovely dress that she chose to wear for the ladies' event. I did bump into MZ earlier today, along with Andrew, in fact. I got to meet Andrew and asked her, is there going to be a special outfit today for the ladies' event? And because I know she likes to do that for the ladies' event, and especially with this one at the TV table, and certainly did not disappoint with her choice. I think that's a little bit of a difference between the men playing poker and the women playing poker, especially at a ladies' event. They do take a bit more care. Unfortunately, some of the men don't even shower before they're playing. Where the women bring it up a class or two. And Diva, is she going to take back-to-back pots? Burgett not opting to do anything, but not if MZ has anything to say about this. She's waking up with the big six suited and playing it a little bit sneaky with just a call, respecting Diva's under-the-gun opening range. And it's a 5-3-10 flop, so nobody connecting so far with that. MZ was actually not suited, but just with the big slick, so no backdoors really for either player to the flush. MZ's still ahead. And making things tricky on Diva with the leading out from the big blind. I've used the term donk bet before. That doesn't mean the player is a donk. It's a poker term defining that if you were not the pre-flop aggressor and you're betting out a position straight off the bat on a flop, it's called a donk bet. Those that study quite a lot with solvers and whatnot, you should have some donk bets in there. Being that I don't study as much as the next person and I'm not sure when to do it or not, I have basically 100% check on any flop, whether I connect it or not, when I'm in the big blind, and if I connect, I hope that there's a bet coming. But meanwhile, Diva, not believing the story, coming along for the ride to see the 9 of spades turn, which does not help either player, but MZ not slowing down. And Diva thinking, what is MZ betting with here? Did she just call me with 5-3? Does not understand that she had the ace-king here. Otherwise would not be continuing along. And it's a 7 of diamonds on the river. So MZ with the check mark and betting out 5K. If Diva makes a hero call here, she will be very short on chips. You see the 7 of diamonds is quite tricky too, because it did complete, let's say, a 4-6 draw. There should be a lot more 7s in the big blind's range, but not necessarily that would have helped both a flop and turn bet either. So Diva thinking it through. Diva has spent a lot of time in the poker world. And we have Telly Bartolo walking by with Afonso while this hand is going on. Welcome, guys. And Diva laying it down, so MZ taking down the pot. Did get some extra value from her ace-king on the flop and turn. We can see why MZ was a back-to-back champion right off the bat. And this table looks like they're having a little more fun than the last one. Last table, very serious. But we see Florence joking around. We see MZ, Diva. Patricia always keeps things a little bit light too. Looks like breaking out some kind of energy drink there. And I've learned there might be some exceptions made with phones at the table, because there's 1 or 2 players that also have made, let's say, a day 2 where they've qualified for a big Sunday online event. So accommodations are being made to allow the players to potentially multi-table. So Linda now opening up from the hijack with the king-queen suited, very pretty hand. Gets a king-10 to fold. MZ, though, going nowhere with her ace-7. Diva opting not to come along from the big blind with the jack-deuce offsuit, and who can blame her? So a 7-3 jack flop, so the jack-deuce would have flopped quite well, but meanwhile, MZ ahead. And once again, with the donk bet for 1,500, Linda with the 2 overcards and the backdoor flush draw, backdoor Broadway draw does make the call. And MZ now further improving to 2 pair. No more flush draw for Linda, just that gut shot to Broadway. And it's been the MZ Oliver show the last 2 hands, and Linda getting out of the way. Linda Kinholt from Sweden. So we were asked about Norwegian players earlier, and unfortunately I do not see anybody I recognize from Norway in the field. And speaking of Florence in seat number 8, if memory serves me correctly, she didn't play the last ladies event. That was Meili that was runner-up. It was a Norwegian that won it last time in Monica Thingbot. But she's not here to defend her title. But Florence did take runner-up, I believe, in the one that took place around this time last year. If not, it was the one before. But I remember her and MC heads up. I remember both players saying to each other that it was a very good match and that they appreciated each other's play and company. And fish hooks for Diva. Is she going to just ship it in? And she's just going to ship it in. So Burgett here with the limp from the cutoff. Diva making a move. And Burgett not calling with their King 10 suited. So Diva taking down the pot and back up to 15,000 in chips. I have a couple of the dealers now watching in between the hands, so shout out to them as well, doing a fantastic job all week long. We're kind of in the corner of the room, but intentionally left out in the open so we can kind of feel the vibe, feel the rhythm of the room, see some of the friendly faces walking by, and does make it easier for the later stages as some of the women bust out after late registration is closed to come join us in the booth. We did have the lovely Valeria join us earlier, one of the Battle of Malta hosts, who is not playing the ladies event, certainly capable of playing the ladies event. But with Patricia playing, we do need a host on hand as well. So MZ limping this time. And Diva back-to-back jams. Last time with the fish hook, this time with the ace 10. And MZ with the quick fold. So Diva chipping back up at 17,800, near a starting stack. We do hope to have Diva in the booth a little bit later, but we don't hope to have Diva in the booth because that means she is off the table. But back-to-back pots off the 2-time champion, MZ Oliver. It was the last one where MZ limped. Diva seeing a spot, taking it down, and picking up some chips because she was down near like 11,000, 12,000 before, now near 18,000, so didn't take much for her to get back to where she needs to be. And Star is back. Let's go Diva Burn Poker Player, which I have to visit. I'm friends with Diva. I've known Diva a very, very long time. We have the whole Lithuanian connection going, even though I'm not really Lithuanian. I'm kind of adopted by them. I can speak a little bit of Lithuanian, in fact. And I've called the lovely Baltic country my home for the past 15 years. So I've known Diva for more than 15 years, in fact. So Florence opening up to 2,200. Our French poker reporter. Linda opting to defend the 10-9. It's 3-3-6 flop. And Gummy Bear is being dropped off by Telly Bartolo. Thank you very much, Telly. And Florence betting that flop. Linda with nothing doing, making the easy fold, check fold. And Florence now with double a starting stack. I've watched her play several times. She's going to be one of the tougher opponents in the field. Gidra. Labas, Gidra. Gidra is another Lithuanian, very strong poker player. Couldn't make it out here to Malta. Does live in Estonia with one of my other friends, married to one of my other friends. So shout out to Gidra, Artie, and hope both of you are well. I'll see you soon in Estonia, I'm pretty sure. Diva thinking about what to do with her Queen Jack. Looks like it's going to be an open. Looks like the 1700, but the graphics will tell us in a second. It is 1700. Berge folds. Brunson in the muck for Florence. Nothing doing for Linda and Patricia with the fours. Does have a little more than a starting stack. And Patricia, who did make the final table last time, our Battle of Malta host, does make the call. And it's fairly a coin flip situation, other than the fact that Patricia is out of position, was not the pre-flop aggressor, and certainly not a coin flip situation anymore with Diva flopping middle pair with the Queen 7 King flop. Expect this very often to go check, bet, fold, but maybe Patricia does want to see a turn and reevaluate from there, but not this time. Believes Diva's story. And Diva, who had about half a starting stack not too long ago, is now above a starting stack. So nice run here for Diva. Later in the day, we'll certainly be getting a lot of women guests, but we're also going to try to get Telly Bartolo, one of the event managers here at the Battle of Malta, alongside the lovely Diane Fenich. And we'll probably also have Jonathan Rabb pop in from time to time, who's handling a lot of the media coordination and flavor blog posts from outside the main event into the blog. So we'll try to get some flavor from him about what's going on outside of the ladies' event every once in a while with a quick report. But other than that, we're going to try to get as many of the ladies in the booth as possible. And it's even possible we have so many ladies that Jason takes a break too. It's hard to get Jason away from his seat, especially when he's talking about himself in third person. Linda opening the button with the min raise. Burgett calling from the big blind. Her 5 is a bit dominated, but neither player getting too much love on this A4-3 flop. Linda with the backdoor flush draw. We can see she's ahead with her ace high. Also has a gut shot to the wheel, which was just completed on that 2 of diamonds turn. We may see some action from either player because Burgett may say, I'm just going to bet my draw, not realizing that Linda's already made hers. And indeed, that's what happened. So Burgett bets and Linda just jamming it in. Perhaps hoping her opponent has something other than just 10-5, which should be fairly easy to get away from. Not getting the proper odds to draw to an ace or a 6, and you may be miles behind. She might think her 10 is live, so that adds a few outs, but it's still not getting the right odds. And Linda running through the situation, making a very good fold there. And Linda up to 16-7, and Burgett with some work to do. She didn't really lose any chips that pot. She was in the big blind, but now has less than 10 big blinds in her stack. So before the ladies' event, they had a fantastic lunch overlooking the beach. I headed over to the beach on my way in. Saw that there was the ladies convening. Decided to say quickly hi to some friends, and then saw the water. Nearly thought about swimming, but then remembered that I didn't bring my bathing suit with me at that point, and figured I didn't have enough time to run back to the hotel, put on a bathing suit, swim, do sound checks. But maybe tomorrow morning. That water looked very inviting. So Linda with the big slick opening up. Two and a half X raise sizing. Patricia should have folded. Indeed, she did with the 6-4. Now, Bridget with a decision to make. If she's not buying Linda's story, this is a spot she could have 3-bet jammed, but opting to play it safer, and good for her that she did. She would have been pretty behind. But meanwhile, MZ with an easier call to complete the action, and blinds did go up to 501,000, so it was just a min raise by Linda. And the Jack-9, Jack flop, increasing the odds for a chop. But still Linda miles ahead with her ace-king. But meanwhile, it's MZ just taking absolute control of a lot of pots. Seems to not be afraid to bet out of position as just the caller from the blinds. And it's worked out quite well for her. And I can see now that Battle of Malta pin also on MZ's dress alongside the natural flowers that came with the dress. She may have some flowers, I think, on her tattoos too. So she's full in theme for the Battle of Malta Spring Edition. We can see Diva with the Hawaiian lei on the chair instead of on Diva, but also in the spirit of things. Patricia wearing that corset, as is Linda. So we had a limp by Berge, who also has a corset on, and it turned out to be a four-way pot after Linda limping behind, Emma opting to complete for an extra 500 from the small blind with one of the worst hands in poker, but she's not always just playing her hands, so I do not mind this at all the way she is playing. And we have a 6-10 king flop. It checks all the way through. 9 of diamonds on the turn would have completed a queen jack that may or may not have bet the flop. And it's Diva's turn to try to make the move. And this might just work, and it should, because MZ is the last one to act, and she's not going to call with the 8 deuce. So Diva getting those 7s to fold, getting that ace 5 to fold. Living up to her reputation as a strong player, reading the situation absolutely correctly after it's checked through. So for those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. You may have seen me in videos throughout the week. I'm also running the reporting team here and helping out in any way possible. I will be your commentator for the main event final table on Wednesday. We should have some guests, including Jack Bonara, for that as well. And thanks to the subtitles, those of you that don't like listening to me can still follow along the action. But meanwhile, look at this. Florence with the min raise from under the gun. Patricia calling with the ace-jack, only for Bridget finding the perfect spot for her aces. This looks like a squeeze, but it's something else. Jamming in that 7,200, and MZ thought about it for a second and said, nah, king 10 in the muck. There's more people to act. There's still Florence and Patricia that already got involved with the pot. Perhaps if it was a different situation, she would have called only to get the bad news. Florence might get away here. I mean, she may feel that she's priced in as well. Still has Patricia to worry about. And now Patricia, I think she has to call, even though we see that she shouldn't. I think, and without knowing what Bridget has, she has to call. She's certainly ahead of that range. And Patricia, I think she said, oh my God, what's going on here? Bridget with the pocket rockets. And Patricia still has some small hope, but Bridget in an amazing spot to go from crumbs to nearly a starting stack. And not the worst flop for Patricia. A little bit of a sweat here for Bridget because any queen completes the Broadway for Patricia. Also has a backdoor to the flush. Now any 7, any queen. But it's the blank 2 of clubs on the river, and Bridget earns that double up back near a starting stack. Meanwhile, our hero, Patricia, down to just 12 big blinds, still has some room to maneuver with. But Bridget, meanwhile, is our hero in this hand, up to 19,000 in chips. There's not much you could have done there, Patricia. You can't really necessarily fold pre-flop to the single raise by Florence. You could have 3-bet there, but then the situation's going to wind up the same. Linda's never folding pocket rockets. If you were priced in after calling a min-bet, you're certainly priced in after doing a 3-bet. And now Linda's all smiles. It's nice to see all the ladies at this table having fun. The first table was all about, you know, we're here, we're playing poker, we're all ladies. That's also fun too. But this has got definitely the social vibe and amazing poker to boot. And it looks like Florence got a walk. I don't know with what, but maybe it'll show up in the graphics. King 9. And we're losing one of our players, so a little bit of table balancing going on there, a lot of sportsmanship going on. Heard several players wish her good luck. Meanwhile, the payouts were just announced in the main event. I see a post in our blog by the one and only Frank Visser that Wednesday's winner will go home with a cool 100,000 euros, so quite a tasty prize. The 272 returning players each locked up at least a 900 euro min cash, so quite nice as well. And they'll be moving up quickly throughout the day, and we shall see how things work out. And now we have the lovely Igor here, who has been taking photographs for our blog at thebattlemalta.com. Now apparently taking a photograph of me, so I don't think anybody wants to see that. There's a reason that's just my audio and not my face, although I say that, and of course my face has been on during the walk-arounds and the bomb lounge, and Igor's doing a fantastic job. He could Photoshop me to make me look into a good-looking man, because that's how creative this man is. So back to the action. MZ, we don't know what she had, but it was a very quick fold. Queen 5 offsuit. Diva likely to fold her King 7. Well, so I say that she's in the hijack and she's reaching for chips. I do like the different gears Diva is displaying. It's a different style than I feel like she's employed during a main event that had 40-minute blind levels versus the 20-minute blind levels here. Although tonight, Day 2, the blind levels in the main event have moved to 1 hour. And then tomorrow for day 3, there'll be 75 minutes. Day 4 will be 90-minute blind levels, and then the final table will be 90 minutes to start, then go down to 45 minutes when it's a bit more short-handed, and 30 minutes, I believe, when it's heads up, maybe when it's three-handed, because you get a lot more hands in play. So the dynamic clock on the final day is great as well. And pretty soon we'll also have another event kicking off at 9 o'clock. In just an hour and a half's time, we have the Dark Knight. It's the third version of it, 220 buy-in. One of our reporters had the night off last night and opted to play that, and Alexander Georgiev unfortunately fell a few spots shy of the money. But back to the action. We have Diva with the ace-8. Even though she's under the gun, right now they're just six-handed. So it's sort of like a middle position open rather than an undergun open from a range perspective. And does, it looks like, size it to 2.2K like she did the previous hand. Berge calling from the hijack with the suited King-9. And Florence with a more dominating Diva's ace-8 with the better kicker with the ace, and also Berge's King-9 with that, but that also means there's a lot of blockers for her, so she may not be able to realize her equity. And Emma completing, getting good odds with the 5-4 offsuit, a hand that's easy to get away from. But we've seen MZ already with a few different gears, and it's Florence that is ahead on the deuce 7-7 flop, but there shouldn't be a single player that should be thrilled with this flop. It is a flop that Diva, who opened under the gun, can rep that this helpmate, not because she connected with the 7, but she has a lot of those over pairs. And does bet about a quarter of the pot, a little bit less even. Berge with the backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards, taking her time a little bit, but does fold, and I think Florence will have to fold the better hand, but no, Florence saying, okay, let's see. I'll call. I'm ahead. But it's going to be hard for her if she's facing more action on the turn, unless it's an ace or a 9. 6 of spades doesn't help either player either. It would have helped MZ to some degree if she was still in the hand with her 5-4, but she had no business of staying in at that point because she would have had an open-ender now. And Diva putting some pressure on Florence. And the pressure works. So Diva, who is down to about 12,000 not so long ago, up to 36,000 in chips. So they're going to play a few more blind levels, and then there's going to be late registration closing, I believe, after 2 more levels, and then a couple blind levels of that. All the ladies will go on a 75-minute dinner break. And then after that, it's all business all the way through until we have our latest ladies event champion crowned here at Casino Malta. And Kelly Harvey rooting for MC Oliver too. I shouldn't make assumptions, but I'm assuming that you're somehow related to Andrew Harvey. And we have Florence opening up with a min raise from the hijack. Burgett here, who doubled up recently with her pocket rockets, folding her ace-8 off a 16 big blind stack. MZ with a pretty hand here with the 10-9 suited. And Baltic Bond folding her 4 deuce off. And the 4 deuce would have flopped bottom pair, but meanwhile MC with a very pretty flop here. Top pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor possibilities to the straight as well. Betting out again for 2.5K, and Florence coming along. MZ seems to like to be aggressive from the blinds post-flop. Sometimes she has it, sometimes she doesn't. So kind of a mixed range in her donk bet strategy. And those are flowers on her tattoo, so fully in spirit for the flower power here at the Battle of Malta. The spring edition is all about the flowers. If there was a camera on me, you would see the Hawaiian lei. I've been switching up the color every day, keep people on their toes, but having fun with the whole theme myself too. Yeah, that was a good move there, Star Valdez. Diva really showing a lot of fortitude at the table. It's hard to know when I do not watch Diva on a TV table. I was watching her a little bit over the last couple days during the main event. I would drop by to say hi to some of the players and then just watch a few hands, even if though my team is doing most of the reporting. And it seemed like Diva was a little bit more on the tighter side, but it was not a big enough sample size for me to really make that kind of assumption. But here I see that she is playing very smart poker. And I do believe you do need to make some adjustments twofold when moving from a main event with a longer clock to a ladies event with a shorter clock. One, that the field is a little bit different. You have a different combination of players, so you have some very experienced players, but then you also have a handful of players playing perhaps their first time of poker. And the other thing is the quicker clock means that these smaller little edges are more important to take than in a bigger clock where, yeah, you maybe don't want to take that spot where, you know, you might in the long term just gain 0.1 big blinds and wait for a better one. So Diva limping from the small blind. Is Berge going to jack it up? I do expect her to. She does. We don't know how much because Diva snap folds it as soon as she sees Berge reaching for some more chips. It was perhaps even a jam based on her stack depth. This table, everybody's so friendly with each other. This is what I love about, this is what I wanted to see when suggesting about a year ago that we start live streaming the ladies' events. I think it's such a nice touch. There's so many good ladies that come to play, and then the lady that is playing for the first time gets to play in a comfortable environment. We'll definitely have some female voices join me throughout the day as well. I am a good friend of the women's poker community, though, so it's an absolute honor to be able to commentate the first ever one at the Battle of Malta. Meanwhile, look at this. We have pocket rockets and Patricia with 10 big blinds, hiding them, disguising them. This is what I love. The smart move here by Patricia and Bridget, waking up with the jacks, coming over the top, thinking, you know, I'm in a very good spot here until she sees what happens. And now Florence, decisions, decisions, decisions. If it was just Patricia jamming, it would be probably an easy call for Florence only to get the bad news. But in this spot, she has a bigger jam by Bridget that she has to be concerned about as well. And she is a very smart player. I've known also Florence for many years and does make the fold. So good awareness there by Florence. And it's jacks versus aces. And Bridget, oh my God. But yeah, it's one of those spots you can't really do anything about. And anything can still happen. There's still 5 cards to come. And even if it didn't get in pre-flop, it was certainly going to get in on this 5-9-6-2 club flop. Both players with the overpair. Bridget still needing a jack. 5 of spades does not help Bridget either. So down to 2 outs, or Patricia doubles up and Bridget low in chips. And it's a 3 of spades on the river, so full double up for Patricia Rimfire. I should have told Patricia before you're on the final on the feature table, if you double up, we need to hear you sing because she has such an amazing voice. Normally singing at the parties here at the Battle of Malta too. And here we can take a look at the chip count. So MZ, we've seen what she's been doing, and she's just been crushing left and right, whether she has it or not. Diva, who is down to 12,000 at one point at the feature table, stayed calm, cool, and collected, built back up her stack, and then some to 33,000. Florence and Patricia both above a starting stack, and the other 3 players with a little bit more work to do, but not in the worst of shape either. So Burgett now with the 6.5 big blinds jamming from under the gun, and Diva calling from the cutoff. This is smart. You don't want to be raising here. If you want to be able to get involved in the hand, you could still be pushed off your ace-10, potentially by something weaker, but it's not typically the case, so the call is the smart play here. You may even get somebody to come along with something lighter when you call too. And it's a flip situation for Burgett for her tournament life, although she can re-enter, so her bullet life, if that's such a term, needs to fade those hearts, needs to fade an ace or a 10. Would like to see a 5 on the flop to make life a little bit easier. But it's a 4-6-9 flop, so Diva with the backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards, but Burgett here with the pocket 5s is still ahead in good shape to double. 8 of hearts on the turn. What an action card. Now Diva with the gut shot to the straight and also with the direct flush draw, both her ace and 10 are alive. So Burgett only a 2-1 favorite to double up after that card. And it's the safe jack of diamonds on the river. Diva not hitting one of her draws, so Burgett doubling up with her pocket 5s to 16,000 in chips. And pocket 5s is where it all began for me, folks. I was a poker player, having some fun, ending my first career in finance and accounting, playing a lot of poker as Wacky Jackson online, some live events, living in Lithuania, and pocket 5s contacted me, and that was my introduction into this side of the poker industry. Obviously, I've been everywhere since then. Now doing a lot of work at different events, also the head of poker at Poker Pro CC as well on top of that. Head of poker media, I shall say. So Richard Homer saying Uno. I'm not sure which hand that was in reference to, but welcome, Richard, to the stream. And thank you for returning once again, Star. Star is somebody that if I ever make it over to Vegas, again, my 10-year self-exclusion from Vegas, it wasn't really enforceable. I almost came back last year. When the WSOP moved, I was interested in coming back. I just spent so much time in Vegas, and it's so hard being 10 time zones away from my family for too long of a period at a time that I said I want to watch my son grow up for the next 10 years. I travel enough in Europe that I can follow the WSOP from the great work that the reporters do from there, from all the final table streams and featured table streams done at PokerGo and elsewhere. But this year, I'll be back, probably playing mostly cash games, doing a little bit of media work on the side. Of course, I'll enter at least one bracelet event too for the laughs. I think it's been 10 or 11 years since I've entered a bracelet event. At least one in Vegas. The online ones don't technically count to me. But we have Diva raising to 2.5K. Back to the action. Blinds have gone up to 600, 1,200, so it's a little bit more than a min raise. And gets Patricia to fold the king, queen suited, respecting Diva's under the gun opening range. Don't really blame her too much. Meanwhile, Emma with the jack deuce going heads up and could be in some sort of trouble if there was a jack on the flop. But meanwhile, there was not. Diva also not directly connecting, but has that jack of spades that crushes Emma's deuce of spades, is ahead in the hand. And we've seen Diva pretty much at 100% continuation bet rate at this stage. But we've also seen MZ at pretty much an 70% donk bet rate, but not this time around against Diva under the gun. So both players doing something a little bit different. And the 4 of hearts on the turn keeps Diva ahead. Let's see if MZ tries to steal it away, though. MZ is going for the steal, a bet of 2,500. Can Diva sniff this out? I think she may even think I have to call and price in case a spade comes. Otherwise, it would be a lot harder. But MZ, once again, getting away with murder left and right. There's a reason why MZ is a 2-time champion of this event. A lot of good post-flop awareness. from MZ Oliver here in seat number 4. That's Patricia over in the purple shirt, and Linda, who she's talking to, with the perfectly matching lei to her outfit as well, which is, I believe, the same color as Diva's corset. But back to the action. Berge here with less than 11 big blinds. I won't be surprised if she jams. And she just announced an all-in. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with anything here. Not Florence, not Patricia. It would have been a pretty-ish hand, but not to a jam. MZ letting it go, and Diva with 3 highs. So Berge picking up those chips. Made the right play. So Andrew Harvey leaving what I believe is his girlfriend to go watch the mighty Nottingham beat. No, he wants to root for Tottenham. So he's rooting for the Hotspurs to beat Nottingham Forest. For me, it would be an easy choice. I'm watching the poker, but I don't follow European football. I'm the weirdo living in Europe. I follow some hockey. I follow some local European basketball, and otherwise a little bit of NFL, a little bit of NBA, and a little bit of NHL. And then when I do some visits back to the States, I do love to go to a baseball game. It's just like the perfect social activity. You don't have to be paying attention all the time. It's a good way to catch up with friends, especially like a minor league game. I do like the amateur sports a bit more than the professional ones, even though that's semi-professional. But as I said, I'm a little bit on the strange side, so. Diva limping with the queen deuce. Berge checking back. Could have been a spot where she just jammed it in Diva's eye, but not this time around. It's Jack 4-7. So Berge is ahead. But if Diva bets, Berge doesn't really have that kind of stack where she can play around too much. But it is a min bet. Maybe Berge will do something here, where maybe her plan was to try to steal it away at some point in the hand. We can see that she's ahead, though. If they were deeper stacks, a call would be a move that we could see, but she does make the fold. So Diva picking up some chips again. Diva's been on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. Came into the table not so far off a starting stack, and then was down to 12K, up to like 36K, and now settling back down a little bit sub 30K. Yeah, Star, I know we have a lot of common friends. Maureen is a very good friend of mine as well. We're both originally from New Jersey. We're both kind of like the black sheep here living in Europe for many years. We're not quite American anymore. Maureen is at least Swiss, so for her it makes sense. It's awfully difficult for me to get my Lithuanian passport, or I already have it. Diva reaching for some chips on the button. Feels calm, cool, and collected. It looks like 2,500, so slightly more than a min raise. Berge should be making an easy fold here. Doesn't really have the fold equity on a 3-bet jam if she did want to get cute with a move. And Florence with a fairly easy defend, although she could have 3-bet there as well, but opting to defend. And what a flop for Florence Mazet here. Ace, ace, 4, trips for Florence. And unlike some of the other players, there was no donk bet coming here. She wants to see Diva put in a little bit of money. She might be concerned a little bit about our kicker, but it was a button open. The concerns would be more if a player was opening from one of the earlier spots. So Florence calling. I don't know if she'll be able to get any more value. But the only way she's going to do it is by checking again, which she does. Is Diva going to make another stab? We've seen Diva double barrel before. and does bet 4,000. And Florence with the easy call, trying to string her opponent along. And it's the 9 of clubs, so now I do think that Diva may feel she has enough showdown value to check it back. And Florence with the big smile. Diva shaking her head a little bit. Now below starting stack again, but can't really blame her for trying there. It was a good flop for her. If Florence obviously didn't have the ace, she's taking it down on the flop or the turn. Star, maybe you can let me know, but I know that there's a new website, a fairly new one, that's just about women's poker. I've read some of the articles. They're rather informative for me as a journalist to read. I kind of shy away from writing articles. I try to find women to write the articles about ladies' stuff, even though I'm a bit integrated. It just doesn't come across well from, even though I have probably a bigger perspective than most men, at the end of the day, I'm not a lady, so it's hard for me to have the full perspective about the whole women's community. So that website is absolutely brilliant, and do love what our friends from Australia are doing that I will see in a couple weeks, actually. So I can find out from Fox and Scales what's going on there. Perhaps they will be even the first guests on our new podcast that we will be launching soon. It's been a while since I've been podcasting, but want to get back into it again. And a little bit of conversation going on between Diva and Florence. They know each other quite well as well. I think all the ladies at this table actually know each other from last year. Linda has certainly played her share of ladies' events before. MZ, we know, is pretty much the lady everybody's trying to beat after winning this event twice. I don't think there's a lady in poker that doesn't know who Diva is. Berge is maybe the wild card here, but I do certainly recognize her as well. And Diva getting a little bit of feisty here. 6-5 offsuit. It's a positional raise. And Florence 3-betting her ace-5 offsuit. If it's suited, this is a solver-approved bet. Even though I study a little bit, I'm not studying with solvers so much. It's more that, I play maybe 10, 12 tournaments when I'm playing home at night at one time. And then I'll jot down maybe a few spots. It's usually hands that I won that I just wanted to know if I did it correctly. I try not to be results-oriented. The hands that I lost, I also sometimes do, but it's not about like bad beat or anything like that. But I have a bit more of an exploitative style. And whenever I try to deviate too much from it, it doesn't really work out that well. So I try to understand things before I actually implement them into my game. But it's great to have so many friends that I consider to be world-class players, yet then they can readapt themselves to the games that I play based on the explanations I have about the players to help me properly analyze certain spots. And I recommend for any player not to have that ego on your shoulder. There's always going to be somebody better than you. If you're the 10th best poker player in the world, should you sit down at a table with the 9 best players? You would if you have the ego, thinking that you're better than everybody, but you should recognize that other people are also good. Some of them are better. Some of them you need to figure out how to target them maybe, but oh my God, what's going on here? Emma flopping the full house here after defending from the big blind. Berge, though, with the small stack and basically just has one SPR in her stack, meaning she has a pot-sized bet left in her hand. May choose to jam it here, but no, Berge may be saving herself. because MZ's going to try to get some value at some point in this hand. If she checks again, maybe Berge will jam, thinking she has some equity, because she has actually went out to win the hand with that 7 of hearts, but she may feel that all the hearts are live, maybe all 7s are live, maybe even feels her king and 10 are live. But instead it's MZ trying to get a little bit of value now after got check back on the flop. And Berge with the call. And it's the ace of spades on the river. I would expect Emma to jam, and by jam I mean bet more than the 6,100 that Berge has in her hand. But instead it's just a squeaky little value bet. Perhaps trying to induce Berge to bluff her. But she's going to have to give up here. And MZ picking up the pot and is around triple a starting stack here. And does show her full house. Catching up on some of the hands in the main event over at the battleofmalta.com blog. I recommend you go to the battleofmalta.com, click on live blog. Of course, you should also check out the Battle of Malta Instagram page, Facebook page. There's a lot of photos, lots of videos, and more. But we had a limp pot here, Patricia limping from the cutoff. And look at this flop. Patricia with 2 overcards and the gut shot. Diva with the open ender and Emma with the flush draw. So everybody having a little bit of a piece of something despite not necessarily connecting directly with the flop. And it's MZ here leading out from the small blind in the limp pot. And Patricia opting to fold. Did have some equity there, but didn't really have a big stack and she limped in. Good thing for her that she did, because look at this. MZ now with that flush. Is she going to play it sneaky? Is she going to try to bet? Is Diva going to turn her hand into a bluff if she does not bet? But it's a small bet, so this kind of accomplishes a few things. May get Diva just to call, but also maybe Diva would be jamming over the top because of her stack depth. But in this case, Diva does fold, and MC up to 6,400.
Please complete your hand and raise your blind. 800 small blind, 1,600 big blind, 1,600 big blind ante. This is last level for the re-entry.
Okay, things have gone serious, folks. We're up to the 800, 1,600 blind level. If you just heard Katerina from Greece announce, she is our amazing floor for this event. And after this level, late registration will be closed. So now we're close to playing for keeps. So we have a few new people in the chat. So welcome to... Now my chat got blocked for some reason, but give me a second. But we have some more MZ Oliver fans in the chat. MZ's always documenting her travels everywhere lately with Andrew, who seems like a lovely guy that I met earlier today. And we may have our sideline reporter coming in here, so hold on a second. We're going to make it through this hand. Florence Mazzei raising to 3,500. MZ with the Jack-10 suited is calling. But after this hand, we're going to have Jonathan Rabb join us, perhaps with some updates about what's going on in some of the other events other than the ladies event. But first, we have some action here. We have Diva jamming in the lot with the Jacks. Perfect squeeze spot for her. And Berge, maybe hearing its last level of re-entry, getting it in with the 7 deuce. Florence shoving in the lot with the ace king. Love this, love this. MZ's going to have to get out of the way. But not doing it right away. Perhaps didn't realize it was on her quite yet, because as soon as she woke up for a second, the cards went into the muck. And Diva and Berge both at risk here. Both can re-enter if they don't make it. Berge is going to need a lot of help. Diva just needs no ace, no king, and for Berge not to do anything fancy, but even then, Diva would win the side pot, so she's more concerned about her jacks holding against the big slip in the coin flip spot. But now the worry has gone away. She flops top set on the jack 3-8 flop rainbow. And the ace of spades on the turn has both her opponents drawing dead, and the 9 of clubs on the river is inconsequential. Diva doubles up through Florence while eliminating Berge. Perhaps we see Berge back. As we mentioned, she could still get back in for a fresh stack of 20,000 in chips, good for about 13 bigs. But in the meantime, welcome, Jonathan. How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Jason?
Very good. Enjoying the action, enjoying the different dynamics that we've had at both of these tables. This table is a lot more fun, a lot more vibrant, players all talking to each other. The last one was a little bit more serious. You know, you have different tables as you go, even walking around the main event here. So we're getting a bit of flavor of the action up close and personal and how the ladies are playing.
Every table is different, I guess. I mean, you know, some tables are going to be pretty busy and people are getting action. Others are going to be quieter. And, you know, we've got so many tournaments actually going on today that it will be the same in all of those events. Some of them will be playing fast. Some of them will be playing slow. Others, nobody will be getting hands. In others, you'll get huge clashes. Monster versus monster.
So perhaps you can tell us what else is going on today. I mean, we've mentioned some of the events, but maybe you can break it down for us.
Well, the main event actually is now on day 2. I think that's probably what we should talk about first. So 272 players made it through from the 1,814 total entries. All in all, there's a prize pool of over 900,000 and 100,000 up top for first. So far, since they restarted, which was just almost an hour ago, they've already lost quite a few players. They're down from 272 to 228, and the min cash was 900, but they've now jumped up to the next pay level. It's going to be 1,080 for the next bunch of unfortunates whose dreams are now shattered for another year, or 6 months, because of course we do it all again in October. And so far, some of the players have been knocked out. And some local players, Mark Vella,
Mark is out.
He is now out of the tournament.
How's my buddy Fotios doing? He bubbled yesterday, but then he re-entered today, like near the max end, and I went back and I saw him with about 150,000 in his stack. But there was still a lot of play left to go on day 1E, and I had to get prepared for today's stream.
I'll have to check up on that one. I'm not sure what his numbers are, but I'll try and find out and come back to you on that.
I'm rooting for him, but if he doesn't, he will join me for a portion of the final table commentating.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how long they're going to be playing for today on the main event, but we'll also find that out. But I mean, they've really only just restarted, so it's going to be going for quite a long time. We've also got several side events taking place, as well as the ladies. We had the first tournament of the day that started was actually the Omaha. It was a pot limit 4 and 5 card round of each game. Same buy-in, 330 that we've had for the other ones.
You know I would be playing that if I wasn't working. That's
well, if you were playing it and you were still in, you would be on the bubble of the final table because the 42 start. There's now 9 of them left. But they did start at 2 o'clock, so they have been going for 6 hours because
that's a 25-minute
it was
clock.
The unusual one as well, and a slightly quicker clock than usual. And we've also got a progressive bounty going on. This is another one of the Full Tilt Catania sponsored events. Actually started with, it's got over 220 at the moment, and they're actually, I think they're on level 8 now. They've still got another 4.5 levels for late entries. Of the 220 that have entered so far, 70 have been eliminated. So 70 bounties have already been picked up. I mean, PKOs are something that is usually, mostly done online. They're a bit more complicated to run live, but they have been done. And I know that, the Kings of Tallinn always runs a PKO, at least one of them.
Yeah, and even my local, we run them now every once in a while when there's no festivals. I typically am playing mostly when there's no festivals going on, when there's like 100 players in the field.
So
I
just
save the 3,000 ones for online. I just don't have the time. I would love to be playing in this Battle of Malta main event, to be fair, but if I have the time to do that, then I have time to be with my family, you know, and I couldn't bring them on this trip to multitask that. But you know, it's just these PKOs are really amazing, and the fact that this one is a 2-day one is even better. It's like a really cheap buy-in as well. It's like what, $250 the buy-in.
Yeah, it's 250, and yes, I think it's something 100 is going to the bounty.
For a 2-day event, though, to have a 250 buy-in is just fantastic.
Some other information I think that I can fill you in on as well is in terms of satellites, because we had 7 different satellites here for the main event, and in total we had. Let me just find the figures, because I did some stats on this earlier today. So yeah, we had 7 satellites, and from that, 128 people won their seats.
No kidding.
Satellites. There were 70 to enter. I mean, 600. It might not be a big buy-in in the global scale of things, but you know, it's still a lot of money, and you know, it's still outside the bankrolls of a lot of players. So you know, satellites are a really important part of any festival.
Yeah, the reason I like them is you get a lot of package winners coming over, and they don't mind spending a little bit of money, but they're maybe even a little bit newer to live poker. They had a great experience, but then maybe bust out at level 10 or level 11. They understand that if they go down that rabbit hole of re-entering for a full 600, they may be re-entering again for a full 600. And then they may have some regrets about the trip, and you want them to feel good about this trip. Meanwhile, you have that other avenue of the €70 satellite. I like playing satellites as well. I recommend them even to the best of players.
And
because
especially,
they're typically very soft, because not everybody knows how to play satellites.
It's true, and also if you in an event like this where you've got 5 different starting days, you know, you may bust in the first or the second one. You want another go, and so you know the satellites are there to enable you to have another shot to get back in. And a lot of people, they do bust their first attempt to go straight in to have a satellite to try and get back in.
Oh, we got Nikki back at the table. She was at our first table, so one of the empty seats are filled. I think you can keep going. I don't know if there's going to be much going on this hand. There's a call by Emma, but I'll watch the screen while you
not
keep
really much. I
updating
mean,
us.
there are still some more satellites going on, because the remaining satellites are going to be for the high roller. The high roller starts on tomorrow, but there was a satellite earlier today, and there's another one 11 p.m. and there will be another one tomorrow. And you know, it's the same format of the satellites that they do. They're now all moved over to being target satellites.
But they're the satellites for the high roller, right?
They're now all the remaining satellites. We have 3 left actually. They're all for the high roller now. You know, have to get 100,000. You start with 10,000 chips, and as soon as you've got a stack of 10,000 or more, you've won your seat and you're pulled out of the game. I mean, these satellites. I mean, everyone seems to be doing them, but everyone's calling them different names. Some people call them landmark satellites, others milestones. I think the World Series is going with landmark. The WPT was using milestones. I've heard
like
a couple of
better.
others, yeah.
Milestone makes more sense in my head.
Yeah, I think a lot of the places like in the Venetian and Vegas and stuff, they use milestone as well. So I think milestone has become kind of probably the most common term, but you know, some operators like to have their own branded version of it, and so you know you do get different names for these.
I see that we have Emily Glancy, Unibet streamer, in the chat. So thanks for joining, Emily, and thank you for the compliment too. Daryl Rock is rooting on MZ Oliver, Kelly Peters as well. So we have a lot of MZ fans here. The 2-time champion in the blue dress with the flowery tattoos is naturally into the flower power here at the Battle of Malta. Diva wearing the flowery dress as well, into the spirit. There's flowers everywhere here. It's amazing.
And strawberries as well today.
Yeah, I have a couple still in front of me that I'm waiting to have before the dinner break. I do love strawberries. Being from New Jersey originally, we did have very good strawberries growing up, but in Lithuania we get good strawberries as well.
In the UK, the strawberry season is July. You know, Wimbledon is always, you know, synonymous with strawberries. But here in Malta, we have much warmer weather, so the peak of our strawberry season is in spring. And
so back to this hand real quick, because I've been paying attention. MZ has been barreling away with this 10. And did Diva give up on the king? Oh, no, MZ had the king. Okay, so it made sense. Diva was just calling with the 10, so nothing to see here. Played pretty standard hand. The board paired on the river. Giving MZ some credit. We've seen MZ barrel sometimes when she doesn't have it, but I don't think we've seen her triple barrel when she doesn't have it. And Matt Cornell also rooting for MZ. So MZ quite popular. And who can blame? She's a very friendly person, outgoing, puts herself out there quite a lot on Facebook and Instagram, and can play poker too. So, you know, that combination is going to attract a lot of fans, whether they're male or female.
And I see we also have Battle Malta host Patricia Rimfire also on this table.
Yes.
Has she been involved in many hands so far?
A couple. She's played quite solid poker, I have to say. I'm surprised we don't have any Patricia fans or Florence fans in the chat. I guess we haven't reached out to the French community. Maybe we need to parlez-vous français? But Florence speaks very good English as well. She's even done English reporting from time to time, but typically focuses on the French market. So Nikki with a little bit of a loose open with the king-6 suited from under the gun, but we've seen different things from Nikki, at least at the first table. And a call from Diva from the small blind, and Florence checking back her option from the big blind. We may see some punty play this level only because it's the last level of reg. That maybe we'll see some extra chances being taken that we didn't see before, but this isn't the worst flop for Florence. Bottom pair, open-ender. Nikki really just with the backdoor flush draw and the king over decides this isn't the flop she wants to continue with. I would expect Florence to take a stab at it if Diva checks it over, either to just take the pot down now, or if she completes it, that she has a little bit more in the pot that she could bet with. But instead, Diva doing a little bit of work here. So we'll see what Florence does. And Florence just jamming in the lot. I do like this. You can realize your equity now. If you turn out that you're called by a 10, unless it's a 10-9 or 10-8, you do so have some redraws. And very good awareness there by Florence.
Of course, it's good enough to take down the pot.
So tonight we also have the Dark Knight as well, and it's the third version of the Dark Knight. I don't think we have anybody in our staff playing it. I think everybody's used their allotted days. Of course, Jonathan, you can play something as well, but tonight is not the night for that.
I'm definitely not playing tonight. There's far too much going on, and
maybe Igor will play it. Can Igor multitask while he's taking our photograph and enter the Dark Knight at the same time?
yeah, I mean, sure, as long as he doesn't pass his hands out of turn when he jumps up to take photos.
So we have Florence with the 10 queen suited from the small blind. Will she raise or will she call? Or will she just jam in the lot? But Nikki with 30,000, this was a pretty wide jam, but gets Nikki to fold the better hand. So good job there by Florence. Perhaps thought that Nikki was a little bit shorter and then the jam would make a little bit more sense. If you're online, you know the exact chip counts of all your players. Being that Florence is in seat 8 and the player she was up against in seat 1, sometimes it's hard to see the chips. You could always ask a player to push them forward. But never mind that, Florence getting the better hand to fold and taking down yet another pot.
These look like gamer chairs, these secret lab chairs that they have at the final table.
Oh, they're super comfortable. We've been doing our bomb lounge up there. It's they really roll out all the stops for the players at the feature table, and why not? I mean, this is going to be where the final table of the Battle of Malta main event is going to be held, where we have a €100,000 top prize in the line. So not quite the 156,500 that Dario Barone won last spring. Quite a nice guy, Dario. I've gotten to know him a bit over the last year or two, so I knew him a little bit before, but after he won, I interviewed him a little bit, and I'm just like, you know, I'm going to buy some of your sneakers, because he's a friend, designed some cool casino and poker-related shoes, so he's going to custom design a pair for me, which I'm really looking forward to. I'll either pick them up in October when the next Battle of Malta, but I think we're going to be in the same place at the same time in a few weeks' time, and maybe they'll be ready by then. Is Dario still in? Do we have any defending champions still in? I know Giuseppe Rosa was playing too.
Dario was very short stats. Let me do a quick check and see if I can find out.
I shouldn't say defending champions because our defending champion, Gabriele Ree, opted not to come to defend his title. And that's because he is a uber pro, Gabriele. He has even his Hendenbot block now. And he is quite the beast online. And there's a lot of stuff going online that he doesn't want to multi-table live day 2 while also playing the main event. So we can respect that. But meanwhile, Diva jamming it in, and Burgett here with the 10-3 suited, feeling that she's priced in. Maybe will re-enter, maybe not, but both has 2 live cards on the call. So Burgett at risk, needing a 10-3 or some diamonds, and gets the 3, but unfortunately for her, Diva gets the top pair. So Burgett still needs a 10 or a 3, maybe running diamonds. That's about all. And it's another diamond, so now just needs a single diamond, a 3 or a 10. Diva's still a 3-1 favorite because some of those outs were in other players' cards. And it's a black card. Let's see what it is. 9 of clubs on the river. So GG to Burgett. She can get back in, so it's at least just GG for now. Meanwhile, Diva back up to around 30,000 in chips, near her high that she's had at this table of 36,000.
And an update on Dario Baroni. He didn't make it, I'm afraid. The tournament started at 7 o'clock, and he lasted about 7 minutes. He was the 5th player eliminated in the day, exiting 268th place. But, I mean, he only came back with 52,000. So I don't think there would have been much expectation. I believe it was 2-4.
Because it was a 50. They were going to roll it back to a 50 big blind or more average, which is amazing. That they weren't doing it at the first blind level ending of the day.
It started at 2-4 with a 4,000 running big blind ante.
So it had 13 big blinds.
Yeah. And so they will now be just moved on to the 5,000, the 2,000, 5,000 level with a 5,000 ante.
And what about Giuseppe Rosa? Is he in the mix still?
Giuseppe.
One of the champions during 2022. Also a nice guy, but his English is not nearly as good as Dario's, and my Italian, let's just say it's like my 5th language, so it's not that great.
It's non-existent for me, you're better than mine.
I can understand quite a bit because I know a bit of Spanish, and a lot of the words are at least similar sounding with similar meanings.
Giuseppe Rosa is still in. He only came back with 60,000, but he's still there.
Okay, so we may have our first ever 2-time champion. A long way to go, obviously.
These chip counts are not updated yet, so that's just what he started with. So we're not sure where he is now. But good chance he might have doubled up, considering we have lost over a quarter of the remaining field already in the first hour.
Wow, so they've been just dropping out like flies despite the
down
rollback.
To 216 from.
So for those of you that don't know the structure of the main event, it had 5 opening fights. The first 3 had 40-minute
Ladies
levels.
event, we have a new blind level, 1,000 small blind, 2,000 big blind, 2,000 big blind ante. The registration is closed.
Ooh, registration is closed. So before we get into the structure of the main event, let's update a little bit about the ladies event. We do now know the final field, the final prize pool. So the prize pool is 6,540 euros, 53 entries. I don't know if the payouts may not have been announced publicly, but I'm going to give a spoiler based on what I see. Tonight's winner will go home with a nice prize of 1,960 euros. Meanwhile, we have an all-in and a call here. We have an all-in by Patricia, a call by Nikki with a shorter stack, and now Patricia in amazing shape after flopping top pair with her ace-jack, even has backdoors to the flush draw in case a scary jack or 10 comes. And it's a 9 of hearts on the turn, so Nikki drawing dead. And being that we just heard that announcement, late registration is closed. It's showers for Nikki. Although maybe Nikki can still get in because you could probably still get in if you bust on the very last hand. So I think it'll be on the next hand where it showers, so maybe we see Nikki back in the field. But quite exciting times right now. To go back to the payouts, it's going to be the top 8 that get paid at least a 260 euro cash. It goes up from there, 7,330, 6,420. I know what you're thinking, not that kind of 420. It's 420 euros. Fifth is 540. Fourth is 690. Third is 920. The runner-up, 1,420 euros, and tonight's winner, 1,960 euros. Of course, they can make some deals at the final table, leave some money remaining. One player that we haven't seen that I'm really looking forward to seeing on the feature table is Anne Roos Collins, also an ambassador of the flip community, but one of the loveliest ladies you'll ever meet, has such a good sense of humor. I love her husband as well. Her husband trolls me from time to time, and Roos is always making me laugh. And even though I know we're not going to get her in the commentating booth because she always says my English is so bad, I don't want to do an interview even with you unless it's written down. Her English is perfect. I mean, come on, Anne Roos. But she's an amazing person, and just look her up on the Hendon Mob, and that
She's got
will
quite
say
a few
itself.
women's victories under her belt.
She has a lot of scores in open events. She is a very good poker player. Possibly the strongest in the field, although MZ is showing that she has some very good awareness. Florence as well, Diva, and just at this table, those are easily the 3 strongest that I've seen in terms of pure poker awareness. But everybody is playing fairly solid. Patricia is, I'm actually very impressed with Patricia because Patricia, even though she was on the final table last year, when she came into that final table, she barely played that much poker. She's been around some poker, but it is a difference to being a host where you're around a lot of poker players, not really looking too much at the action, and actually going and playing and making a final table. So props to Patricia as well. I think one day that Patricia works on her game, I will be continuing to mention her in the likes of Florence, Diva, and MZ. But she's playing within herself, and that's what you need to do. You don't want to get out of control. You come in with a plan and you stick to it. But look at this here, 10-8, and we have a 10-10-6 flop in a blind versus blind situation. And the new player in Arletta, not a name I recognize, but does call the donk bet here. Not really a donk bet because it was a limp pot, but Diva repping something only to run into the trips here. Let's see if Diva can slow it down at all. And I don't believe Arletta is her first name. I'm looking up the names and not seeing that, but I think it's Gone Wassenaar is her name, but we will call her Arletta as long as that's what's showing up on the screen. MZ is really the only exception, I guess, to that rule because Emma is her real name, but MZ is what everybody knows her by. I've been so busy with everything at the Battle of Malta. I always like seeing the guys like a C4, a Sea of Poker Tourist, people like MZ, showing the event through their own personal perspective and eyes. The stuff that they're doing outside the casino is as interesting to me as the stuff that they're doing inside the casino. And
yeah, a lot of people, they will
MZ
post
likes
about
to
what
live
they're
the
doing.
moment. Yeah, and MZ likes to live in the moment, and I can appreciate that quite a lot.
You should, if you're traveling the world, you should see more than just the poker room in the places you visit. Very often you won't, but especially if you run deep in an event. But most people do tend to get a bit of spare time when they go to an event.
Usually when you're working events, you don't get that much spare time because we're always here before, we're always here after. Typically, I'm involved in more than just reporting when I'm reporting as well, as you well know. When I'm commentating, it's different. Then I can come in and leave, but it takes a lot of energy as well. But I absolutely love commentating whenever I get the opportunity to do so. And this is an absolute honor to be commentating this ladies event for the first time at the Battle of Malta. And I hope everybody's enjoying it. if you have any feedback, if you want to see this at future Battle of Maltas, please also share that too, because otherwise this may be one and done, folks.
So
And I
how
really
many-
hope we continue this trend.
How many players do we have left in this?
That
Jason?
I don't know for sure, but let's whatever we look up is going to be in real time, so don't bother looking anything up, please. It's I don't want to see that actually myself, but it's probably something in the lines of 23, 24. We're going to have a dinner break before you know it, so it'll be enough time that maybe we can get that information in stream time up on the screen. Typically what's happening here at the Battle of Malta, so it's a mad props here to the MST audiovisual team in putting this together so fast, is that we're just commentating the final table of the main event. So it's a very static thing. You just prepare as well as you can ahead of time, but you know that you're not going to have new players coming in, players coming out, and you can always see the count of the players based on the number of players that are still left at the particular table that you're commentating on. This is a different situation where we started at the beginning of the day, but I imagine we can figure out a way to get that graphic up even if it's on a delay. But I was just told that at this particular time that there are 24 players remaining and 8 getting paid, so 1/3 of the field will be in the money. And also Nikki was able to get back in, folks. So Nikki is back. She did bust that final hand right before late registration, so my intuition about perhaps giving the players a chance at busting that last hand to quickly get back in was correct, as long as they do it very quickly. Because typically what happens in events is that you have a break and you let players still enter on the break before the next level starts. After late reg closes, this was structured a little bit differently.
Yeah, the final number of entries was 53.
So Patricia here was unable to find a bet on the turn here, and now Nikki betting out her deuce. I mean, she's only targeting the hand that Patricia has. Patricia actually calls, and I think it was Diva say, "Oh wow, you got bet through on that." Although she was maybe commentating on the fact that it looks like MZ got some drinks for some of the ladies. Patricia saying thank you to MZ. Diva saying thank you. It's so nice to see the three of them so friendly. They got to know each other a bit more during the last Battle of Malta, where they were all battling it out together.
They're having a great time, having drinks, glasses of fizz, bit of poker.
And Patricia wearing not only that flip pin, but also that Battle of Malta pin. Did I give you a Battle of Malta pin? I was supposed to give you one, but I don't know if I gave it to you. I'll get you one of those Battle of Malta pins. They're rather nice. I hope I at least got you a Battle of Malta t-shirt. I see you wearing it.
I'm
you're
actually sporting it right now. The green version.
If you want another color, we can arrange. You can have a whole Battle of Malta wardrobe that you can wear all year round.
I really would like a sort of extra large one that I could wear in bed.
I just got a visual that I can't undo for the moment, but we need to move on to the hand, so that will help.
All right, I'll be honest, it's not for me.
Okay, that's a little better. So MZ limping from under the gun. And folds all the way around to the small blind. Nikki is never one to shy away from small pots, so she will be calling, and Patricia as well. And it's a rainbow, no, not rainbow, 2 spades on the Jack-6 deuce flop. 7s are still ahead from MZ. If she opened, likely Nikki may have still called, because Nikki is the one wild card on the table that I don't know exactly always what she's going to do. But MZ, meanwhile, is firing out for 3,500. That should basically, nobody really with any draws here. Nikki with a very weak backdoor flush draw, very weak runner, straight draw. Patricia really needs a wing and a prayer. So MZ taking it down, a little bit of small ball. And we do have a new player. Let's see if we can recognize
More than one, I
who
think.
this is. So the table's filling. So this must be when we were probably at 25 before, and this must be when we're down to 24, because it would make sense to have 3 tables of 8 players each.
Yeah, 2 new players coming in the 3 seat and the 5 seat.
Let's see. We'll find out soon who they are. I do recognize both of them, actually. I think that's Sophia in seat 3.
Yes, it is.
Seat number 5 looks very familiar too, but I'm going to cheat on this one. Sigrid in seat 5. Sigrid Denker and Sophia Stubbs.
Do you think wearing the flowers brings more luck?
I mean, when I was doing the walkarounds with the microphone, I was trying to sell that.
Does
We
it
got
help you?
photos,
Does it
so
help
when I
you
put the
do
new bubble,
better commentary? He is wearing one now, by the way.
it helps me look prettier. I don't know about doing better commentating. It may actually interfere with my commentating. David's turn to limp here with the pocket fours, so we're seeing a bit more limping off a shorter stack depth than we would normally see in other events. But I think the structure and the opponents can lead to having a profitable limping strategy with these low pocket pairs. So we'll see if it works out for Diva. Nobody giving her any resistance, so why not? And Sophie with the ace-9 suited, getting a free look at the king-3-7 flop. The 4 is still ahead, but if Sophie was the type to do a dunk bet like we've seen from MZ, it probably would have worked there. But meanwhile, Diva can be repping, that king, and that's what she's exactly doing with this small bet. Sophie calling, though. She has a backdoor flush draw. Her ace is still live as well. And 3 of spades, pairing the board on the turn, a safe card for Diva. Sophie did call, but Diva has shown before that she's capable of the double barrel. May be concerned about the king, but would probably get a 7 to fold. We see Sophie has neither, and we have the 10 of hearts on the river. If Sophie can find a bet here, she can get Diva to fold the better hand. It doesn't even have to be that big, something in the lines of 5,000-6,000. But it goes check, check. Diva picking up the pot, so Diva fans will be happy. She's up to 30,000. While Sophie didn't lose too much there. It was just a min bet that she lost extra. It was a limp pot, so no real damage to the new player at the table in Sophie Stubbs. But it seemed like that Sophie was like immediately fitting into the table, immediately chattering. You could see now, that the new players are fitting in nicely with this vibrant table that we had. The first table was not a lot of chatter, but whenever you have MZ at the table and Patricia at the table and Diva, who at a ladies event table anyway, it's going to be a bit of fun, So Diva in the main event will take it a bit more. People talk to her, she'll talk back, but it's not going to be the drinks are flowing. She's going to be very serious, putting all her poker skills to the fullest level of concentration as possible. But here, the ladies were out for drinks earlier today. They were having a lot of fun, had a nice meal together. So that already set the mood. And Diva is having, I think somebody told her a funny joke maybe on her phone, but laughing at something here. But Florence, meanwhile, will be opening up the hijack with the ace-10.
Maybe she's laughing at something you said 30 minutes ago.
That's possible. I would expect Florence to be jamming that ace-10. Did she? She did. It's a 9 big blind jam by Florence. And here we go. The graphics are back up. It's ace-10. Sophie was thinking about her king-queen suited, deciding it's not strong enough. Emma also not waking up with anything, despite wearing the flowers that are naturally embedded into her dress and the flowery tattoos she has everywhere. It's like the Battle of Malta was made for MZ Oliver in a way. This version of it, with a new floral theme that we have this spring. Last year, even though it was a spring version, it was really more of a summer version taking place end of May, beginning of June. And you could see the main event in the background there. The feature table is center stage in the middle of the big room. Today, even though it's day 2, it's all about the ladies, all about who will become the latest champion. A lot of eyes are on MZ Oliver, both on the stream, but in general, being that she is a popular figure in poker, but also has won this event twice before, so could be not only the first 2-time champion, but the first 3-time champion.
And I mean, she won last year in the Spring Festival, and the year before, or the Summer Festival, which was really the same event. So really, she's a double defending champion, going for a consecutive run of 3 in the summer.
No, but she
spring
didn't
event.
win. She didn't win the autumn one.
No,
The autumn one was won by a
but
Norwegian.
if you just look at this time of year,
okay, if we just look at this time of year.
if we ignore the autumn events.
But that final table was fun. MZ was on that too. She bowed out in 6th place. Diva was in 5th place. Meili was in 2nd place. Patricia was in that final table too in 4th place. So although we didn't have our defending champion come back, we did have a lot of fun on that final table. It wasn't live streamed, but I kept popping in to see how my friends were doing. Rooting on Patricia in particular, being that she didn't play a lot of poker leading into that, and I felt so proud of her to be on that final table. This time around, she has a little bit more experience under her belt, of course, but still, you know, it's not that Patricia, who is spending a lot of time hosting, has a lot of time to be studying poker, but just being around, you could see that she's picked up some things year over year. And I'm not just saying that because now the actual ladies event is on its dinner break, and Patricia peeked back over there. I did say the same comments about 20 minutes ago as well. So, Jonathan, thank you very much for joining in. You'll be back with us, I hope, in like an hour after the dinner break, maybe even sooner if we don't have a guest in to give us another update as far as what's happening in the main event, and of course a little bit of flavor of the side events too. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll go and find out what's going on and drop back again later.
Okay, and good luck, and check out the blog that Jonathan, Frank, and Alex are all working on today. Visit thebattleofmalta.com. Click on live blog from there, and of course visit the Battle of Malta by Casino Malta Facebook page and the Battle of Malta Instagram page. You could see a lot more of Patricia there, and also of Valeria, who joined us in the comms booth a little bit earlier today. There may be some videos of me doing funny things as well. I don't know. That may be the case. Who knows? But meanwhile, back to the action. Just blind versus blind. It's Sigrid who flops the bottom pair. Diva with nothing. May want to try to take this away. At this point in time, every pot is kind of important for these kind of stacks because there's 5,000 in the middle before even the first card is dealt off the deck. I'm being told it's a flamingo and not a flower on MZ's shirt. I'm going to go with flower because we're in some kind of theme here. Or maybe it could be the wings from the Battle of Malta that we see over there, over the wheel straight flush there. But thank you for that, Marie Angela. And welcome also Lindsay to the chat, rooting for a few players, it looks like. So nothing doing really here. Sigrid likely will take down the pot unless Diva decides to make a move, but this isn't the right spot for Diva. And Sigrid up to 56,600 in chips.
Players of yellow for 5 cards, please take your seats. The tournament starts in 1 minute.
So for a quick update, we are down to 23 players in this event. We did lose Marina Gongora in 24th place just moments ago at one of the outer tables. So 15 players from the money.
Ladies event, we have a new blind level. So small blind 1,000, big blind 3,000, big blind ante 3,000.
Katarina is getting louder and louder, but thank you very much for updating us that the blinds are now up to 1,000, 3,000, 3,000. So after this hand, there'll be 7,000 in the pot before any cards are dealt. But meanwhile, Patricia with the ace-jack can certainly be jamming here with 9 big blinds, but is limping, taking basically a footnote out of the playbook of Dominic Nietzsche, who likes to limp these kind of hands with these kind of stack depths. I just don't understand the theory around it, but if Dominic is doing it, he's one of the smartest minds in poker. He must have his reasons, and he is super profitable when he's doing it. And Emma with a small isolation bet from the cutoff to 4,500. Patricia not going anywhere, making the call. Could have shoved in this spot as well, but a call is fine if you're going to be limping. And maybe can get away here. It does have the Broadway gut shot, does have an overcard, but it's MZ here with the top pair. Let's see if MZ plays this cute. She does like to bet whether she has it or not, so I do expect a continuation bet. An easy fold by Patricia, perhaps saving herself some trips with the limping strategy, but is down to just 4 big blinds, so it is in a little bit of a danger zone. But one double up gets her some breathing room, so let's see how it works out for our Battle of Malta host, Patricia Rimfire, over in seat number 2. Yeah, we know, Michael, that the names on some of the players are not necessarily tagged correctly. Some of the middle names are being used, so we'll try to get that fixed during the dinner break. But it's Gon Wassener over there, not Arletta, in seat number 7. But thank you for pointing that out, and hope you are enjoying. I know I am. I was absolutely thrilled when we were able to get this going. We've been trying for more than a year to see if we can live stream the ladies event. But back to the action. Diva with the big slick here will be likely jamming. She has about a 7.5 big blind stack. It's all gone in the middle. Will anybody else wake up with anything? Gane folds. Florence will likely be folding her jack 6, so Diva should be still happy. She picked up 7,000 in chips, so she increased her stack by more than 30% just by getting that jam in those folds. It's rather a big jump, actually, from 1-2 to 1-3, even though it's just an extra 7,000 versus 5,000 in the pot. And then after the dinner break, it will go up to 2,000, 4,000. So this will be the final blind level before we get to eat a little bit. But meanwhile, we're down to 22 players because Anna Brigitte Block out in 23rd place. So we are just 14 players away from the money. And Patricia with ace-jack again. Is it deja vu? Is this a hand being replayed from just 3 minutes ago? Or does she really have ace-jack again? And this time we see the jam. So very nice move there by Patricia. And she wouldn't mind the call from Sophie with the ace-4, but I think that would be a little bit wide. It is just 4 big blinds, but on the other hand, it is a third of your stack with players still to act behind you from under the gun +1. So far, so good for Patricia. Maybe increasing her stack from 13,000 to 30,000 to 20,000 if this continues to work out. Folds all the way around to Florence, who can't possibly call. And Nikki with the 8-5 is going to have to fold too. So Patricia adding 7,000 to her stack. That's all it took. The power of the jam. And even though we could see everybody's cards, she wouldn't have minded that ace-4 in particular to call, but some of these other holdings, even though you're ahead, you're happy just to take down the pot there. You're happy to add more than 50% of your stack without having to see a flop, turn, and river. It's really the best result with ace-jack from under the gun. So well done there by Patricia. Busy stacking up her chips. And we have another MZ fan. So Katrina Taylor wishing MZ good luck. Welcome to the stream, Katrina. For those of you just tuning in, I don't think I've said who I am for a very long time. So I'm Jason Glatzer. You've probably seen me if you come to a lot of these kind of events. I'm a fixture here at the Battle of Malta, but also at some other events as well. Reporter, commentator, media guy, also head of media at pokerpro.cc. Anything media related I love doing. I also love playing poker. I'm a poker fanatic. That's how I got into doing this. I enjoy the media side even more than playing, but when I'm at home and not traveling, I'm pretty much playing most nights after my son is in bed online and making bi-weekly or monthly, depending on how busy I am, trips to the casino to play in some of the Friday night events with slightly bigger buy-ins, and then try to show my face and play some of the festivals that we have in Vilnius, which I call my home for the past 15 years. So that's enough about me. Meanwhile, Emma picking up a free 7,000 in chips, and she just continues to add to her burgeoning mountain of chips in all different colors, shapes, and sizes. It's so nice to see how much fun they are having up close and personal like this. I do typically walk by to say hi to some of the ladies. Once in a while we'll stick around for a hand or two, but I try to give them as much space when I'm reporting as possible to just enjoy amongst themselves. Unfortunately, it's still the case that poker is a male-dominated game, and that shouldn't ever really be the case. But back to the action, we have Florence jamming in the lot with the aces. Now, she's hoping from a call from anyone, but we'll add 7,000 to her stack if not. Is she going to show? It looks like she's ready to. They are tabled. Second time for aces for Florence, I believe. Somebody I respect a lot from the poker media, does a fantastic job with some French media. Also sometimes will dabble a little bit in English media too. When I was first starting out in this industry, she was already experienced, and I remember a trip to Marrakesh where we had a nice little talk probably about 7-8 years ago where some of the things she said kind of hit home. And she probably doesn't even remember this conversation. She probably remembers meeting me for the first time, but probably not that conversation. It's funny how those things work, the things that you remember, but that were so inconsequential to the other person. And Florence, with another strong hand, but not this time, does not want to jam her 8 big blinds. But Nikki, ace-9 from the cutoff, does indeed come along with the jam. 5.5 big blinds, and Sophie thinking it over, making the smart fold with the ace-6. Emma, though, may feel like she has to call. She is, if she's not the chip leader, she's very close with 5 starting stacks, but does fold respecting Nikki's jam. Would have had some equity. Would have to run through the math there, but I think I'm flicking it in if I was MZ, but cannot blame her for trying to preserve her stack somewhat. And I just got a private message from Antoine. It was probably from an hour ago, who knows? But he said, support Patricia. So you have one fan here, Patricia, in the stream, and that's Antoine, the head of the Malta Pokerfish Facebook group, and just an all-around good guy. I got to know Antoine probably about 5-6 years ago, and instantly I'm like, well, Antoine, you're just an amazing person. And since then, I keep in touch with him all the time, and always make a point to see him whenever I'm in Malta. Meanwhile, it's Sophie's turn for her hand with the big slick suited. And it's her turn to jam. This time it's a 10 big blind stack. MZ with the easy fold. Sigrid should be laying this down as well. An experienced player here with the 8-7 suited. It might look pretty. We could see it has some equity, but there's really no point in giving up so much of your stack. So Sophie up to 36,000 now. I think the ladies are talking about where they're going to go on their 75-minute dinner break. I know where Patricia is spending the first part of her dinner break. She's, I think, double watching on the phone, but also watching on the big screen at the same time, which is more than fine because anybody can watch this on their phone. And maybe we have Patricia in the comms booth later, but that's only if things don't go well, because we can't have Patricia in the booth while she's still in the game. That would present some difficulties, so it would have to be 30 minutes on the delay after Patricia hits the rail, if she hits the rail. Last time, as we mentioned, she made it all the way to 4th place. That wouldn't give her enough time to come into the booth, so I know she's aiming for an even better finish this time. We want to see Patricia on the podium. We do root for all our staff members, but particularly Patricia. She's been with the Battle of Malta at least for 5-6 festivals now, and will continue, I believe, to be with us in the long term. If you've been to the Battle of Malta and she says it's my night for singing, then you're just stupid if you don't go to listen to this. You just have these nice, good feeling, but it's not just about the singing. That's just something I appreciate a lot. You can check her out on Facebook. She's doing amazing things alongside of Valeria. The two of them make a very good team. They involve me and Jack to some degree, but it's, we're just kind of doing a little bit different than what they're doing. But when it comes to, let's say, the player interviews and all the fun stuff about what's happening the next day, what happened the previous day, and just being an ambassador to the Battle of Malta. So people forget about that, but Patricia is really an ambassador as well. Very approachable person. And although we haven't spent that much time together this time around, we've had some fun moments over the years at the Battle of Malta together. Being that the video team is more aligned with the Italian side of things, which also basically have accepted me. We all know each other, but we're sitting kind of in different desk areas that I haven't been able to do a proper catch-up with Patricia yet, but that will change. We still have a few days left. And I love the fact that we have actually 2 hosts this time, because we have 2 completely different personalities that mesh quite well together. And if Patricia's not singing this time around, she certainly will be if she's coming back in October, which I can't think she would miss. But believe it or not, we all have lives outside of Battle of Malta, so you never know. So Sigrid here. Too much to jam. She has 16 big blinds, so opting just for a raise, which is fine. Gone folds, a.k.a. Arletta. And Florence also, no, Arletta calls actually, apologize with the similar King Jack. And both players having the same kind of equity on this kind of flop, obviously with a similar hand. But gone Arletta with the jam. It's just for 6,000 though. I didn't realize she was calling off with the short stack depth. She was going with the stop and go all the way, it seemed. And this may work. If she jammed pre-flop, she knows she didn't have enough fold equity. So this is actually a very smart play, because you do then have fold equity after someone bricks a flop. But I don't think Sigrid will be that upset to see that she's basically going to be chopping here. I don't think there's any other possibility, in fact. Three of hearts on the turn, and let's see the inconsequential river. So both players with the nuts, actually. Queen of spades on the river. Everybody loves a chop, and everybody loves a chop with the nuts is maybe not the case, but everybody typically loves a chop. So Katrina now wishing MZ Oliver to win. Love from Bristol and Cornish. Cornish made XXX. Not that that message was XXX rated. I think the X's mean kisses, so. But yes, MZ is in amazing shape. I think at this point, I wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion she'll be at the final table. There's still a lot to go, but she certainly positioned herself well in the early goings of this event, living up to her reputation as the two-time ladies event champion of the Battle of Malta. And MZ raising to 2.5x with the ace-3 suited, folds around to Florence, who folds her queen-9, and Nikki showing up with just 4 high with the easy fold. So more chips to MZ, to the delight of a lot of the listeners right now. Cornish maid to win from another Cornish maid. Although I did live in the UK for a short stint between 2006 and 2009. I did not make it to Bristol, which I do need to visit at some point in my life. But welcome as well to Paula Cowling. And we still haven't established whether Kelly Harvey is related to Andrew Harvey, but we can maybe make some assumptions there. Andrew being MZ's boyfriend or partner, if I'm going to be more politically correct. Let's see what Diva does. I won't be surprised if she jams here. It's 10.5 bigs, but she may decide to do something else. So she's just going to raise, understanding, I guess, that the way the table dynamics are, she doesn't have to do that. And Patricia waking up with the ducks here with the jam. Diva priced in to call. She would have folded to bigger jam, but she has to call here. And Patricia at risk does not want to see an ace or a 3. Oh no, a 3 out the window, but so is a deuce. So go Patricia with the bottom set. A 4 on the turn. There's still possibilities for the chop, but there's a 5 on the river. Otherwise, it's a double up for Patricia. And it's a 3 on the river, so a cooler for Diva with the trips, but a full house for Patricia up to near 24,000, so above a starting stack. Happy days for Patricia Rimfire, winning that flip in style with the full house over the flip founder, Diva Byrne. For me, it was friend on friend crime, but that's poker, folks. I don't mind taking pots from friends and still having a drink with them later. So we have Kelly is Andrew's mom. Are you in Malta as well, Kelly? Are you watching from home? MZ is doing quite well.
Ladies at the ladies' event, complete your hand and enjoy 75 minutes of dinner break. 75 minutes of dinner break on the ladies' event.
Okay, so we heard it here from Katrina that we will have a 75-minute dinner break after this hand, and the jam by Diva gets Patricia to fold that ace-jack. Patricia could have potentially just sent Diva packing. But we'll never know whether there would have been a bad beat or something else. We see Sophie also at a 7. But we're about to go on a 75-minute dinner break, folks. It looks like this was the final hand. We see Florence getting up. And we'll be back with some more action pretty soon with 22 players remaining. The blinds will be 2,000, 4,000 with the 4,000 big blind ante. Stay tuned to see who will win the ladies' event at the Battle of Malta.
I mean, like, for me, 9 was possible. For me, technically, it was possible.
No, but the chairs were not fitting. So, as soon as we reach down here, players will sit up again on the cushion because also the body is going to be also for the bounce. So they just find a step away. So, also, I mean, it's going to be interesting also for the new guys coordinate the coordination with Sian, keep an eye on the other tables, you know. We're going to be M4 and 4 and 5. sé, Luisa. Mover. Yo qué sé. A mí me han dicho que me quedo más. Pensaba que me iba a las 11:30, pensaba que me iba a ir más. ¿Y qué planteas hacer cuando me vaya? Sí. Quiero hacer una maratón este día, estoy en proceso. ¿Cuál? Ya. Esta, que está más cerca. ¿Qué es lo que está? Se llama Becker. Ya tengo su nombre. Bueno, eso no nos canta victoria hasta que no. Así que está bien, lo que pasa es que me veo un niño, claro, es una apuesta. Para mí, yo lo voy a intentar. Ya no, pero yo entiendo lo que quieres decir. Pero tengo cara de bebé, ¿qué edad tienes? 20. Yo 2004. Yo 2004. Era muy difícil. No sé, 7, tal vez. Te consigo su edad fácil. Bueno, no, porque yo soy colega de esta. Seguro que cuando hay conexión ahí. Un intermediario. Va, pues ya tenemos trabajo. Che ragazza? Che quale? Quale ragazza? Rosati, Giada. Non è attiva. Non è attiva. You did 45? I do 30 minutes. No, 45 minutes. For you now it's 7:45. Okay. You come back at 8:30. Okay. Look, no worries. Cheap little line, 3 lines, 8 lines. But the deal is I think it's really too fast. They told me to close now. Yeah, really. Time fast. For the audience now. For the girls. Yeah, for the girls. For me, the fast is stable, like only this fast. Game is normal. Fast is normal, no fast. But they don't know how to play. Yeah, you are normal. She doesn't know. Io penso. Ora abbiamo perso quello che abbiamo fatto. Ma mi sa forse sai cosa? Forse l'abbiamo perso stasera là, perché poi dopo ci sarà la perché poi erano talmente rimasto in piedi. A lavorare non mi fa devi stare così. A me non piace, capito? E quella sedia che non ti giri, se da vabbè, alla fine lo fai, vai un po' così così, ma alla fine va. Quando un po' si apre uno non si apre benissimo. Secondo me non è particolare, ma ci sono tanti casi che si sporcano. Infatti quando ne prendo una, ne scattano due. Prima ne sono stata una e ne scattate due invece di scattarne una perché erano insieme. Però vabbè, alla fine quando ci metti, capisci un po' a mettere di filo, la tiri un po' più della mano. Infatti lì sono stato più fatto avevo appena attaccato, quindi me l'ho appena svegliato. Doccia, casa, girato, mandato tutti i così. Quindi prima mano la faccio qua, ho ancora le panieri. No, no, sono appena arrivati, si sono cambiati. Sì, lui è appena andato in pausa e è tornato a 45 minuti.
Information for ladies event, tournament restart in 5 minutes. Ladies at the ladies event, we are Ladies at the ladies event, we are ready for a start, so please take your seat. Ladies event, we are ready to restart with the level 2000 small blind, 4000 big blind, 4000 big blind ante. So dealer, if you have 2 or more players at your table, please shuffle up and deal.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, back from the dinner break from the ladies' event here at the Battle of Malta, and it's been an absolute delight to be commentating this for the first time in Battle of Malta history. We're down for 22 hopefuls. They're going to be playing down to the money. It's going to be the official final table on the money. We're not going to actually be able to commentate the official final table bubble because this is an 8-handed table and they want to be fair to the players, so the 9-handed will happen on the side table. But we have a little bit of time before then, so let's enjoy some of the action. We have the same table as before, the same characters, the same people. Florence, Diva, MZ, Patricia all back. But unfortunately, I'm going to give away a little spoiler because in about a minute's time in stream time, but really about 29 minutes ago, unfortunately, Lorena, my new friend from Brazil that we met in Dublin, both working at the Irish Open, is here in the booth, but not for good reasons. Unfortunately, she got her short stack in with pocket eights, was unable to win a flip against ace-jack, and we are down to 21 players. But the good news for everybody else is that we have Lorena in the booth, so welcome, Lorena.
Hey, thank you. I'm really happy to be here.
How was your experience playing in the ladies' event?
I had a lot of fun. It was the event itself, it's very pretty and very well organized. So I had a lot of fun, and I'm glad I was able to make it after Ireland to here.
That's good. And if you want to know what Lorena does, she's a videographer. She was in Dublin specifically following the actions of one of the legends of the game in Vanessa Cade, but she was also busy with some of the other players as well, but primarily for Vanessa. And you should check out Vanessa's Instagram if you want to see a little bit of what Lorena does. But it's not an easy job, but she does a great job with it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So meanwhile, we have just a limp pot in front of us, not much going on. We have MZ here with the Queen 10, two-time champion MZ is, by the way.
Oh.
And has a lot of chips and is not afraid to put pressure on opponents, is a very strong player. Would do quite well in open events, but she prefers to play ladies events first. She does quite well with them, but I think in open events she will hold her own for the most part as well, based on her read of the players and situations. Is very strong player. So Lorena, you came to Malta for the first time, and you actually may have come to Europe for the first time.
Yes.
When you came to Dublin. So how were you finding Malta?
I actually am in love with the country and the cities I got to meet while I was here. Yeah, it's the weather. It's very nice. I'm from Brazil, so it's the Mediterranean weather. It's nicer, at my point of view. And the entire city is so beautiful. Architecture, nature. And the people are so nice. Everyone is so helpful and very welcoming people.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, but we have Patricia here with a very strong play. Nikki is back to her limping ways, and she might get punished here because Patricia jamming from the hijack, absolutely dominating Nikki. And we could see there's another queen out. The queen isn't as relevant. Nikki's going to need a king. But Arletta here, is she going to come along for the ride? Gane Wassenaar here, also coming in with the Queen 10. So Patricia, an amazing spot to potentially eliminate two opponents right off the bat. This would be amazing, actually. I love Patricia's play. I'm not really that fond of the call from the big blind. Nikki, I can't really blame. I would have liked to have seen a shove from her to lead off. It would have worked out the same for her. And now we see The 3 hands tabled, so we could be losing 2 players unless some magic happens anytime soon. And it's a jack of spades out of the window, 2 spades, so a beautiful flop here for Patricia. She didn't hit directly with it, but now even that 10 of spades gives her a flush and doesn't help, and now it showers. Flush for Patricia, showers for Nikki, and Gani Arleta. King of Hearts completes the board, so all of a sudden, just minutes from the dinner break, maybe they spiked everybody's food with something because we're all of a sudden down to just 19 players. Wow. I mean, we lost 3 players. Lorena unfortunately went out. I came over to say hi, see how she was doing, knowing that it was her first time in Malta, knowing that I potentially could get her in the booth for a little bit of time. I was just hoping it wasn't going to be then and there. But these other 2 eliminations is something. I mean, Nikki's was going to get that king-queen in, I suppose, but the queen-10 didn't have to be calling. But our hero, Patricia, the Battle of Malta co-host alongside Valeria, now has a mountain of chips. Keep in mind, it's still a 4K big blind, so I think just an estimate, it's still sub 20 big blind stack, but being that we came back from dinner break with just a 12 big blind average, that's quite good. But now we can get back into your experiences in Malta. Sorry for interrupting, but that was obviously a big spot to take a look at.
No, no problem. Yeah. Well, too. I was saying that I actually remember seeing a saying out of church when I was at Medina, is that the people that came here first, they were saying they had this writing saying how nice people, the native people from Malta, were to them, and that's when they decided to stay. It was a church, just right outside of Habat, actually, not Medina. It's that how you pronounce that?
I can't pronounce Maltese words, but it sounds right to
Well,
me.
kind of, yeah. It was a church outside of and that actually touched me because I just I can relate to that. Everyone here is so nice. So, yes.
They say Malta is nice to live for a few years, but then you have a bunch of people that wind up leaving after that. And then I now know people that have been here 15, 20 years and will never leave. So you can fall into both categories. It is a little bit of a different lifestyle than the rest of Europe. I wouldn't mind living here because of all the opportunities it would present to me. But there's a lot of busyness, especially in this area, and then you go out a little bit and it's nice and calm. So you have a little bit, as small as the island is, there's a lot going on.
Yes. I actually talked to a few people and they said the same thing. They said they know a bunch of people that live here for just a couple of years and people that have been living far, and then there is a bunch of opportunities, even how many languages do you speak? There is a bunch of opportunities, and so I've heard that.
So Patricia giving up with the Jack-3. So we've seen a couple of shoves that we just didn't commentate on because there was no caller. We did see a shove with the 9-7 suited earlier. And it looks like they moved Diva away from the feature table, but we will have a redraw soon, being that we are getting closer and closer to that 16 players left. We still are at 19, however, in stream time. Everything you see is actually in the future, and we're in the present. MZ with the Jack Deuce. She's been opening a lot, but not this time. And how was your table? Were people friendly? We saw a bit more stiffness on your table in particular when it was on the TV table compared to the amount of banter that's happening on this table. Friendly banter, not needling, but people actually enjoying each other's company. And on your table, it seemed like everybody was there just to play poker. Was that the general feeling, or just how I saw it?
No, you saw it just right, because when we left the TV table, I did the same comment. I was just like, okay, we are outside of the TV table. We can talk now. And people and all the other women laugh about it. But yeah, I got the feeling. It was actually my first feature table. So
oh, wow.
yeah, I played like very few tournaments before.
So how did you feel? Were you intimidated being like knowing that people were going to see what you were doing later, or did you feel like you could just play your game and not worry about any of that?
No, I was intimidated for sure. Yeah, but like, it was a nice feeling. I felt very intimidated by knowing that, well, I work with a lot of poker players, and they would have ended up seeing it. It was just, I'm here, and that's not my job. I'm not a professional. I work with media. I work with videos. So, but it was a very nice experience. It was very nice, and I really enjoyed watching it later. I didn't know I gave up so many tells.
Oh, I didn't see any tells, but I did see a nice call that you made near the end of the stream, right before the first break. I think you had Queen Jack, and it was ace on the turn. You flopped top pair, and then you were getting bet into from a player out of position, both on the turn and river, and you're just like, nah, you don't have the ace. I'm calling, and you were correct.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I was trying to read the entire situation and ended up being a good read. So, yeah, I know I took a lot of time thinking about it, but it was necessary. I, I had to think about it, and I'm happy that I did because I was just like, no, you don't have the ace. It doesn't make any sense.
What it seemed like a lot of time in your head was not actually in reality a lot of time. And it's so
Oh.
funny how that works. Like I've apologized to people and they're like, Jason, you've only been thinking for 20 seconds. So you have a little bit of time. Go ahead. Stop talking and keep thinking, you know. The time actually goes longer than it actually is, like at least for me. So it was probably the same case in this way. I think it was only like 20, 30 seconds you were thinking, which is
Oh,
fine.
really? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, one difference I noticed because I also played the latest event on the other, and well, we don't have the cards for time bank as they have in another series around the world, you know. And then you can just kind of like it goes with the table. If the table let you think it's okay, but if they kind of annoyed by it, if take it's too long, they can call the floor, and then you have 30 seconds. Well, in Brazil, the tournaments, and I think also somewhere else I was, you have those time banks cards.
Yeah, so they do that in some of the bigger tournaments around, especially when there's high rollers involved that just like to incessantly tank for 10 minutes at a time. But meanwhile, I'm surprised by Patricia here. She was playing pretty solid, but she limped her ace-jack and then gave up to a single raise against the player that is most active in MZ. I would have liked to have first seen her just open jam off a 15 big blind stack if she's concerned about playing post-flop. If not, you can raise. But you can't be afraid if you're limping. I'm never limping there, but if you are limping to a single raise by the most active player out of position, I think you have to at least see a flop. But Patricia was on the final table last year. She took fourth place. She probably knows how to navigate through the ladies' fields a little bit more than I do because I've seen a lot of play that I wouldn't normally see in other events. And then you have to think, how do I adjust to this? How do I adjust to all this limping? And I don't have an answer for that, actually. I have to actually think about it a little bit more. But now MZ back over 100,000, and it's her turn to limp. And Sigrid calling with a better ace, but the kicker is never going to matter there. And Anna Maria, we did see her earlier. I believe you played with her earlier.
I did. I was in the same table as her.
And she's all flowery, which I love. I'm sporting my flowers all week long. I even had some around my head at one point.
Yeah.
Just having fun with the whole theme, but does just check it back her option, and it's MZ coming out with the best fit with bottom pair here. It should check to her, which it does, and I expect, based on the fact that she does like to continue a lot, to see something happening here, not necessarily repping the two, but being happy that she has some protection if she does get called. But easy peasy lemon squeezy for MZ. Just keeps on piling away chips while the short stacks keep getting shorter. and creating a good dynamic for the table because she does like to have fun. She's the type of person always living in the moment. She's very active, as you are as well, on Instagram, documenting her travels and whatnot, always looking like she's having fun. Her
Yeah.
boyfriend Andrew is out here as well, so shout out to him. He was watching before, but apparently a football game. I mean, I know it was a big European football match, but girlfriend on the on the feature table, football game. There's football every day, but not every day is MZ on a feature table. In fact, this is the first time we're doing this at the Battle of Malta, so very proud that we can do this, and hopefully it will become a regular thing. But if not, we'll enjoy the moments of this. It may even be more special if it's a one-off for the ladies playing in the event. And I'm going to check if we've lost anybody else. And it looks like we lost Layla. Oh, no. We lost Layla in 19th place and Giuseppina in 18th place. So all of a sudden, we're down to 17 players. It's just going fast. I mean, I know the stacks were shallow. I should have expected this boom, boom, boom. We had 2 eliminations in one hand by Patricia at the feature table. Patricia with the matching corsage on her wrist. Patricia, former, either she's a former Miss Slovenia or was one of the finalists, but she's been one of the Battle of Malta, the main host, for at least the last 4 or 5 festivals. Works very hard, very down to earth as well. And does get a lot of appreciation from the poker community, as she should. Let's see what Florence woke up with. Now, Florence in Seat 8, she's a friend of mine as well. She's a French poker media person. She took runner-up, not the last time, but the time before. She couldn't come the last time, so also a very strong player.
Nice. Yeah, I wish I had more time here in Malta than to come to the event more times and more the other days before and the ones that are still going on, so I could get to meet them all and meet more of the other players as well. It's always a blast, you know, getting to know players from different cultures, different places. Man, next year.
Next year,
Next
yes.
year.
And I was looking forward to taste testing a Guinness with you in a foreign country, so I can show you how much, you know, it still tastes like Guinness. It's still good, but it's not as good as what you get in Dublin. And then I recommend buying it in the can, actually, if you're buying it on the road, because the cans are especially pressurized for the Guinness.
Okay.
Not that we should make this into a Guinness advertisement, but if you are going to buy Guinness, we're not recommending you to do so. Buy it in the can unless you're in Dublin.
Okay, I took a note from that. I saw an Irish pub on my way to the.
Hold your horses here, because we have Sigrid jamming, but we have Florence waking up with the short stack with the pocket rockets. This could be the point where she turns things around. And Sophie thinking about it, she has a short stack as well. The problem is there's already, it would have been maybe fine for her to call Sigrid's jam, but to have another person coming in, if it was a cash game against 2 short stacks, fine, but Sophie coming up with the same conclusion. She does fold, so Florence at risk, but must feel thrilled. And if Sophie says, I also had King Jack, Florence will know that her aces are even more destined to win. We can see she's a 9-1 favorite, but that takes out some of those outs, including the King Jack that we previously saw in Sophie's hand. But look at this, flopping top set, but Sigrid now drawing to a queen, so Florence not out of the woods yet. The 8 of diamonds is safe for her as well. The drama, the suspense. And the 9 of clubs on the river. The pocket aces hold the trip aces for Florence to double up to 38,000. Meanwhile, Sigrid down to 8 big blinds, with blinds probably going up fairly soon. So you go back to Brazil tomorrow or tonight, or what's
Tomorrow morning.
tomorrow
already,
morning.
Yeah.
And how long is that journey?
It's more or less like 14 hours. Yeah. So a bit far. I'm actually stopping by in Paris and then heading back to Brazil. Yes.
So do you have a day or two in Paris, or?
One day.
Okay,
One,
good.
a day and a half if I manage to wake up very early. Yes.
So I think we are down to 16 players. So we're going to take a short break. Unfortunately, I've just looked up who went out 17th place, and it was the one and only Flip founder and Diva Byrne out on the rail. She will probably join us in the booth at some point, probably taking a break, talking to her husband, John, maybe walking around a little bit. But she did promise that if she did bust a little bit early, that we would get her in the booth at least for a short time. And all of a sudden, we're not taking a break because there was no two-table redraw. Instead, we just got some new players at the table. So I guess the redraw is going to take place when we are down to a final table. Do you want to? So we have Anna Maria here with the ace queen. It's her turn to get a little jammy. This is what I like. You have 13 big blinds. You should really just be jamming or folding on tables like this. If you start getting cute with the limps and playing four-way or raising, you just should be happy to add the 10K to your stack. We have another good friend of mine in seat number 6, and Miley, runner-up at the last ladies event from Estonia. She is always in every festival in Estonia, very popular in the Estonian poker community, and had proved during the last battle of Malta that she has what it takes to become a champion. Just fell one player shy to Monica from Norway. Monica was not here to defend her title. MZ's not, I don't think, going to miss another ladies event here, though. She wants to keep winning. But now Miley doing a little limpy. The blinds have gone up to 2,000, 5,000 with the 5,000 big blind ante. She does have that kind of awkward stack where maybe just folding your threes is okay. The problem with raising that from under the gun would be that you're going to be likely playing out of position against something that you don't ever know where you stand unless you flop a 3. So I do like a limp to some degree. I think I would prefer a fold, but Meili knows the dynamics better than I do, and we can see things through her glasses, actually. I don't know if you noticed that, but there was a nice reflection to the rest of the room. But Meili's still ahead with the threes, but this is once again the problem. She doesn't know it. She's going to get away with it, though, with this 10,000 bet. There's really no reason for Sigrid to get involved with the 22K. She was only involved in the hand to begin with because it was a limp pot. So Meili now up to near where MZ is, near 100,000. And then are you going to be going to any poker events in Brazil when you get back? Or are you taking a little bit of R&R, catching up with some work? What's the plan?
Well, I already have a schedule to go to 2 big events, 2 big series in Brazil. We have the King Series of Poker there. It has 5 dates happening. So the biggest one was just in January. There was the biggest Latin American poker tour. And I am going as well to Brazilian Poker Series. That is another one that happens in November and WSOP in Las Vegas. So, but until WSOP, I'm not going to any events because I need to do all the planning and social media content for the players I will be working with there.
Okay, so it's not going to be just Vanessa at the WSOP. It's going to be multiple players?
Oh
or-
yeah, normally I have my team working remotely and also working with several players because you have to be the first and the first to arrive and the last one to leave. You must know that working with media. And if you're only working with one player, there is not enough action. to be there for that whole time. But you cannot live as well because they might get busted. They might, have an all-in that you have to record or something. So it's best to have more players to as a client on those events. So normally I take 2, 3, 4 clients per event, and if more, because in Brazil more, I would have my team working remotely so everyone gets their content in time.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
So Florence jamming again, this time with Ace Jack. And Sophie thinking about, I just have an orbit left. Is this my spot? She would have 2 live cards. And she's going to take her chances with the Queen 10, probably not thinking she's ahead, hoping she just has those live cards. And Sigrid coming in too with the Ace 4. She could have waited a little bit of time. She was on the button, but we once again have 2 players at risk. And Florence with the short stack actually has both players covered. I think there's a little slow rolling going on with the... no, we were waiting for one more player to act. So now the cards will be tabled. Let's see if Florence can do what Patricia did and eliminate 2 short stack players to start off the stream. 9, 5, 8, rainbow flop. Ace Jack still ahead. Florence in good shape. A jack would be something she would love to see. 5 of spades on the turn, so just needs to fade any 4, queen or 10, although that gives the queen 10 a flush draw. So Sophie now in much better shape, but not anymore. 9 of diamonds, double pairing the board. The ace Jack holds, but so that the ace 4 gets there as well for a chop. So it's just Sophie that hits the rail, not 2 players. So not the best, not the worst river card for Florence, but Sophie out in 15th place because Monica Poggi went out in 16th place just moments ago on the side table. So we just have 14 hopefuls remaining. So 6 away from the money already. It's just going bang, 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 bang.
Yeah. Yeah, we were all playing on a very... The average stack was it was around like 12, 13 blinds. So yeah, very turbo. It has its fun side to be that way, that structure.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard with the structuring of events that start a little bit later in the day. You don't want it to end at 4 in the morning. I don't think anybody wants that. So I think the way this is structured will allow it to end around midnight to 2 a.m., which is much better for the players. Some of them have plans the next day, like you need to get some rest so you can catch a flight. Others have other tournaments that they want to play the next day, and they may be too tired to do it if they're still playing at 4 in the morning.
Yes, makes a lot of sense.
And the Battle of Malta is one of those festivals where you typically don't see players outside of the main event because some of that can go quite long. But in the side events, they're structured quite well to allow some playability, but also with the understanding that nobody really wants to be playing at 6 in the morning. Emma opening it up. She was opening a lot more earlier, but had to take a back seat with other players taking charge temporarily, but expect to see her to open a lot of unopened pots, and pocket 4s is certainly a good candidate to be doing so. And I think she inspires, I wouldn't say personality fear. She's a very nice person, but I think people are afraid to play back at her poker-wise because, she is quite aggressive. You don't know where you stand. You don't know when she has it or not, et cetera, et cetera. Let's give a quick shout out to our mutual friend, Christopher Carlin, who we were working with last week. I know if he's listening, I don't know. I didn't tell him you were coming in the stream. He would appreciate that. Unfortunately, could not join us at the Battle of Malta. Meanwhile, Sigrid's turn. She has the ducks. Folds around to Anna Maria, who quickly folds. Florence getting out of the way with her ace-5 suited. And Marie, our new player, folds as well. Let's see what we can find out about Marie.
Well, I can tell you one thing. She has most of my stack there.
I'm not sure that is Marie or not, though. I'm not quite sure if we have the name correct.
And I believe she's from France.
Yeah, I think it's Celine actually. If I'm looking at, it's hard to see from this angle, but I think it's actually Celine. It's hard with players moving in and out. They probably just grabbed one of her 15 middle names and tossed that in there. So it's much easier when we're doing it on the final day that we have time to speak with all the players, look at all their names, try to even find out what their nicknames are, have a little bit of chat with them and get the names super solid, maybe even pick up some information about some of the players that we don't know. Because even though I know a lot of players, there's always going to be new faces on any final table that you've just seen for the first time, satellite qualifiers, the guy that's maybe played 5 or 6 events that just not ones that I've been at, et cetera, or even events that I've been at. There's so many players at the Battle of Malta that I'm certainly not going to meet every single player. But coming back here for so many years, you do see a lot of the same faces quite a lot, which is nice.
Yeah, there were many talking in different languages on my table: Italian, French.
Getting some messages from the tech team, but everything is running smooth, which is good. So shout out to them. MST Audiovisual doing a fantastic job with all the setup. Also doing a great job with dealing with everything on the fly. And a shout out to Marcello, Caterina, and everybody else involved with the floor, with the dealers. It's been quite smooth.
Yeah, and the quality of the transmission is just impressive. The lighting as well.
We have like the supersized screen too, so it's completely amplified. You can see like every crack in things, and I think I'd be a little bit paranoid at this as well. Like I've been on a lot of TV tables, but no, I wouldn't be paranoid. I don't think about it. Once I'm playing, I'm playing. Once somebody puts a microphone in front of me, they put a microphone in front of me, whatever it might be, I kind of roll with it. At the last event, they wanted me to start doing like voiceover for reading. I'm like, no, I'm not the right person to do reading. I'm just the guy that will do everything naturally. If you want to take me out of the natural environment, you're better off going to somebody else that's professional at voiceover than using me for voiceover. Or just let me put it in my own words and not go word for word, because I don't want to ever be reading something when I'm presenting or when I'm doing video. I just like talking.
Yeah, I was very, how can I say, intimidated by in the first minutes of the feature table, because I was just like, well, am I sitting correctly? Is my clothes all okay? Like, and then I was just like, no, I'm here to play. I'm not going to worry about it.
It was funny when you first sat down. I said this, maybe I told you privately too, but I even said it on the stream. It was like a good 15 minutes because I didn't put 2 and 2 together right away, because if you were coming to Malta, I thought... You explained why I didn't get any messages, but I thought I would get like advance notice, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute, that's Lorena.
Yeah, as I was telling you, I only had like, I think, 4 days here, and then I divided very well. Like I'm doing Valletta tours, the Medina and Rabat walking tour, and then Comino and Blue Lagoon, and then coming to Battle of Malta.
You went to the Blue Lagoon too. That I didn't know. Cool.
Yeah, and then coming here to Battle of Malta. So 4 days, 4 full schedules. And I wanted to see the nightlife of the town, because people said a lot of, there's a lot of fun. There are a bunch of bars and pubs, but I didn't manage to do any of those things.
So if you go to like the Spinola Bay area, I mean, I know you're a lot younger than me, but I'm too old to see like these youngsters drinking and drinking too much. So I avoid like this one street in Patchville. But if you go a little bit further out to like Spinola Bay by the water, there's some really good chill places to go if you're looking for somewhere to go tonight. There's a lot of also good restaurants right around the corner here. There's a very good Italian restaurant if you go down towards the beach, but then go to the other side of the road. If you like burgers, there's very good burger places. Even the pub food is very good in the area. So there's a lot. There's sushi. There's a lot of different options. But for me, I'm too old for like I like to dance. Don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of over the people that can't handle the over drinking. If that makes any sense. So Anna Maria here with the Queens. Miley's going to give up if I know Miley. She's just asking for a count to see if she's priced in. But there's no way Miley is calling here with Jack 7. This might be also doing like a little bit of Hollywood that you have at this time. So she shows the Jack, it looks like. Do you want to see? And Anna Maria showing. So Anna Maria, who was on the first table for a short time, didn't really say a word, but all of a sudden you put her on this fun table and you see that she's a fun person, so that's good.
True. Yeah.
Because the ladies' events, to me, yes, it's about bringing new people into poker. It's about the women being able to play in a testosterone-free environment. You don't have to worry about anything. I mean, obviously, you might not get along with somebody at your table. That can happen all the time. But for the most part, it's a safe environment, and it's a very good environment. And it's nice that festivals such as the Battle of Malta also make it so I don't think you were at the breakfast, the brunch today.
No, I was not.
So they had a nice brunch with all the ladies at
Oh,
1
I
o'clock
didn't.
overlooking the water. I went over just to say hi to a few of the people because I was in the area.
Oh.
And then I looked at the water. I'm like, I have to go swimming. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I didn't bring my bathing suit in the bag because I would have just quickly ran into the bathroom, changed, hop in the water.
Oh.
Ran to the hotel room, but I didn't have enough time to run to the hotel room, change, and then run back again. It would have just been a quick 10-minute swim. But I think I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, I missed that. As you were saying, I am younger, but I don't think I am as that young anymore. At least I don't feel like it because all those walking tours, they were enough for me to not being able to go anywhere during the night. I was just like, oh my God, I'm not going to go out on Friday. I'm the only Friday in Malta. Yeah, I'm not. And then Saturday, same thing. So the walking tours they were amazing. I was amazed by the history.
Good, Patricia. This is what I want to see, Patricia. You have 11 big blinds. Just jam it in from under the gun. Raising doesn't make sense. Limping is an option, but only if you have a very strong knowledge on limping strategy, which I don't even have. And I'm pretty sure I've played about 1,000 times more poker hands than Patricia, and I still don't limp, even though some of the big names like Dominic do. Dominic Nietzsche, who we saw last week, for example. And Miley here with Ace-Jack. Patricia could be in another great spot. It's going to be hard for Miley to get away from this. Patricia's been a little bit tight, so that might be the only thing. Miley having a laugh maybe to calm herself down a little bit. Miley's always there to help cheer people up in the Estonian poker community. Even myself, she's seen me once where I just needed someone to talk to and was good with that. But she let go of the ace-jack, so good read there by Miley. Anna Maria, meanwhile, thinking things over before folding. Florence folding the same hand, just in a different suit. And Marie, who's not really Marie, but we'll call her Marie on the stream, but really is Celine, does fold as well. And she's saying she has one ace. Now she said it was ace-queen. Very good play there, Patricia. So Patricia was on the final table last time, but she was a very inexperienced player then, and now it seems like she's gained some confidence from that experience, maybe has talked some poker with some people, because as a host, you're not seeing as many of the poker hands. She's been around poker for a long time, but still, it's nice to see that she's picking up a bit. And that's the thing. You shouldn't be afraid if it's like, people are always going to be on different levels of experience. So nothing I say is meant to be critical of the players. I just want to re-point that out. And Miley, this is a little bit better than ace-jack. Ace-king suited, and she doesn't have to jam here. The blinds have not gone up yet. I thought maybe they did with that sizing, but it's to 12,000, which is perfectly fine. And Celine with the queen 10.
Ladies event, we have a new blind, 3,000 small blind, 6,000 big blind, 6,000 big blind ante.
So Kat informing us of the blind change, which will take place this hand. It'll be 3,000, 6,000, so the short stacks are now all effectively shorter. For those of you just tuning in, you may or may not recognize my voice, but this is Jason Glatzer, the Battle of Malta commentator for the last few years, here alongside the lovely Lorena, who unfortunately is only with us because she got eliminated a minute into action right after the dinner break. It was the very first hand. I was just saying hi to her and a few of the others, and then I'm like, I have to stick around. And she got it in with eights and was called by ace-jack, a jack out of the window. No love the rest of the way, and now, unfortunately, no money, but at least you get to join in the fun in the booth.
Yeah. Yes, it is what it is. I had a lot of fun there. I'm having a lot of fun here. It's been a great experience, and I really wanted to see how the Battle of Malta was, the structure, the decoration, the organization of it, as being in different events around the world. I was just very curious, and I'm very happy to be here. Didn't have time to be sad about losing it.
So Florence jamming the ducks, not a very big jam, 5 big blinds. Did get Patricia to fold the ace-9. If MZ calls, it could be showers for Florence. But MZ and Florence were heads up about a year ago this time. And MZ asking for a count. The thing is, MZ probably thinks either I'm flipping or being dominated, not realizing how much ahead she actually is, because she's only dominating threes and deuces. And does fold, so Florence getting away with one. Florence Mazet, the French poker reporter. You will often see her working events in Marrakesh and in the country of France, where both have obviously a lot of French players coming. Who would have thought French players play in France? I don't know. So, question for you. Coming from Brazil, you're probably not as aware as all the players that, let's say, even I'm aware of, or that anybody at the tables are aware of. Was there any players you recognized before coming in, or was it just a complete blank slate for you playing the ladies' event?
It was, I didn't know anyone. I didn't recognize any of the female players. I didn't have enough time to look around as much. I got here on the 4th, I think, level of blind, or 5th, I don't know. So I looked out to see if I see you somewhere, and then I realized I was at the feature table.
So we have it all in from Maria. We're going to go back to this conversation with the king-queen offsuit. Sigrid making the easy call with the ace-king. Marie is in a bit of a bother, and by Marie we mean Celine. And it's a deuce, 5, jack, flop. So nothing doing for Celine quite yet. Another deuce on the turn. She needs a queen and only a queen. Otherwise, it's off to the rocker room. And it's a jack of hearts on the river. The ace-king holds, and Marie went out in 13th place. Just before she went out, Anne Roos Collins, probably the most accomplished player, maybe outside of Diva at this table. Also a flip ambassador, has close to $1 million in live tournament cashes, also hit the rail on the side table. It's maybe good news and bad news, because she said, Jason, I don't want to be on the TV table. I'm going to be so nervous. And I said, how about you come into the booth? She said, maybe, but I don't think we're going to see her in the booth. But she's a very nice lady, a good ambassador to the game, both for the Belgian poker community and the women's poker community. Really, as for the whole poker community, to be fair. So you didn't know anybody. Did you make any new friends at the playing? Did you say where you were from? Was there any chit-chat, or was it a very less social table than what we see here?
Well, it was less social table than what we are getting to see in here. Yeah, so I didn't actually have any deep conversation with anyone. Didn't mention like where I was from or anything. People, all the women, they were being very opening, but also very concentrated as well. So.
Which is fair enough. There's a bit of money on top, more than 1,900 euros to the winner.
Yes.
That will buy a few beers anywhere in Malta, or bottles of wine and champagne. And it's always quite an experience if you entered level 4, because that's when you came on the TV table. So you late enter, and then it's like you probably didn't even know it was going to be live streamed, because it's typically we're only live streaming the final table of the main event, and straight to the TV table.
Yeah, straight to the TV table.
Where you're like, what did I get myself into? Or you were looking forward to the experience, but yet nervous at the same time?
I was actually nervous, and then I realized it was going to be a very fun experience. But when I didn't see anyone at the table I was supposed to, and then they say like, "Are you on this one?" It's feature table. Then I was just, oh man.
So I need to catch up a little bit on the Facebook chat. Katrina Taylor's back supporting MC Oliver, so welcome back to you. Diana, why aren't you in Malta? You're usually here. I'm glad you're on the rail, rooting for Miley. I'm secretly rooting for her as well. And Star Valdez, I hope we don't lose you. I wish you would stay in the stream, but no, Diva hit the rail. We may get her in the booth, though. Lorena's going to stick with us for a little while, but if Diva comes along, we do want to get her in the booth, of course. She knows that she is welcome. She did say that she would get in, but she hit the rail in 17th place right after she was moved away from the feature table, so we do not know exactly how she went out. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. For those of you that don't know who I am, although you can probably tell that I'm Jason by now, it's Jason Glatzer here in the booth. If you've been to Malta, if you've been to Estonia, many other countries in Europe, we've likely at least said hi, or you've seen me walk around with a notepad or a microphone. And I'm joined by a very special guest, a new friend, someone that I got along with very well last week in Dublin, and Lorena. So unfortunately, Lorena's only here because she went out a few minutes before Diva, first hand straight off the dinner break, got it in with the eights, perfectly fine jam with a short stack, got called by ace jack out of the window, and nothing else. It was, I shouldn't be reminding you of this sad moment.
Oh, I actually got Jason telling the hand live on my table, so I don't think many players get to hear that. He was just by my side saying hi, and I said I got the eights, and I was just, you're gonna have to stick around to see that because I'm just going all in. And he announced at the table all the cards and the flop and the board, and it was pretty nice to having that very, very right by my side. So it was fun. Not many players get that. So yeah, and like I said, I didn't have enough time to feel sad about busting it because I just had so much fun, and I'm having so much fun being here as well at the booth. So yeah, thanks for the invitation.
Meanwhile, look at this, because we had this dynamic earlier where Florence just open jammed her ducks and got MZ to fold the fours, and now Florence with the 3-bet shove with ace king, and it's MZ with the ducks. And it may just be a little bit too much to call. I mean, if she just min-raised, it would probably be a much easier fold. She did raise 2.5x to 15,000, so it's another 38,000 to call. MZ thinking over her options, perhaps running through a little bit of math, and does get away. So Florence, who was just on fumes earlier, now up to 77,000. Still not a big stack, but what she's done as well is she's kind of whittled away at MZ's stack, and MZ's a very strong player, so it's kind of like good on both ends of that. Although she's probably having a good time with MZ, she probably would rather not face off against her at the final table and have another rematch of that heads up. Or maybe that's what she exactly wants, but you can see the big smile on her face. There she is in seat number 8.
So just to get a little bit of a contest here, pretty much all of these players, they know each other, all the female players in this table, kind of.
I wouldn't say all of them, but at least Patricia, MZ, and Florence definitely know each other. Miley probably knows everybody at the table as well. I can't really speak for Anna Maria, but if she's wearing that flip thing, maybe she's an ambassador as well. So there's a good chance they know of each other if they don't know each other. But there's definitely women in the field when I was walking around that I've seen for the first time. So there's always going to be new faces. That's the great thing about women's events.
Yes.
Is people that may not want to come out and be ready to compete in open events, maybe feel like the same way you felt a little bit intimidated about being on a featured table. There's players that are intimidated about entering a side event, that's mixed. And in this situation, it's a safer environment and a way for them to learn, gain confidence, be able to talk spots pretty much straight off their hands with people they respect. Sorry, working women, but good luck to all. No, Diana, you can root for Miley. It's okay. The Estonian connection is real. Last year it was fun when we had Hurley Olap on the main event final table, and as soon as he busted, all the Estonians left. So what's going on here? We have Florence in a BVB situation, turning the bottom pair, where Patricia now taking action into her own hands with a jam over the top after Florence bet out. It would be nice that if they kept up the graphic as far as how much Florence bet, but I don't think it was very much. But she doesn't have enough in her stack where if she feels like Patricia doesn't have any bluffs to call. And to be fair, I don't think Patricia has very many bluffs in her arsenal at this point. So Lorena paying a little bit more attention than I was, says it was probably about 12. So against other players, I think we're going to see Florence call, but recognizing that when Patricia's doing that, that she's probably got top pair or better. Lost a few chips that hand, but could have been a lot worse. Let's see if we've lost anybody else at the outer tables. And it looks like we are down to just 11 hopefuls after Sigrid Denker also hit the rail. Although I maybe just gave away a spoiler because she's on the feature table, so scratch that. She's still in. Florence with the pocket nines. This is a jam spot under 10 big blinds. The blinds are going to go up soon to 4,000, 8,000. Wow, Patricia folding the jacks. What's going on, Patricia? It's okay to play tight, but folding the jacks. We'll have a little talk later, Patricia, but you're playing very well, but in that particular spot, I know you want to be a little bit tighter, but folding jacks against a single open raise against a player that has shown that she likes to play some hands.
I have a funny story about it. So in Brazil, we have a couple of content creators from that are in poker, and there is one particular. She is Jenny Fate. And one time at the Brazilian Poker Series, she was advertising her profile and stuff, and she was giving away some range, a card with a range. Like, this is what you call. This is your calling range, and then there's everything was blue, like everything you call, and then the jacks it was red. So like the only hand you don't call. And it was very fun. Everyone was talking about it. Was
That's funny. Because there's other videos. There's this one video, it's probably 15, 20 years ago, where it was like how to play jacks, but it turned out to just be like a rant from a guy showing like 100 hands or something that he lost with jacks, and progressively getting like more upset and more upset and more upset. That was really funny. But they say there's a million ways to play jacks, and all of them are wrong. But I think in this situation, it was a pretty standard reshove with the jacks. You could just call two. It's fine. Either way, it works out the same.
yeah. We just like last week, there right now in Brazil is happening a big reality show, a big one. Very like a lot of people watching it. It's on the noble hour of the open television, and out of nowhere, the person that is the host of this reality show used poker as an analogy to do the elimination. It was just like a very big to the poker community. People started searching for the word poker, and he actually called the person who was eliminated jacks. Like
That's funny.
that's like you thought you had a good hand, but playing jacks is kind of difficult. And it was just out of nowhere. I don't even remember seeing.
Hold your horses here, because we had Emma limp. We had Sigrid just jam in her tens, and Miley coming in over the top with ace king. I feel like we kind of know what's going to happen here. And it's not going to be good news for one of the players. And right now, Sigrid needs a 10. I mean, this is such a cooler spot, tens versus ace king in a blind versus blind situation. 5 of clubs on the turn, so still just drawing to 2 outs. And we are down to 11 players after we've lost Sigrid Denker. And meanwhile, Miley, our hero, we're going to keep Diane in the chat for a little bit longer, because Miley, if she's not the chip leader, she's certainly close with 181,000. And unfortunate Sigrid. I mean, there's not much you can do there. The tens played themselves, especially after the button limp. But even if it was folded to you in the small blind. And now things are back to serious. The sunglasses are back on for Miley. And this is where it can be fun again. I do love watching five-handed play, especially when you're 3 away from the money. And now MZ is a little bit handcuffed, where before she was able to roll over the table a little bit. She has Miley with position on her with a much bigger stack. Miley's been playing poker for many years, so it's really not the best spot for MZ at all. And Miley limping it in. Anna Maria with the pocket rockets. Is she going to slow play it off her 36,000 stack, including the 6,000 she has in front of her? I don't mind a call here, actually. A call or a jam are both fine. And does jam it in. Miley will make the fold. And showing the pocket rockets, Anna Maria having a little bit of fun here. Anna Maria Hemmert, sporting the flip badge. Also has a Battle of Malta pin. I hope we get all 5 of these ladies on the final table. They're all having fun. We've seen some good poker. We haven't agreed with every single move, but it's hard to play perfect poker. It's certainly harder to play perfect poker when you may be on a live stream table for the first time in your life as well. So
Yeah.
MC,
Ladies haven't complete your hand and raise your blind. 4,000 small blind, 8,000 big blind, 8,000 big blind ante.
So thank you, Katarina. It's very loud in our speakers in our head, but we did just hear that the blinds have gone up to 4,000, 8,000 after the stand. And MZ is switching it up with a limp, allowing other players to get involved, including Miley with just Jack 8 from the button, Anna Maria with the Jack 9, and Florence with the 10-8. So MZ actually with the best hand, but if she just opened pre-flop, she would have gotten this out of the way. Look at this flop. Oh, my God. So we have Florence with 2 pair, but more importantly, we have Anna Maria with trips and Miley with trips. And Anna Maria just jamming here. She maybe could have checked it and tried to get some more value. I mean, it's going to turn out that Miley's going nowhere, but maybe this will get Florence out of the way because there's 2 players after her. Would Anna Maria be doing this with Queen King, Queen 9? Perhaps. Florence does have to worry that a player has a Jack 10. Has to worry about any Jack for that matter, but a Jack 10, even though she's blocking it specifically, and a disciplined laydown there by Florence. MZ with the easy fold, and Miley is going to have to call. And we can see that Anna Maria is ahead, but with Miley having some kicker problems, but very often this will turn out to be a chop pot. Of course, we could see a 9 or an 8 on the turn to kind of end those hopes a little bit. The drama, the suspense. The King of Hearts on the turn means it more likely for it to be a chop pot because the kickers don't come into play anymore. Now it's just a 9 or an 8 for one of the players to win the hand. And it's a safe 6 of hearts in the river. High fives between Miley and Anna Marie, who just shrugs, but does give the high five. Both players picking up some small chips. Can't blame Miley at all for the way she played that. And if it wasn't a limp pot, if MZ just raised, then the whole hand plays a lot differently. So Katrina, go for it, MZ Oliver. 3 is the magic number. 3 is the magic number. Yes, 3 could be the magic number for MZ. She is a 2-time champion. She didn't win the last time around, but she did win 2 in a row before that. So let's see if MZ could be the first 3-time champion of the ladies event at the Battle of Malta. She's already the only 2-time champion. It'll make it awfully hard for anyone to ever catch up to her. And MZ with the min raise here from under the gun. Anna Marie will be folding the button, just taking her time. Perhaps wanting to slow things down a little bit while it's 5-handed. And the other table has 6 players. And MZ back to doing MZ things, up to 98,000. I'm going to quickly take a look at the blog, which you can check out for yourselves at thebattleofmalta.com. Tons of updates going on about the main event. Some about the side events too by Jonathan Rabb, while Frank Visser and Alexander Georgiev are busy getting the hands going. I see a few players I know going out that are local ones to me, like Edgaris Klasinas and Audrey Sleimelis. I play with them at the local. A local player in James Mersikia is also out. And some big stacks in play. But there's only 2 ladies left in the main event, which is surprising. Yuri Yoshida a very strong player from Japan who's currently doing a tour around Europe. And also Bixi Yao, another very good player. So we have two very strong players, female players remaining in the main event. We'll be keeping a close eye on them for sure, hoping that we get at least one of them on the final table on Wednesday. So Miley here opening up. Anna Marie with the ace-king. So she's had aces, she's had queens, she's had ace-king now. So getting a very good card distribution lately. She wasn't able to get much action on those hands, but perhaps this is the time. Miley shaking her head and gets away from it. Perhaps with a read.
She did fold the ace jacks last all in as well from, I don't know who was in the hand, but she did as well.
That might have been when Patricia jammed, though, so it's a kind of a different spot, I feel. But it's not that Anna Marie has shown that she's ever jamming wide, but she has been getting involved, but we see every time she has a hand. So maybe it's, yeah, maybe if it was ace-queen, maybe she was calling. We can ask her later. It'll probably be when the stream is over, though, so we can't let the viewers know. And meanwhile, the two-day, I'm going to check out this two-day progressive bounty with just a 250 buy-in. And that got 250 runners, so quite nice. It's on level 12. There's 26,000 plus in the main prize pool, plus €100 progressive bounty on each player. And that still is open for registration until the end of this blind level, or at least until the start of the next one. So if you're in the area, you can still hop into that. That looks like a juicy field. It's too late to hop into the ladies' event. Otherwise, Loretta may have re-entered. So Florence folding, Patricia folding. So now we have another blind v blind situation. MZ with just Jack Deuce suited. Does make the call. An extra chip accidentally slipped in, but doesn't pass the 50% rule, so a call is fine. And Miley with an ace. Is she going to check it back? Does just check it back. Sneaky, sneaky with the ace. And a king, king, 3 flop, but there's 2 clubs, so MZ with the flush draw just jamming it in. And Miley's not going to be able to call with the best hand here. So MZ once again betting out of position. This time it was a limp pot. Realizing all her equity on the flush draw right away, getting the better hand to fold. So are you going to be coming back to Europe? Was your experience good enough where we're going to see some more of Lorena? Because it's been a pleasure to be around you the last couple of weeks, although most of the Battle of Malta not, but because I haven't seen you. But the previous week in Dublin was a lot of fun.
Yes, definitely coming back. Definitely looking forward to be at more events here in Europe. I had a blast. The players I worked with, they really liked it. They said we're doing it next year again, probably. So, yeah. But I'm coming. I planning on coming back this year already. So.
Good. Maybe for the Battle of Malta, which will be October 29th. It's a bigger one with at least a 1 million guaranteed main event. That usually gets to around 2 million, so it'll be a nice prize pool in that one.
Oh, yes.
There'll be another ladies event, which will be slightly bigger than this one as well, so plenty of other side events as well.
I do enjoy a lot playing poker. I actually just played, this was probably the 7th live tournament I played in my life, the 8th or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I only play the ladies event when there is time between work during the event. So not I have been to several dozens of events, but there is not always enough time to do it. And mainly because I work with female players as well, so they are playing the ladies event itself. But yeah, I do like it a lot. But I definitely gonna put some effort to come back here and to work with some European players as well. I already work with some from North America, some from Latin America, Brazil, of course, and now from Ireland as well. And I had a very nice time here, and yeah, so we might see each other again
That's good.
this year, Jason. Yeah.
And I noticed that there's been a graphics update, which is very hard on the fly, but now we have brilliant photos done by Igor, it looks like, integrated into what MST Audiovisual is doing. It's so when we see the action on each player now, we get the face as well. You'll see that in a second. All of a sudden, MZ pops up.
And nice picture.
Yeah, Igor, our photographer for the blog, has been helping a little bit on the side with some of the other things. He's taking brilliant photos of everybody.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Those are great pictures.
So MZ with a little bit of a, it is just five-handed. This raise is fine, but raising to 20,000, so a 2.5x. Nobody waking up with anything, so adds 20,000 to her stack. And what did you think about the chairs you were sitting in? Did you feel comfortable, or was it more intimidating to have these really big chairs?
Oh, no, it was very comfortable. Yeah, it was good. I imagined being like several hours on those, way more comfortable. Yeah. Nice choice.
So great job to Battle of Malta for that as well. Great job in many regards. The photo of Florence is cracking me up. She just looks like, it was like a point where she was like all in and like, uh-oh, what did I do? Because she shows a lot of emotion, you know, not like when the hand is going on, but like when it's over or there's an all-in call, so they caught her at the right time. Patricia looks just super serious. I'm presenting, I'm not playing. MZ looks like, ho-hum, another game. But obviously treats it very seriously while having fun at the same time. That's the best if you can do both. And you could see Florence peeking at the side table, hoping to get a player to hit the rail, because now it is just 10-handed after Valeria Lettery hit the rail in 11th place. So just one more player, and I think we're going to take a little bit of a break because they're going to do the 9-handed on the side table, just because the TV table is built for 8-handed play. But we do want to have a balanced final table bubble, so it's only fair to do 5 and 5 like we have at the moment. And maybe something is happening, because I saw Florence get up from the table. What monsters in the blind. 9-4 against 4 deuce suited, but the 9-4 improving to a pair on the 10-9 jack flop. MC firing out a small bet. Miley, no reason for her to get cute on the final tail bubble, just 2 players away from the money. we talk out. So back to action. Miley having fun, saying, let's see. We need some cards. 5-4 is no good for Florence. Patricia getting the 7-3. Easy decision, but MZ with the big slick and just jamming in the 20 big blinds. It's not necessarily a 20 big blind jam because of she has a bigger stack than the other players. Gets Miley to fold the queen jack. Anna Marie on about 7.5 bigs. Shouldn't really be thinking about her 9 deuce, but we'll pretend to think about it, hoping a player gets eliminated at the other table in the process. And then shows her 9 deuce and covers her face. I'm so sad. But nothing you can do there. She did get her share of cards at this table, so. And MZ back to being the table captain. Regrouped, took away some smaller pots, and now just added another 20,000 to her stack just like that. My friends on Facebook have gone a little bit silent. I didn't mean to ignore you for that 5 or 10 minutes. You can come back. I know, Diana, you're still watching. I mean, I can't tell that you're still watching, but I just assume so. I imagine some other friends from Estonia are also watching. And MZ, this one's a little, I guess, just putting pressure on the players on the bubble. You know, just a jam with the queen jack. It would be a little bit hurtful for her, though, if, like, all of a sudden Miley woke up with, like, aces or kings, you know, something absolutely crushing MZ. That would have put a big hole in her stack. But meanwhile, adding another 20,000, Florence can't do anything with her 10-8. And we are down to 9 players, we just heard. We did just lose Nadia Monica Sutter in 10th place. So we are just 1 player away from the money. I do believe, we'll stick around to see what happens, but I do believe that the action until we're down to 8 will have to take place at the outer table just from a logistical point of view. And here come the racks, so it looks like that is confirmed. So Lorena, I'm not sure you'll be back with us, but it was an absolute pleasure to have you with us for the last half hour. It maybe was a little bit longer. Time does fly when you're in the booth. And enjoy the rest of your stay in Malta, and hopefully we see you back in Europe soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks for all the hospitality in Ireland and the media and right here as well. I had a blast, and that's it. I hope everyone enjoying, and see you next time. Hopefully at the next Battle of Malta.
Thank you, and see you all pretty soon when the final table is reached.
Best of luck to all of the women there.
Ladies at the ladies event, please take your seat. Tournament will start in 1 minute.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and we have reached the official final table of 8 players in the ladies' event. You can see the chip counts up on the screen, but Anna Marie Hemmert did go out on the outer table in 9th place, and now we have reached the final table. Cheng Tan in the lead with 233,000, followed by two-time champion MZ Oliver with 203,000. Martina Andrusova with 135,000. Ragnhild Eriksson with 132,000. Maria Kutsuki with 113,000. Patricia Peklar, otherwise known as Patricia Rimfire, with 78,000. Miley Tanbaum from Estonia, the runner-up last time around, with 74,000. And Florence Mazet, French journalist, bringing in the short stack with 72,000. All players are now in the money. They've locked up 260 euros already. The next pay jumped to 330 before tonight's winner will go home with a 1,960 euro tasty top prize. So best of luck to all the players. And the cards are already in motion. And it looks like we are at the 5,000, 10,000 blind level, so not too much action happened at the outer table. We were unable to stream the 9-handed due to some limitations that we have due to the setup that is being prepared for Wednesday's main event final table, which does have an official 8 max on it. And we didn't see Maria's cards, but she's kind of got awkward positioning that she has to put her cards in. Same with seat 8 as well, with the way they spaced out the players. And MZ right back at it where she left off with the ace-6 from the hijack, opening it up to 30,000. So a 3x sizing. And just like that, adds 25,000 to her chip stack, so almost near the lead that Cheng Peng Tan has in seat number 7. So it's Patricia in seat 7. So seat number 6, they did show it as like 9 max for the view that I'm looking at. So next to Patricia, in between Patricia and Florence, is Cheng Peng Tan with the current chip lead. But actually, since she was in the small blind, she's actually tied with MZ Oliver for the lead. So for those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer live at Casino Malta for the Battle of Malta final table of the ladies event. We've been streaming this since the very beginning, which has been rather exciting. Meanwhile, Maria with the ace-queen, jamming it in for 11 bigs, more than standard. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything. Maria Kutsuki with the big smile on her face in that photo. And Ragnhild folds her ace-10, and wisely so. She would have been dominated by the ace-queen. And after this blind level will be 6,000, 12,000. Then there'll be a quick 10-minute break for a chip race because the blinds after that will be in increments of 5. So it'll be 10,000, 15,000, 10,000, 20,000, and so on and so forth until a winner is crowned. Folds all the way around to Cheng with the ace-9 suited. Reaching for some chips on from the cutoff. It looks like something like 22,000 coming in, maybe a little bit different. And it is indeed 22,000. Patricia snap folding the ace-7 suited. Ragnhild off 107 big blind, 107,000 in chips on 11 big blind stack. folding from the small blind. And Maria, will she defend? Will she fold? I do not think she will shove. So those are the two more obvious options. It would be another 12,000 for her to call. MC folding the 9-4. Miley tossing that 10-6 in the muck. I do not expect Florence to be tossing away her nines. In fact, I expect to see her shove based on how she's played her short stack earlier and does shove in her 7 big blinds. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with anything. She won't be too disappointed if everybody folds. She gets to add 33%, even more to her stack with the 25,000 already in the pot. And just like that, Florence up to 97,000. Decision time for Maria, and she jams in 11 big blinds with the ace-9 from the button, and MZ with a bigger ace, getting her to fold, so very well done there by Maria. And we're going to see a lot of push-fold pre-flop with the stack sizes that we see. So thank you, everybody, for tuning back in. We did have to shut down the Facebook stream due to limitations and restart a new one. So I'm glad everybody has found this over here. Maria taking her time with that 5-4. Martina an easy fold with the 9 deuce, and MZ also with a 9 deuce. If it was another player, it might be different, but does indeed raise. And Miley actually would be dominated if she gets involved with the 8 deuce. So apparently 9 deuce is the new aces, especially when you're facing against the 8 deuce. And Miley thinking things over. This isn't the spot, Miley. Very good ICM fold there by Miley. She is still short, but no real point in calling your 8 deuce or jamming it in. No fold equity. So Ragnhild is turned to jam here with the ace-6, and Florence with the decision to make with the 5s. And does fold with an understanding of ICM in this spot as well. For some reason, Florence showing up with an Estonian flag, but she is from France. Ragnhild also has an Estonian flag. I don't know exactly where she is from, but I believe it's from Sweden, just based on the surname Eriksson. We know Patricia is from Slovenia, Florence from France. Not sure where Martina is from, or Maria. MZ from the United Kingdom, and Cheng Peng Tan from China, but I believe she lives in the United Kingdom as well. Maria thinking things over here with the 7-4 suited. Does fold. MZ raising it up to 3x with the king 10. Perhaps Cheng would have called a min raise, but not to the 3x. And MZ taking down another pot. Has a 2 big blind chip lead now over Cheng, with the rest of the players getting short. Some of them are already short. Not necessarily short people, but short in terms of their stack size. So this event attracted 53 runners, and it's generated a prize pool north of 6,500 euros, so quite a decent turnout for a ladies-only affair. It's been an absolute pleasure to be the commentator all event long, and I'm looking forward to commentating the main event final table on Wednesday. But we'll stay with you until we have our latest ladies winner. It could be two-time champion MZ, who has the lead now. It really could be anybody, though. And Ragnhild. And Patricia opting to fold. So nice little pickup there for Ragnhild. Even just taking down the blinds adds a nice bit to your stack and at least gets you a free orbit. So Maria with the 7s. Is she going to jam it in? 14 big blinds. Why not? It is under the gun. So she is opting for a min raise. The blinds have gone up to 6,000, 12,000. So she had even less effective in her stack. Gets the ace 10 to fold, king jack out of the way. So it's working out the same as a jam so far. And Ragnhild, is she going to defend her king 6 off an 11 big blind stack? Really 12 because she has the big blind in the middle. And does indeed make the call. So a pretty good flop for those 7s. Flopping the middle set on the 7-3-9 board. Ragnhild checks. Is Maria going to play it cute? It is a bit draw heavy towards the big blind's range, especially with those hearts and that 9-7. There could be some 6-8s you want to get out of the way. Could be some 9s that you want to target. So I don't mind to see Maria bet here. Ragnhild, meanwhile, doesn't really have anything she can call with. So it's going to be hard for Maria to get more value if she does bet, but she has no idea what her opponent holds. And you don't want to give them free looks either. You want to maybe try to get more into the pot. Meanwhile, Maria adding 40,000 to her stack and up to 180,000. And despite it being a final table, the players are still having fun, still some banter, some jokes, but when the cards are dealt, it's all serious business. Patricia on her second final table in the road, the second time she's made the money in ladies events in the last two at the Battle of Malta, proving that she is more than just the host, but can play a little bit herself. Navigating through a field of some very difficult women players. We did see a few different skill sets, some more experienced than others. Meanwhile, what's going to happen here? MZ raising it up to 40,000, so choosing a very big sizing with that ace-10 suited. And it puts Cheng in a bit spot because she has that second place stack. If it was just a chip EV situation, you wouldn't mind seeing a 3-bet or a call. But being that we have ICM to consider, MZ putting a lot of pressure actually on Cheng. So it's more than fine for Cheng to take her time, think things over, and does actually let go of the hand. So MZ getting away with things left and right all the time from the first moment we saw her at the TV table all the way through now. Meanwhile, Maria taking her time a little bit, perhaps making sure she doesn't have timing tells for later, because we do know she's likely to fold, and does indeed fold. So MZ near 300,000. Going to take a quick peek at the main event blog to see how many players are left in that. It did attract 1,814 entries for more than 910,000 in the prize pool. 100,000 top prize in that bad boy when a winner is crowned on Wednesday. And it looks like we're down to just 128 players, so it's moving quite along very fast. Meanwhile, Ragnhild finding a spot to jam, a 10 big blind shove from the button. Maria will be folding her 3 high, even though it's suited. Martina has no reason to call off her 86,000 stack. So up to 150,000 for Ragnhild, adding 30,000 to her stack. Looks like Miley's talking to a friend on the rail. Very popular Estonian player. Somebody I've become friendly with over the years, being I probably spend 6 to 10 weeks of my year in Estonia. Oh no, we lost Bixie Yao, so I think we're down to just one female player in the field of the main event. And Florence with the Cowboys, not getting any action, but adding 30,000 to her stack. I'm trying to find out if Yuri Ishida is still left in the field of the main event, because she could be the last lady standing. So give me a moment while this hand is taking place. And it's back-to-back Cowboys for Florence? Is that the case? Nobody waking up with anything yet. MZ is going to let go over 10-8. And Miley with the fives. Oh, no. Does make the call. It's the second time she's had pocket fives in the big blind, but this time she's a bit shorter. Left with little option and is going to need a lot of help. So best of luck to Miley. And it's a 7 Jack 9 flop. No love here. Ace of spades on the turn changes nothing. So Miley down to just 2 outs, one of which was in someone's hand, and it's a 2 of diamonds on the river. So Miley Tanbam out in 8th place for 260 euros. Meanwhile, it's been quite the run since the final table began for Florence Mazzei, and she has chipped up nicely. And the top 7 have now locked up 330 euros. It jumps up quickly from there. 6th place 420. 5th place 540, 4th 690, 3rd 960. Runner-up will get 1,420 euros, and tonight's winner 1,960 euros. And we could see that all the stacks are short, even the chip leader, just with 21 big blinds. So we're going to continue to see some push fold. It says Patricia with 1 big blind, but it's rounding down. It's really more like 2 big blinds. Let's see if Patricia can run up her short stack. She did take 4th place last time. We are rooting silently for the Battle of Malta host. And here we go, jamming it in with the Jack 10. By a jam, it's just going to be an extra 11,000 for the big blind to call. But meanwhile, Maria may not let the big blind get in. I will not be surprised to see a 3-bet or even a 3-bet jam is what I would be doing here. And that's exactly what Maria's doing as well. So it could be showers and back-to-back hands. Patricia with a bit more equity than we saw Miley with the 5s in the previous hand against Florence with the kings. But still does need some help. Is help on the way? Or will we be quickly down to 6 players? Two jacks out of the window. Oh, my God. Jack, Jack 8. Patricia now in amazing shape to get up to 70,000 in chips. Just has to fade a pair of runners. The 5 of hearts on the turn. Patricia with a check mark. A nice safe double despite the king coming on the river is a little bit of a needle to Maria. Maria didn't lose that much of her stack, but meanwhile, that was very important for Patricia, gaining a little bit of breathing room. Still does not have a big stack. Still her one move should be if she's the one to open to shove. Let's see if she follows that strategy or not. And she kind of had to shove there with the Jack 10. The blinds are coming around kind of quickly. Probably wasn't going to find necessarily a better spot. And she was fortunate enough to beat the Ace-King by Maria. Lady luck in a ladies' event. So Maria, who just lost a little bit of her stack with the big slick, this time with just the 5 deuce, but Martina's turn to jam, getting in her 80,000 stack. Oh no, MZ with the fish hooks, jamming in over the top. We could be losing another player. We thought maybe it would have been Patricia, but this time it's Martina at risk. And it looks like everybody else folded. The cards are being turned over. We don't want to see back-to-back players go out, but we do want a 3-time champion at the same time. And MZ right away with that middle set, not much hope here at all for Martina. Now Martina is drawing dead and has secured the 7th place prize of 330 euros. Very nice effort by Martina, but we did lose Martina Andrusova in 7th place for 330 euros, down to just the final 6 hopefuls. in the hunt for the 1960 top prize. Here's a look at the chip counts. We could see MZ now with a 30 big blind stack and has a bit of a gap between her and the rest of the field. But if she doubles up a player like Chang, even Ragnarhold or Maria, the whole dynamic changes. We could see the payouts. Martino for 330, Miley for 260. That happened in the last three hands. We lost two players, nearly a third in Patricia. Let's see if Florence gets cute on the button. Not off a 10 big blind stack. And Cheng has not faced much action where she's been able to play in an unopened pot, at least since the final table began. And raising it enough, it's an effective jam because Patricia, just with 58,000, including the 12,000 in front of her with a 9-3, does have to fold. So Cheng picking up a pot. And Patricia back in danger zone once again after doubling up with the Jack-10 against the Ace-King moments ago. Maria with the rags, but meanwhile, MZ, let's just jam. Why not? We're jamming our King 10 suited. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with something. Florence, not so much. Queen 9 in the muck, 10-5 in the muck. Meanwhile, Patricia making her move again, and this time she's going to be far ahead of MZ. Just has to hope that there's no diamonds, no queen. Some other combinations can hurt her as well, but it is an all-black flop, 4-9-6. This is safe so far for the king-queen, so now just fading a 10. And the jack of spades on the turn does open up the possibility where a queen would get the job done, but a 10 would provide us straight the other way. But it's a 9 of hearts on the river, so Patricia doubling up twice within the last 3 or 4 hands, and it's near 10 big blinds. Not too much of a hit for MZ there. She would have likely had to have called a 3-bet shove by Patricia if she had that in her arsenal, if she just opened. So felt I'm just going to put some max pressure on the shorter stacks. I imagine it would have worked against King Jack. We've seen Patricia fold some strong hands at times. The fastest shuffle in the West going on there. In general, the quality of the dealers and the floor at the Battle of Malta is superb. It's certainly improved a lot over the time that I've been here. And MZ, not quite a jam, not quite a normal raise, but something in between, just tossing in a casual 50. And Maria, let's see if she pulls the trigger. She knows that MZ is priced into her shove, or at least should know that. It would be for 115 total because of the 12,000 she has in front of her in the big blind, and does make the move. And MZ should be making the call here. It looks like she has. We can't see the board though, but it looks like it has. We see the graphics on the right. And it's a 6-7-4 flop. So 2 spades giving Maria both the flush draw, 2 overcards. So MZ has a big sweat. And Maria now with the nuts, turning that nut flush nice and safe. and now has nearly 250,000. And this is just what we were talking about. Emzy was in the lead. It looked like she had a nice lead, but all of a sudden, a few hands later, it's Maria in the lead after doubling through Emzy with a 250,000 in chips. It's still only 20 or so big blinds, though. And when the chip leader is that low, it's really anybody's game. Oh, what has Patricia done? I kind of like this touch. She's added some flowers to her drink. So Florence folds her king deuce. Cheng thinking about what to do with her king 10 suited, saying not today, not now. Patricia folding her suited connectors. Ragnhild not wanting to get cute with her 10-4 suited on the button, leaving it between a blind-on-blind battle against Maria and Emzy, with Emzy just doubling up Maria on a coin flip. Maria getting there for a flush with her ace-king suited against Emzy's 10s. And a walk for Emzy with the queen jack. And we should have a chip race soon, so I think that's now. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Please hang around. It'll be a quick chip race, and then blinds will go up to 10,000, 15,000. This could be the last break of the evening, and we'll be right back. This is Jason Glatzer live for the ladies' event at the Battle of Malta.
Se la vede Benjamin, perché queste le spostiamo da qua. Sì, sì, sposto anche. Che io già tutte le paper order. Capito? Quanto sono? 6 months? Eh? 6 months. Aspetta, ma non spostare di... Spostiamo solo così, abbiamo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Queste qua mettili al centro, queste qua le centri storiche. L'ho già cambiato, questo qua va qua, vedi? Quelle portatele a Linux. And they can play like that. You can hear the... No, we have to remove these two chairs. Io te le sto solo steccando, ok? Stecca bene che cosa? Ma quello non lo devo ancora. Da qua sto partendo. No, che Croce c'ha su detto 15. 2,25. 115. 120. Mandagli la foto. Questo è il ticket, digli il ticket un po'. Benjamin. Benjamin. Benjamin, we move like that. Look, in front of the dealer. 1 to 6 order, like that. And this chair we can remove from the game. Okay, so. Yes, but these are the main. You will take it. Andiamo like what for the lady. Ah, yeah. Okay, this is for you. Okay. Okay, we'll see.
Please, all players of the ladies event, go back to your seats. The tournament is starting in less than 1 minute.
And we are back, and right away, look at this. Ragnhild jamming it in with the ace-4. It is just an 8 big blind jam. Everybody's a little bit shorter now that the blinds went up to 10,000, 15,000. We did see the 4s just folded. That's good news for Ragnhild. And Florence not making the call with the queen-jack, and who can blame her? So right away, Ragnhild, right off the bat with the ace-4, she's been a little bit on the quieter side, letting other players hit the rail, and the big smile on her face right now after taking down that pot. Looks like a lovely lady. Not somebody that I have had a chat with before, but is having a good time. That is quite visible. So we're down to 6 players out of a field of 53. Each player has locked up 420 euros. It was a 150 euro buy-in event. The ladies' event is always a lot of fun for the ladies at the Battle of Malta. And Florence with the queen 4. It looks like she just completed, but we'll find out in a second. And Cheng carefully positioning her cards. It doesn't look like she's going anywhere. We don't know if it was a limp or a raise, but I assume it was. Didn't know it was her turn. It was a limp by Florence. And Cheng with the 9-7. We now see what she has, checking back her option from the big blind. And it's a queen 4 deuce flop. So what a flop here for Florence. Top 2 pair. And gets the quick fold from Cheng, who didn't get any connectivity. No clubs in her hand even. So Florence now up to 130,000. Still less than 10 big blinds, but nice to pick up that pot nonetheless. We see Jack Bonaro with a microphone in the background. Jack Bonara has been with us all week long, a famous sports broadcaster in Italy. Definitely worth checking out his Facebook videos if you do speak Italian. He's done some in English with me as well. And Ragnhild's turn to do a little jammy. Very strong hand. We saw her jam earlier with ace-4, this time with ace-queen. And Maria thinking things over. And Ragnhild giving her a look. You can call if you want to. It's okay. Let's play. Maria folding. And MC also with an ace here. And MC also making the quick fold. Respecting Ragnhild's open. And now Ragnhild up to 200,000. It just takes 2 jams to get the job done, 40,000 for each. She will be heading into the big blind. So 30,000 in the pot from Ragnhild's stack of 200,000, 15,000 in the middle as a big blind ante, and the big blind as well is another 15,000. Maria with the easy fold with the 9-3. MZ folding her 7-6. Meanwhile, Florence, I think there's only one decision to make. You have about 8 to 9 big blinds. And that's the decision I was talking about, jamming in the 130. You could have made it 120 or 110 or whatever, but something that was an effective jam. Cheng could have easily have jammed herself, but now calling facing a jam with the 3s would be a bit optimistic. You're either flipping or far behind, as we see here. But it's at least good that she's thinking about it first. Does come up with the correct decision to fold. Patricia folding the king 4. And Ragnhild, let's see what she does. Would be for a big portion of her stack. She would be in decent shape if she called, but I do believe she will be folding. And Florence up to 170,000 in chips. Behind the TV table before, we were able to see a bit of the main event. If you want updates on that, please head to the battleofmalta.com website. Click on the link for the live blog. Frank Visser, Alexander Georgiev, and Jonathan Rabb are all providing updates. Jonathan Rabb is more updating about the side events, but you can read about them too, where Frank and Alex are reporting a blow-by-blow account of the main event, along with all the recent eliminations. Obviously, they can't catch every one with players going out left and right, but we will do our best on the course of day 3 and day 4 coming up in the next 2 days to capture as many as we can until we reach that exclusive final table of 8 players for Wednesday's broadcast, when they will be playing from the start 90-minute blind levels. So Maria getting a walk with the queen 10. We can see it only adds 10,000 to her stack, but it was a net effect of 40,000 because she already had 30,000 in the pot that she gets right back. So not a bad result for Maria, who's having a friendly conversation with her neighbor, Emma Alver. MZ does not appear pleased about paying the big blind and the ante, putting 30,000 in the middle. But it's not as if we've skipped any normal blind levels recently. With a 20-minute clock, they do sneak up around you, and when you're six-handed, the big blind comes around faster than most, but it's Patricia jamming it in with the ace-10. Do like this. Let's see if anybody wakes up anything to play back at her, and it looks like she's going to get away with it, so adding more than half to her stack, more than a 50% increase just by getting that walk. And Florence tapping the table, saying, nice play. Perhaps it was tabled by Patricia. Which, even though it's on the stream, I don't recommend players tabling hands unless they're trying to feed some information that isn't necessarily how they're going to be playing. But in this case, I would be quietly putting my hand in the muck. We've seen a lot of it during this event, but we also see a bit of it at the main event. Online, at least, I keep that auto muck button, so I'm never tempted to show that big bluff I just ran through. But in live, sometimes you want to show the bluff. So Cheng has been a little bit quiet, but not of her own doing. And it's her turn to do some jamming. Jamming in 185,000, so a dozen big blinds. Patricia folding the queen 4. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything. Ragnhild with the weaker king in the muck. Maria will be folding her 10-9 suited. It's definitely a hand she would have loved to have played if you're 50 big blinds deep and facing just like a min-raise open. Then she could even 3-bet or call, but in this particular spot, it needs to be a fold, and indeed she does. And MC folding her ace-10, and probably good that she did, because Florence likely not going anywhere with her ace-queen. So we could have some fireworks here, with Florence having a 3-2 advantage in the hand if she does make the call, but would be at risk. Meanwhile, if she does call and her hand holds, Cheng would be on absolute fumes. She's counting out her stack. She's going to realize soon enough that it's going to be for all her chips if she wants to call with her ace-queen. It would be a little bit tight to fold in this spot. We see that she's up against king-jack. Maybe she'd prefer to be up against ace-jack. It would be one less card for her to fade, but beggars can't be choosers. Florence at least thinking things over, which I like. She's a very experienced poker player, but also poker journalist. And does make an ICM fold. You can't really blame her, but on the other hand, you don't get ace-queen all the time. So I was expecting to see her call. The action is on Patricia, who earlier doubled up with Jack-10 against Ace-King to stay alive. Now with a much better hand with the 9s, jamming it in for about 8 big blinds. It's still a lot of fold equity in these 9s with that 115,000. Despite it only being 8 big blinds, nobody has a massive stack. And is MZ going to make a light call here? ICM would dictate that maybe this is a fold, but maybe MZ thinks that she has a range advantage over Patricia. She did see Patricia just jam that Jack-10, but otherwise Patricia's been playing on the very tight side. And MZ, She's counting her chips, looking like she might be ready to do something here. And she does also have 2 players behind her to worry about. And does find the fold. And Florence with pocket 8s. Oh no. This is a rough spot for her, especially after folding the ace-queen the hand before. Does look like she's in a bit of pain and does fold the 8s too. And in this case, it's an amazing fold because she would have been up against the 9s. Cheng with an easy fold once again. And out of nowhere, Patricia now in the middle of the pack with 155,000. Let's go, Rimfire. Come on, baby, light my fire. So Patricia Rimfire once again is the Battle of Malta long-term host. Also sings at the parties as well, a few songs, a lovely voice. No matter what I'm doing, I tried to take a break just to listen to her when she's singing. And is a great ambassador to the game as well. But pretty much every player at this table would be a worthy winner. Florence is also a friend of mine. I've gotten to know MZ a little bit. But I'm happy if Maria wins, happy if Ragnhild wins. And certainly Cheng has played a very solid game. So I would say there are no losers, only winners. And that is the case in terms of cash. But there could only be one player that will be the last player standing to win that €1,960 top prize. And Cheng with the big slick. Now, wasn't getting too many cards, just jamming it in. And Patricia just waking up with the Jack-7 is going to have to fold that. So Cheng adding now another little bit to her stack, up to 225,000. Did start the final table as the chip leader. Maria also had a nice stack, and at one point, MZ had the chip lead. But I expect it to go back and forth a little bit based on the stack depths, based on the fact that we're probably not too far away from the blinds going up to 10,000, 20,000. So MZ with a pretty hand, ace-queen suited. Let's see if she raises or jams. We did see her limp on occasion too, so mixes it up. It's something in the middle, basically saying I'm going to get it in. But if perhaps there's an all-in and another all-in, she can get away. Meanwhile, Ragnhild now is the one with the decision. Ace-jack, and she probably knows by now that Emma's range is probably wider than something that's beating her ace-jack. On the other hand, she has ICM to consider. And does indeed fold. So MZ picking up a little bit of room here, up to 220,000. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer live in the Eden Arena at the Intercontinental Hotel, located really as part of the whole Casino Malta structure. The cash games are running downstairs at Casino Malta for the 2024 Battle of Malta Spring Edition. And it's been a fantastic event all around. Players do appear to be having fun. I'm not just talking about this particular tournament, but the festival itself, but even more so in this tournament, even at the final table, we only see smiles, a little bit of seriousness when there's a hand being played, but players are having a bit of fun. Meanwhile, Florence, who had to fold the ace-queen and the eights, likely won't be with the fish hooks and jams it in. Oh, and Patricia waking up with the big slick. Is she getting it in too? Patricia showing no fear. So one of these players is going to be pretty much at risk because even if Florence is able to win the flip with the jack, she'll be down to a big blind. Meanwhile, Patricia with the big slick would be out if she loses this coin flip. So an ace right away. 5, ace, 10. Patricia pulling ahead. Another 5 on the turn. So Florence needing a jack and only a jack to keep her stack. But instead, it's the 8 of hearts river. So Florence down to just a single big blind. But meanwhile, Patricia out of nowhere up to 270,000 in chips. She could sing, she can present, and she can accumulate chips. What a nice combination for Patricia Rimfire. Meanwhile, poker reporter from France, Florence Mizet, unfortunately down to just one big blind, in serious jeopardy of being the next player out unless some magic happens. And here's a look at the chip count. So Patricia actually has the chip lead, but look at that distribution with the top 4, also very close, just a few big blinds apart. Ragnhild hanging along with those 8 big blinds, and Florence with a single big blind in her stack exactly after losing that flip with jacks against ace-king. She'll be happy with her play when she sees that fold with the 8s earlier against Patricia's 9s. But the last flip did not work out for her. Otherwise, we could be looking at a completely different story with Patricia on the rail and Florence in the read. So poker is about skill for sure, but certainly you need to win your flips at final tables if you want to make those deep runs, especially at a short stack final table as we're witnessing today. So Maria now thinking about what to do with her 10-9. She does seem to like to take her time a little bit. But she is raising, putting some pressure. She could have basically been jamming as well because it's going to be hard for MZ to call with Florence next in the big blind, which will go in right now. There's not going to be a big blind ante this hand. So it looks like the stream may have gone down on Facebook, but hopefully we're still up on YouTube and Twitch. But we'll continue commentating. Maybe we can put this up live on a bigger delay later. Hopefully it's being recorded for the Facebook community where we had most of our listeners. But meanwhile, Florence, not a bad spot. She was all in before the cards were dealt and gets dealt those pocket 9s straight off the bat. She will be getting a showdown. And oh my, Patricia with the pocket rockets is going to put the nail in the coffin of Florence unless she can get some love with those 9s to beat those aces. And MZ, I'm not sure what's happening here. So Patricia must have just called, and MZ just trying to isolate Florence with the Queen 8 suited. This could mean two players out because Patricia should be calling here, of course. And wow, we have two players at risk. We have MZ with the Queen 8 suited, our two-time champion, at major risk. Florence with the 9s, only to run into Patricia's pocket rockets. A dream situation for Patricia. She may not only win a big pot, but bring this down to 4 into play to the delight of the other players at the table. But the Deuce King 8 flop provides some possibilities for MZ. No more a backdoor flush draw, but a queen or an 8 or a 9 for either MZ or Patricia. But instead, the king pairs the board on the river, and we lose two players, and both the two-time champion MZ Oliver and Florence Mazzei as well, who lost a big flip earlier against Patricia. MZ will go home with a fifth-place prize of 540 euros. That'll pay for some drinks later on tonight, and Florence with the magic 420 cash, and it's not what you're thinking, but it is 420 euros in real money. Whatever you're thinking isn't what I'm thinking. That's all I have to say about that. And we're down to 4 players. Patricia, Rimfire, look at this. In the chip lead, it is just 23 big blinds, but our hero, 475,000 chips. Maria with 240. Cheng, who began the final table with the chip lead, down to 225. And Ragnhild seems to just hang around, waiting for other people to go out. Seems to have a good understanding of ICM and is still just 6 big blinds, but she's laddered all the way up to 4th place, and anything can happen from this point on. All the pressure's off Ragnhild now that she's the short stack. She'd be happy if another player went out, but she knows if she gets some cards, she has to put them in. I have liked the way that she's played during this short stacked final table. Seems to have a very good handle on what to do. And Maria with the 10s. Blinds are now at 10,000, 20,000 as well. I think this is just a pure jam. Maria, though, does like to take her time a little bit. It may be so when in spots like this, if she wants to think a little bit, she has a few extra seconds without it giving away a tell. But does do the obvious move. Oh, my God, it's another setup. Maria jamming the 10s, but Cheng with the pocket queens. It's absolute mayhem the last few hands. And wow, 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 wow. Cheng could send Maria over to the locker room. And the ace, 8-5, 2-diamond flop does not help Maria at all. She needs a 10, still just needs a 10 and only a 10. Will a red 10 come on the river, or will we lose Maria? And it's a jack of spades on the river, so Cheng now over 400,000, and we've lost Maria Kutsuki in 4th place for 690 euros. And once again, Ragnhild just keeps laddering up. Now, all of a sudden, has banked 920 euros just by sitting around waiting for the other players to hit the rail. It was a pleasure watching Maria, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of her at the Battle of Malta over the coming festivals. So down to just 3 players, just like that. Really now the pressure's off Ragnhild with about 6 big blinds and the other players having more than 400,000 apiece. It would take a massive, massive setup. And does Maria still have chips where the chip count's wrong, or Maria's just still in her chair? Yeah, so maybe there was something off with the chip counts, or maybe I just read the hand wrong. So Maria is still around, so there's still now there's actually pressure on Ragnhild. And now Ragnhild finding an ace. It would be a little bit light for Patricia to call, even though ace-5 is not that bad four-handed. And Ragnhild now up to 170,000. So Maria Angela, it must have just been on my end. I'm glad that you're still here. Maybe you're not still here because you were probably railing one of the players who were eliminated now that I see that oh no. But hopefully you stick around to see who wins. Ragnhild getting a walk. Happy days. Up to 9 big blinds out of nowhere. I like how she's sporting those flowers under the scarf. I think they're the same color as the ones I was wearing yesterday, in fact. So a jam by Maria. So she did have some crumbs left. I guess it's not a jam. It says all in for 35,000, but it's not 35,000 because there was a 20 big blind ante. So she had 15,000 in the big blind, or the other way around, 20,000 in the big blind, 15,000 the ante. It should be because it's big blind first. Cheng coming along, Ragnhild coming along too, both limping. So really putting a lot of pressure on Maria to survive here, but does have 2 live cards and anything can happen. Maybe this is a Cinderella story. We thought she was out already, but meanwhile doesn't get anywhere in the King 6-10 flop. Ragnhild ahead with the Ace 5. Cheng does have that open ender. King of spades on the turn, so now Ragnhild also has the nut flush draw. But her in particular, I don't think she should be betting. She doesn't want to get bet off the hand either, though. But she does want to see Maria just hit the rail. Just jamming it in, casual jam. 160,000 into a 65,000 pot. Does get the easy fold. And Maria needs an 8 or a 4 that isn't a spade. So it's not so many outs left. Technically 5. The graphic says 4 because there was one dead card. She's already up and out of her chair, perhaps predicting it would be a blank river, and it's the 5 of hearts on the river. So now we can say goodbye to Maria. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to ladder up with her short stack. In 4th place for 690 euros. And the final 3 have all locked up 920 euros. So a good hourly at this point and a lot of fun at the same time. Nice accomplishment for all 3 players to make the podium. Particularly Patricia, because we've already stated her lack of live poker experience, but she looks calm, cool, and collected and has the chip lead, so she's not letting that affect her at all. She could have easily been on the rail about half an hour ago, but her Jack-10 got there against Ace-King to survive, and after that, she won a flip to toss Florence to the rail and now has the chip lead. So Patricia thinking about her options off a 21 big blind stack with the King 10 on the button. Oof. Folding, I mean, under the gun here is really the button. King 10 is a pretty strong hand to at least not raise there. I like her play, but not necessarily that play. And it wasn't the button, actually, unless something is wrong. I think the positions are all listed wrong because we're down to 3 players, so it should be under the gun, which is really the button. It should be button, small blind, big blind, or under the gun, small blind, big blind. But we saw under the gun, button, big blind. So we'll have to follow that along and perhaps pay close attention unless that gets fixed up. So Ragnhild jamming the button. And Patricia thinking about what to do here with her King Jack. We just saw her fold King 10 on the button a hand ago. And does make the call with the King Jack. So Ragnhild is at risk. Patricia would be the overwhelming chip leader if her King Jack gets there. Let's see. It's not quite a coin flip, but it's pretty close. Ragnhild ahead with her ace. But meanwhile, Patricia connecting with her king. Happy days for Patricia. Top pair. There's a wheel draw in the mix there for Ragnhild. The 6 of clubs on the turn doesn't do anything, so she needs a 3 or an ace to survive. But it's the 8 of diamonds on the river. And Patricia up to 670,000. She'll have a 3-2 cheap advantage heading into heads-up play against Cheng Peng Tan. But meanwhile, amazing run by Ragnhild Eriksson from Sweden. Finished on the podium. Let other players do the dirty work for a little bit of time, but laddered up to all the way to 920 euros. You can take a look at the payouts here. I believe that they're going to take a small break to position the players for heads up. So we will be right back. So heads up play starting right away, and it's Patricia on the button with the 10-7 offsuit. We can see what kind of style. I mean, if you're going to be folding buttons this early, it's maybe not the best heads up strategy, but I don't think Patricia, to be fair, has played a lot of heads up at this point in time. And it's not very often, if you're not playing a lot of tournaments, that you're going to get the heads up, but you should certainly at least be limping a lot if you're not raising a lot, but your ranges need to be much, much wider than there are in even 3-handed play, let alone 8-handed play. And by need to be, I just mean optimally rather than anything else. But it looks like we're getting some seat change going on, some movement here so the players are a bit balanced. We see Diva coming over, telling a joke to Patricia, perhaps wishing her good luck. We were expecting to see Diva in the booth, but Diva is busy just watching the final table in live time. Maybe perhaps telling Patricia you shouldn't be folding buttons that easily, seeing the first hand of her folding heads up. When it's heads up play, really any 2 for the most part will do when you're on the button. Maybe not a 10-4, that's a bit light, but you can even be limping with your 10-4. I don't blame her for folding, so the chip set Patricia lost back into her pile and still has that 3-2 chip edge over Cheng. Both players have now locked up 1,420 euros. They're basically playing a 540 euro heads-up affair with tonight's winner going home with the top prize of 1,960 euros. Either player is worthy. They've battled all day long. This event started with 53 entries, and the final 2 are Patricia Rimfire alongside Cheng Peng Tan. We didn't see that much of Cheng Peng because she was not on the feature table to the final table, but she's played solid poker on the final table. And Patricia folding the 9-8. I mean, in this case, it would have been dominated, but these are hands that if Patricia had more heads-up experience, she'll be the first to tell you she hasn't played, had the opportunity to play a lot of poker tournaments live. She did make the final table last year. That I think when we have a little bit of a discussion tomorrow, she'll learn a little bit more that you really kind of need to be playing a lot more hands than what you would be otherwise. especially against a good opponent who will take advantage if you're being super tight from the button in heads-up play. And we have Telly Bartolo here. Is Telly going to join us in the booth or Telly watching from afar? So Telly Bartolo, who has put this event together alongside Diane Fenich, has joined us in the booth. How are you doing tonight, Telly?
I am good. A bit tired now. Long day. Started from early morning, but always will look at the positive side. It's nice to watch the ladies' event being live streamed. It's something that actually you, Jason, thought of that. I think a year ago when you gave this idea, and it was quite interesting. It's nice to give an opportunity also to the ladies to be part of this amazing table, which is live streamed, and many people watching. I saw that quite a nice number of people are watching us.
Yes, it's been quite nice for the ladies. A lot of them wouldn't have necessarily had the opportunity to have an experience being on a live feature table, especially if they're only playing ladies events. But it's, the luck of the draw when you're playing in a big field main event. Maybe you'll be selected, maybe not. In the case of Battle Malta, you have to make it all the way to the final table, which is going to be much harder to do than just entering a ladies event and maybe being one of the 3 or 4 tables to get on. But Patricia's back. We have our host. She's heads up this time.
This is also interesting to see the host of Battle of Malta, who we wanted. It would have been nice, and we thought that Patricia, even last year, she participated in this event. And it's nice to see her playing and also being on the feature table. And now she's heads up. So it's also a bit...
And with the chip lead.
Yes, and with the chip lead as well, yes.
If Patricia wins it, is she going to interview herself? Or am I going to pick up the microphone? And I could be Patricia, and Patricia is still Patricia, but
yes.
I could be the fake Patricia.
Yes. And she is playing well, actually.
Yeah, for the most part, I've been very happy with her play. It seems like she's learned a lot from the last event, too. Heads up is maybe not her strong suit because how many times does she play heads up? But we can't really... You make it the heads up. There's really nothing but love for what Patricia has accomplished.
Exactly. Going on to the poker strategies, we all know that the heads-up game is completely different than any other game. The strategy that you have to use when you're playing heads-up is completely different. You need to try to bluff or steal some blinds as well and take the opportunity. So seeing Patricia playing, as you said, I don't think that Patricia is her forte. But as we know, poker at the end of the day, you never know how it's going to end, and you also need cards to play with,
yes.
Especially at this point where you are heads up with your opponent, which it's clearly that she knows what she's doing, she's not giving up, and she knows the game quite well.
But a hand like 10-7, for example, maybe you're definitely folding it, let's say, 5-handed. If you're under the gun, but in this case, you should at least be limping.
Exactly.
You could even be raising with it if it's deeper stack depths. But in this case, you shouldn't be afraid to be seeing flops and reevaluating because the button is in position.
Exactly. I think Patricia at this point she's really playing the cards. So she's waiting for a good hand to come.
Well, let's see what Cheng does. If Cheng is playing a similar spot than Patricia, we've seen Patricia fold a queen before.
A queen at this point should not be folded, to be honest, on a heads up like this.
And Cheng has already caught wind that Patricia is playing a little bit tight, is going with a big raise sizing to 70. Well, blinds did go up just now to 15,000, 30,000, so it's not as big as I thought.
And a Jack-7 should be a call, actually, at this point with the Jack-7 suited, with the stack that Patricia has.
Yes, a call greater than fold, greater than jam.
And Patricia's folding here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard unless Patricia gets some cards, unless she changes her strategy. I thought maybe Diva was whispering something to her, but it might have been just a joke when she came on, wishing her good luck, but got Patricia to smile. Diva unfortunately did not make the money. We haven't had her in the booth, but we had other female guests. We had Lorena from Brazil, who I only met last
Okay.
week, but absolutely loved the work she was doing for the poker media and the poker industry. So I went over to say hi to her right after the dinner break, and she's in the first hand, gets it in with eights, and loses against ace jack. And I said, as soon as we go live, I can give away that one, and why don't you join us in the booth? And it was rather lovely having her in, and we had Valeria earlier on. We had Jonathan come in to do a sideline report as well. So we've had a few guests throughout the day.
Again, Patricia has a jack.
Okay, this is better. A call or a raise are both fine. A raise to 90.
Oh, she has a queen 10. That's a nice hand for a heads up.
Yeah, it was a big sizing as well, so now it's a little bit of trouble. Like when you're on the button, you can raise to 60, 70. The thing is, like Patricia may be thinking, well, I'm in the small blind, but she is in position when it's heads up. Where it's three-handed, then you're in the small blind. Of course, then 90 is more than fine in this spot. But let's see what Cheng does. She has a strong hand, but she's seen Patricia fold so many times that Patricia's getting credit. Look at this trophy. Did you design this, Telly?
I did not design them. I was part of the idea of having glass as well. Like we started this with the glass with Diane, where we had different ones 3 years ago, and we've changed company. We used to get the glass from Mdina Glass, which was a Maltese glass, but unfortunately they don't do them anymore. So we decided to go overseas and get the glass from Estonia. Actually, we're ordering
the
this
same
from
places
Estonia.
that they're getting it for
From
the
Kings of
Kings
Tallinn as
Tallinn.
well. Yes, I've been to Kings of Tallinn. I have seen the glass that they have, and I liked it. And I thought that it would be nice to change. It's very classic, very modern, although it's still a knight, and it's something that you can put on your showcase at home, and it's not something bulky. It's something beautiful that you will keep, and it's a nice memory. And winning a trophy like this will definitely give you nice memories of what your game was.
And things have picked up now that the blinds went up. Cheng raising with her jack 9. Patricia can defend here. This is one spot I don't mind if she really folds out of position with the 8-6. So things are starting to even up a little bit with Cheng taking down some pots, but Patricia still maintaining that 600,000 stack. And we can see the main event in the background. They'll be bagging up fairly soon in real time, but in stream time they have close to a full blind level of play. It's hour-long blind levels in that. If you want more information about that, go check out the blog. Frank Visser, Alexander Georgiev doing a fantastic job with the blog. And Jonathan Rabb is also updating the blog about some of the side events and some other color going on. So we have the crack team on it while I'm in the commentating booth. I've been reading some of the coverage during the breaks and occasionally refreshing during some dead time on the stream. And that will continue with day 3 tomorrow with 75-minute blind levels, Telly. So it's quite more play and action, which is nice. And I believe they play down to 24 tomorrow, 3 tables.
Exactly. This was the idea this year to make it a bit more playable. We have increased also the stack, and we have increased the time on day 3 and day 4 to make it more playable. It's something that we listen to. We have feedback forms here around the arena, so we have got this feedback.
And it sounds like the main event, which you can hear in the background, is bagging up in real time. So we'll understand how many players were left. There were around a little more than 100 left the last time I checked, which was about half an hour ago. So in stream time, that's about right. It was about 120 left.
Chang has an ace here, so an 8. Both of them did not hit. Clearly looks like Chang is not going to give up on this game.
No.
She's aiming for a win.
It was a limp pot as well. It's kind of this dry board that you should feel your ace is ahead on. And if you're facing any sort of potential friction from Patricia, being that she's been playing pretty tight, you can slow down. But Patricia folding after not connecting with the flop. as Telly said, she's playing more her cards than her opponent and the situation, but playing the cards will get you kind of far sometimes. It may not get you through the gate during heads up, though. Anything can happen, though. I mean, we saw Patricia. She could have easily been out earlier at the final table in 6th place when her Jack-10 got there against Ace-King. Then she won a key flip against Florence Mazet to really get a lot of those chips and to really leave Florence with crumbs in her stack with Ace-King against 10s. So anything can happen. You need to win those key flips. You need to get lucky sometimes, but it is a skill game at the same time. So you do like to see a lot of button limps, a lot of button opens. Even with 8-6, you shouldn't be folding that, for example, but you can. That's on like the lighter end. But you can tell the difference that Cheng has some heads-up experience.
Yeah, definitely you can see the difference from Cheng and Patricia. She has the experience. She's building up her stack bit by bit. She has a strategy how to take the chips and take the blinds. It's clearly visible that she's building up her stack.
And Patricia with a pretty hand, not giving up this time with the Queen-9 suited. If Cheng was raising more often on the button, you can even see a 3-bet there, but I'm happy that she just called. And not the worst flop for either player. Cheng with
Both
the middle
players.
pair, and Patricia with the overcard and the gut shot to the straight as well. Also has a backdoor flush draw on top of all that. So in a vacuum, I would see Patricia sticking around to a small bet sizing, but we'll see what Patricia does here. Not that small, half the pot. I actually won't blame Patricia if she folds, but
Oh
well,
my
look at
God.
this, making a move. Patricia rimfire, love this out of nowhere, and max pressure on Cheng. Cheng's going to have to think, you know, Patricia has that 10 because Patricia has not been doing this. So she was just maybe creating an image, had us all fooled. Patricia rimfire. I'm so tight, and then I'm going to get away with one when it matters.
And she folds.
Yeah, very good.
She folded the best hand.
Yeah, so Patricia
That's
getting
a
the
good
job
move.
done.
That was a good move from Patricia.
And Patricia now with a 2-1 chip edge over Cheng. She has her all-time high with 705,000 in chips. Did not see that one coming, but great move by Patricia. Great awareness of her image and the situation. And even though we see Nino in the background there, we can hear his voice at the same time because one is 30 minutes ago and one is now. I like to think, though, we're in the present because, you know, Telly, even though I plan quite a lot, I do live in the moment when I can. When there's a small moment, I take advantage of it. So we're in the present. These guys are in the future.
Yes, yes. Seems like it's going to be a long heads up.
It can't be too long because there's basically just 30-something big blinds in play between the two players.
Correct.
But in this case, a 10 deuce can be a fold. You know, you can limp it. It depends on how strong you feel. But dropping the bottom of your range that potentially you should be potentially limping with is more than fine, especially with the stack depths rather shallow. It's those like 9/8s, Jack X's that are being folded, which is a bit too tight.
We need to see a nice hand where both have a good hand to play with. We might see some action in this heads up.
Telly wants absolute carnage. I love it. And Cheng, this will get opened. It may even be a shove based on the fact that the blinds are going to go up to 2040 fairly soon. And it is a shove. And now this could be all over if Patricia
Yes.
can find the full call here. Let's see if Patricia can sniff this out. Would Cheng be doing this with an ace?
Ooh.
So makes a slightly tight fold there. I can't blame her all that much because things are kind of going her way. But at the other hand, I think if she took a few more seconds to think about it, that Cheng may be doing this with some aces, but she's not doing it likely with ace-king or ace-10 or things that are being dominated.
She would have never pushed all in with an ace-king there.
No, but she would be doing it with hands like 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s, and 3s, which you're just flipping against, and perhaps Patricia just didn't want to take a big flip in that standpoint. It's easier for us when we see what Cheng actually had there.
Exactly.
But yes, if Patricia is going to be overfolding, it could be longer than what I think it will be.
And Patricia has a pair of 6, which is a good hand at this stage.
She might jam here, but I don't mind just a call or a raise, but just jamming the lot, and Cheng is going to have to fold, so the chips are right back to Patricia. She has 6s, but we'll have 690,000. No way Cheng is calling and does fold. And there's Lorraine in the background. She was with us in the booth. She's busy now. She asked me, can I take some little videos of the Battle of Malta? I want to tell people at home about it. I want to put it on my Instagram. I said, I don't think we even need to get permission as long as you're not in the playing area. Do what you want. The Battle of Malta loves when independent people are doing their own thing. It helps spread the brand to different countries as well. So she'll go back to Brazil with very good memories of the Battle of Malta, especially after being in the comms booth with me. And she already said she wants to come back to the Battle of Malta in October, so that's quite nice.
We have seen this edition a lot of new people that have been here for the first time. Unfortunately, the Israelis were not with us, but we have went very close to the event that we had in June, which was the $500,000 guarantee. We have seen a lot of people from Lithuania. This time.
Lietuva.
Yeah, a lot of people from Lithuania, which was nice. And people from different nationalities in reality. Yes.
And we have the paparazzi here, Mr. Igor. We made him laugh.
And we were sitting like we are on the sofa at home. So we
yeah,
had to,
I have enough pictures of me like this.
Yeah, we had to stand up a bit to at least look a bit decent. Yes, the commentator, we are very relaxed here. It's like we're sitting on a sofa, me and Jason.
I'm almost honored that you refer to me as the legendary Jack Bonaro. I can't eat as much as him. I can't talk as fast as him.
This is definitely my tiredness getting into me.
But meanwhile, Patricia with the fish hooks. Let's see, Patricia.
That's a nice hand. That's a very nice hand. Jack from Patricia.
That's why you call me Jack, because you knew there were going to be 2 jacks in Patricia's hand. Now we got it.
Exactly. And actually an 8-5 from Chang, which is,
she had to fold. It was a raise, yeah.
Yeah, a big raise.
And while we're still here and while you're still in the booth, and I want to give a special thanks not only to you, but to Diane and the entire organizational team under you. Of course, thank you to the Casino Malta team that did work a bit with you behind the scenes, but you and Diane have put in endless hours leading up to this event for months and months and months. And pretty much you'll take a few days off after this one, and then you're straight into just planning that October one. So not enough appreciation comes your way, and certainly not enough appreciation comes Diane's way. And I see more than the average person does. They see you guys at the festival where most of your job is, I know you're still busy at the festival, but you come into the festival and you should feel most of my job is now done. We have the right teams in place. We have everything going the way we want it to go. Of course, you're busy with the little things that people don't see, but I don't think people understand the undertaking in building such a large event such as the Battle of Malta. So from all my heart to you and Diane and everybody at Casino Malta, a massive appreciation, massive thank you, Telly.
Thank you, Jason. What happens in the event, like you were saying, is that most of the job is done, and then you just see it getting together. You just see the people that you have been talking to throughout the year, maybe on calls that you have been dealing with, the partners that you have been closing the deals with. You see everyone together in one room. So you need to chit-chat, you need to talk, you need to deal, you need to discuss for the next event. For example, today we had 3 other meetings already discussing and closing deals for the October event. So in reality, we are already working for the October one. But yes, we will have a rest. Like you said in the beginning, we will have a rest. What we normally do is that we still keep going after BOM ends, where we close all reporting and everything just to get it done. And then we have a rest. When we are back, we immediately go into the next event. And yes, I would like to thank Diane personally and also the Casino Malta team, where everyone maybe is not involved directly in the BOM itself as an event, but they are all involved in the business, in the work that BOM brings, the amount of people that go down to the casino to play cash games, to play live games, roulette, stable games, blackjack. The casino itself is quite busy when an event like this happens. So everyone puts his 100% effort to make an event like this successful. As we can see, a bit of action. I am sure Patricia would fold his hand.
Yeah, but I do like that she at least is starting to limp a little bit. These jacks, that's known as the Robbie J. Lou, the Jack 4. Yeah, it's fine to limp fold, of course. Cheng has not been showing that she's, I mean, we did see that 10-8, but in general, if you just look at her frequency of jams, you know, you could think that she's keeping things honest, and either you get to play the hand post-flop in position, in which case you're not just repping Jack 4, or you have to fold facing a jam, which is the case here, which was a good fold against the pocket fives that we did see Cheng holding.
As I said before, it's clearly that Cheng is bit by bit building up her stack to find the right opportunity to push and maybe double up. I see Patricia counting her stack there. Maybe she's getting some help from others on the side, but I think that she have asked help to count her stack, maybe.
And here comes Lelo to help out right away. Maybe saying put your stack in 20s to make things easier. Lelo, a very experienced tournament director and floor man. See him a lot on the European circuit. See him mostly in Rosvedov, but he's always very helpful, very inspirational too. He has these nice workout videos on his Facebook.
Yes, he's the gym guy, the gym type guy.
Yes.
Very good, very good. I like to see determined people like that, to be honest.
It's not necessarily that he inspired me to run again, but it was like him, my sister, and a bunch of others. And I'm just like, you know, I'm not a lazy person, so why am I not doing the running?
Sometimes we do like our sofa.
Yeah, sometimes we do.
Especially after an event like this. I was telling them today, they asked me when we had the event, the party, we had a few drinks, and unfortunately you couldn't come because you are commentating, but it was nice. Most of the partners were there for a drink, for a cheer, to say thank you as well to everyone. But they were telling me like what you are missing the most, and what I miss the most is going home, sit on my sofa with my cat and watching TV. This is something that you relax, you know, especially when you were a week here, hardly sleeping with a lot of people around, solving issues, situation. But it's also nice to be here. I don't see these people, especially like you, Jason. We only meet twice a year. So it's nice. It becomes a friendship as well, and you're also looking forward to see these people, to work with them, to have a drink, to go to eat, you know, to chat. And above all, the aim of everyone is to make this event successful.
Yes. And it's just an honor to be part of this event for as long as I've been, and looking forward to the many years to come. As long as I am invited back to help out with the media, then great. But Cheng, Jamin, the Queen 10 suited. Patricia should be calling with her ace here.
Yeah, I feel there's going to be some action in this hand. We haven't seen the both hands from both sides, which are a bit suitable to play.
But Patricia folding her ace. She folded 5-6 suited on the button in the hand before, too. So back to playing tight, letting Cheng even things up. An ace heads up is super strong. It's, once again, Cheng could have a better ace. She could have some pocket pairs, but she should be jamming wide. I mean, the stacks are so shallow. And we have more paparazzi here, Telly.
Yes, it seems like quite a popular corner that people are coming here.
Yeah, we're kind of out in the middle of everywhere. At least for the most part, the dealers walking through have been respectful and quiet. Once in a while, watching the action from behind where I am, which is fine. I always invite people, if you want to watch, come on back. There's nothing secret here because it's going out when I see it at the same time as you guys see it. And we have more paparazzi. We have Lorena back also. We have double paparazzi actually between Jack and Lorena, my co-commentator for about 30, 40 minutes earlier, who unfortunately did not make the money, but is having a blast in Malta.
Jason, what did you think about the flower event?
I mean, you see me every day. I'm with the flowers. How I'm embracing it with all my heart. I even had flowers on my head. I had flowers on my wrist at one point. I've simplified. Now it's just the single leg.
Yes. But it was something that came from nothing, this idea, and I think that it worked. All the videos, social media was very colorful.
I remember you talking about having like this kind of theme. Probably, may have not even been the last bomb. It may have been after the last spring one that you've been kind of planning. And then when I walk in that first day before the event starts and I see the flowers around the TV table, I'm like, it's happened, yes.
Yes, and it's something that going outside the box, don't be scared to be different. Like many people have maybe commented like, what is this? What has to do with poker? But sometimes being different and going outside the box is what makes you successful, Jason. Not be scared to make a change, not be scared to do something different. Because at the end of the day, we all know poker is an entertainment game. People get together, people sit down on one table and speak and chat. As you know, Battle of Malta is not only we play poker, but we have the parties, we have the entertainment around us, the clubs, the restaurant, the bars. So people come here to have fun, so why not having colorful? And I have seen all the people working here, putting flowers on them, smiling, you know. It just helps us
Patricia.
getting... Oh, Patricia...
She folds again. It was just a min raise there.
Yeah. Patricia's playing very tight, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
very
now it's
tight.
even back up. She could have maybe knocked this one out already, and she's let Chen get back into the match.
Yeah, and it's working. Chen's strategy is working. She is literally building up her stack. When I started here next to you, when I came next to you, Cheng hardly had chips. She was very low. I think it was a great opportunity for Patricia at the time to steal her blinds, to win this game, to win this battle.
Now shove it, Patricia. Pocket threes. This is an easy jam.
She has
there
to do
we go.
this.
13 big blind shove for Patricia.
And a queen five for Cheng.
Cheng is going to have to fold here. Even if she didn't think Patricia was tight, she does need to fold the queen five. She could have been jamming herself if the situations were reversed. She could have just limped as well. But
and after Patricia have been folding all those hands.
Yes, that's basically it. She's repping a lot more than threes. And
she has to
Cheng can't take this flip just because Patricia can easily be doing this with ace-queen. She could easily be doing it with so many hands that are dominating based on how tight she's been. Let's say it's a Cheng's shirt, London gray. So I think she lives in the United Kingdom. She is from China. It's not a player that I'm actually that familiar with as opposed to the many other players at the table, but I've been very impressed with her composure, with her play. However, Patricia, who seems quite alert, Cheng seems like a little bit on more the tired side. It has been a little bit of a grind. It's nearly 2 in the morning. They start at 4 o'clock, so it has been a 10-hour grind for the ladies. They did have a 75-minute dinner break and all that too, of course, but in general, they've been playing pretty much all day. And we have 2 potential deserving winners. Patricia has played her heart out. We don't have to agree with every play, and sometimes what we disagree with may be wrong. You know, it's certainly possible. I'm just sharing how I've navigated many final tables online and a bunch live at the local casino with the field size a little bit bigger than this. It's heads up, you definitely should be switching gears, but as we mentioned, Patricia likely hasn't played that much heads up, likely has not played that many poker tournaments because leading into last year, I think that was her first one, actually.
Exactly.
And she made 4th place in her first tournament and now is in the top 2 already in this one. At the end of the day, Patricia should be very proud. And I've had a lot of people reach out to me rooting for Patricia. Antoine said, please give Patricia a lot of love. He adores what Patricia brings to the Battle of Malta. I did miss Antoine yesterday. He had a wedding and apparently came over here, but I think it was 5 minutes after I left. In comes Antoine. And I said, Antoine, I'll see you a little bit later in the week. I'm going to get my rest. If I come back for you, it's going to be another hour, 2 hours with you.
I have not seen him this year. He was here yesterday, but I was somewhere else, so I didn't have time to see him.
Normally he's here quite a lot, but he's having some like busy personal stuff going on now, so it's a bit bad timing for him. But does support the Battle of Malta and pretty much the entire Maltese poker community for that matter. But oh my God, this is a setup.
4s and 5s.
A jam with the 5s. Patricia should not be folding her 4s.
Okay, she called.
And Patricia makes the call. It could be all over if a 4 comes out or some other combination that helps her. Otherwise, it's going to be Patricia on fumes and needing a Cinderella story of herself. And even the dealer is nervous. It's a 10-8 deuce flop. Perhaps willing that 4 for Patricia. We don't mind if Cheng wins too, even though we are secretly rooting for Patricia, not so secretly. And one more card to come. Will it be the 4?
And the
no. So Cheng doubling up has the majority of chips in play, and Patricia is down to just fumes. And if she can come back from here, it's really going to be the story of all stories. It was just a setup. You have to be calling there if you're Patricia. You have to be shoving there if you're Cheng. And if Patricia was able to kind of keep the balance of the chips where, you know, Cheng was still down to 5 big blinds or something like that, then it wouldn't have been that damaging. But right now we can see 23 big blinds for Cheng and only 3 for Patricia, and it's probably going to get worse any minute with blinds about to probably go up to 25,000, 50,000 because we've been on this blind level for about 15 minutes, give or take. But here's a look at some of the other payouts that we saw earlier. We have Ragnhild Eriksson in 3rd place for 920, Maria Kutsuki in 4th place for 690, MC Oliver in 5th place for 540, Martina Andrusova in 6th place for 420 euros. And no, it was Florence in 6th place. Sorry, Florence Mazet, the French poker reporter. Martina in 7th place for 330. And Miley Tanbaum, our Estonian hero, who was heads up last time, only to lose to the Norwegian Monica in 8th place for 260 euros. Right now, the 2 players, including Patricia, have locked up 1,420 euros, regardless of how this turns out. But one of these 2 players will go home with another 540 euros and that lovely trophy that we saw earlier for a top prize of 1,960 euros.
Yeah, Patricia has a king 9. She has to push all in.
And Patricia pushing.
And
Cheng
of course,
has to
Cheng
call.
has to call.
So this could be it. I mean, Patricia's not actually in the worst of shape. King 9 is nearly a coin
But have
flip
you
against
noticed
Ace
that
4.
now that the hands are both good? Ace 4, King 9.
But here we go, Telly.
Let's see.
Deuce 10, deuce flop. Patricia still needs a king or a 9 to stay alive.
Ace is in front.
And
And
ace on the
ace
turn,
is-
so it's all over, Johnny, but let's see the river. And the queen of hearts on the river, so Patricia Rimfire will walk away proudly with the runner-up prize of 1,420 euros. But meanwhile, we have a well-deserving winner, and Cheng Peng Tan winning the latest ladies event at the Battle of Malta live on stream for the first time ever. Will go home with 1,960 euros. Patricia's all smiles, as she should be. Quite an effort from her, and quite an effort from all the ladies. It's been an absolute pleasure, Telly. I hope we get to do this again, and thank you very much for allowing this stream.
I have really enjoyed it. I will try my best to join you for the final, for the Battle of Malta, Spring Edition 2024. I'm going to try and make my best. You know it will be a very busy day for me on the day, but I am going to promise you that I'm going to at least join you for half an hour.
Oh, that would be brilliant. And thank you very much, everybody that has tuned in. We can see the full payouts here. But this is Jason Glatzer. My final guest was one and only Telly Bartolo, the event manager here at Casino Malta for the Battle of Malta. He also handles marketing for the Casino Malta as well. It's been a thrill. And until Wednesday, when we're back for the final table, have a good day.
Thank you. It was amazing.
Thank you. That was fun.
Two hands, let's go. Oh, wow.